Yeah, use that gavel. Wapple. First up, we have got Paul Suski again from Southwest Power Pool. He's the Executive Vice President and General Counsel. Do we have Paul on the line? Can you hear us, Paul?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Can't see you quite yet, but we can hear you fine. But I think I have to be quiet here before your video will come through.
Well, sounds good. And what administrative item do I need to pull up the slides, or will somebody there local run them like yesterday?
What do you have a preference on that, whether you do it or we do it?
I don't care. I think when I ran them yesterday, y'all couldn't see them.
Okay.
So
IT here is saying that they can run them for you.
Okay, great. Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, if you're ready for me to begin, I'll get started.
It'll take just a second here to get the slides up, but you're welcome to proceed. Looks like it's doing it right now. Your slides are up. So yeah, we're ready for you, sir.
All right. Well, thank you again for the opportunity to present to the Kansas Legislature. It's so interesting, the very topics that you're discussing in this committee hearing is actually in real time having votes on the very same issues here in Little Rock at our quarterly stakeholder meeting. Whereas, you know, SPP has over 100 members with a very stakeholder consensus driven process where you have an opportunity for any member to come participate and vote. And I'll give you an update of some of the activity related to resource adequacy that occurred yesterday. And so if you can go to the next slide. So what I want to do is provide an overview of first, a general overview of SPP, just one quick slide, and then talk about SPP's role in resource adequacy. And then I'll delve into more details of our role, and particularly the role of the Regional State Committee that Andrew French talked about, and particularly their authority, primary authority over resource adequacy in our footprint. As Chairman French said, it is very unique, and SPP is the only RTO in the country that has delegated express authority to the states to set policies for our region. Then I'll talk about resource adequacy generally. We'll talk about the challenges of resource adequacy with the changing grid, some of the grid changes we talked about yesterday. And then I'll talk about future issues in accreditation, including a vote that took place yesterday to change how we calculate resource adequacy and the next steps on that vote. Next, so first, SPP's role for resource adequacy. You can go next slide. So this slide, you've seen this before, it's our footprint. But what I really want to do with this slide is to explain a fundamental of keeping the lights on of the electric grid. This is our region. It is also our balancing authority region. And what that means is when consumers need power in this region, we have to balance that in real time with dispatching generation. It can be supplemented with imports from other regions, or we can supplement other regions and exports. But our job, one, is to make sure that at any point of time, 24/7, we have enough power on the grid to make sure the energy demands in this footprint are met. And that's our authority, is the balancing authority area. That's what we have to do. And yet we don't own the plants, we don't operate the plants, but we coordinate with the utilities in our footprint and the generators in our footprint to let them know when we need them to generate so that we can keep the lights on for the region. And really, resource adequacy is about how do you plan for when that difficult time when you need generation. Next slide. This is our footprint you've seen before, and I thought I'd point out a couple things to really talk about the importance of transmission in regards to extreme weather events and keeping the lights on. And so interesting here, which I'll talk about Winter Storm Uri, but if you take a look at, there was discussion about the DC ties. So SPP's footprint is at the very west of the Eastern Interconnect. West of SPP is the Western Interconnect. ERCOT is very much an island. They have their own interconnect. Well, during Winter Storm Uri, ERCOT has very limited capacity for SPP to send them power. So when they had significant blackouts occurring in February 2021, it was limited in the ability to move power. So what we were able to do, if you look at the PJM interconnect in the purple, right over the names right over West Virginia, they were actually during Uri shipping 12,000 megawatts of generation to MISO, the Mid-Continent ISO in the blue. Simultaneously, MISO was sending us 5,000 megawatts of power so that we could have enough in our footprint to keep the lights on. It was only at the points where MISO could no longer afford and have access to ship us power that we had to go into what's called EA3 and shed load. And so as a result, just want to give a big picture of how balancing authorities work to keep the lights on. First and foremost, you balance in your region. And then if you need help from your neighbors can ship power. In addition to the help from MISO, Colorado through the DC ties shipped us power, and Saskatchewan, Canada, the province to our north, also sent us power. So it's a dynamic grid. Electrons don't stay within a state lines, let alone a utility. They move in bulk along a lot of areas, and particularly in emergency situations. So just kind of high level of keeping the lights on. Now, if you can go to the next slide. These are our top priorities for our grid. And I highlighted in red the first and foremost important is that we have adequate generation to maintain reliable conditions of the grid, both under normal and extreme conditions. Go to the next slide. This is how we do it. And so we monitor the bulk electric system. We plan for transmission needs in the future. And the third one that I highlight, we set the rules of what the resource adequacy requirements are for the region. But in particular, that authority has been delegated to the Regional State Commission that Chairman French serves as president. And we do that by collaborating with our members, other states and other regions and federal agencies that ultimately approve what those rules are. And some clarifications of what we do not do. There is always confusion about what SPP's role. As I stated yesterday, we do not own utilities. We don't own generations or the transmission lines. We don't pick winners or losers. We're fuel agnostic. From a planning perspective, we'll walk through of how we accredit generation and how that is changing. And we will also talk about, as I mentioned yesterday in the market dispatch, it's the lowest cost generation delivered reliably to the end use customer. And then we do not comply with the requirements. The requirements are set. It's the local utilities to determine how they will comply with the requirements and what types of generation they will use to comply. It is up to them. And then lastly, as what said, we do not set electric rates. We have a market that's regulated by FERC, and there is a wholesale race of the market we operate. And then those costs and benefits and revenues are allocated to the utilities and whatever construct they have at the state or local level. Now I'm going to transition to the Regional State Committee. I apologize, state is misspelled on this slide, but the RSC, as Andrew French talked about, this is our Regional State Committee. We have 12 states on the RSC, and they set authorities in 4 primary areas, but 3 of the most important. They are cost allocation for transmission upgrades that we talked about extensively yesterday. They set the policy for resource adequacy, the second bullet that we'll talk about today, and an allocation of transmission rights in the market. This is unique, and as Andrew French said, that although the RSC sets the policy for the region, it does have to be filed at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission for FERC approval. Next slide. These are the 4 areas of the RSC, and as Andrew French stated yesterday, cost allocations within their authority, and that's been the most used. You see their other 3, and I highlighted dark and bold resource adequacy, because if you take a look at that, they've used that authority 9 times. 5 years ago, that number, 5 years ago, maybe a little bit more, that number was 0. So that shows you how important resource adequacy is. And I anticipate in 2 weeks, the RSC will have 4 more votes related to resource adequacy. So it is a growing important issue. Winter Storm Uri really highlighted it. And so they are responsible for setting our policies. And then the very highlighted box at the bottom comes directly from our bylaws. And that is when the regional state committee makes a decision on any of these methodologies, we must make a filing at FERC to implement that. And as Commissioner French mentioned yesterday, SPP could file a competing filing at FERC. SPP has never done that, and I cannot foresee any scenario where SPP would do that. It's never been contemplated. It could, but it's never been contemplated or acted upon. So now let's deep dive a little more into resource adequacy. So what is resource adequacy? That is the ability of the utilities generation to meet in-use customers' needs in real time. And it's under all circumstances. Our operators and the generators, they don't take off for Christmas or Thanksgiving. They have to be ready to be on 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And so we work with our members in our states to make sure we have enough power on the grid. We have adequate transmission to deliver that power. And also we have a competitive wholesale prices so that we attempt to get the lowest cost energy to the end use customer. And reliability is our job one. If you don't have the lights on, we all know there's all types of challenges. So now I want to talk about our current approach. So the first is the responsibility is on what we call load responsible entities. That is primarily utilities with in-use customers. Sometimes they will perform this function on behalf of, say, smaller utilities, but they must have on the grid ready to run enough generation to meet their load, plus what we call the planning reserve margin, or PRM. So in other words, let's say your peak load is 100 megawatts. You must have the capability and the capacity accreditation of 100 megawatts plus a reserve margin. An analogy I use, it's kind of like an insurance policy. If all things else fail, will you have the additional generation there? So it is their decision, and with their regulatory contract, do they build it? Or do they procure it through a bilateral market and buy capacity from a neighboring utility or independent power producer? And so as a result, the PRM is established based upon a loss of load expectation study. We analyze predictions out how often will the grid be short, and if the grid is short, what does we need on the system so that we can keep the lights on. And compliance is through annual data collections. Data is submitted to SPP. We review it. It can be reviewed by the market monitor and FERC, and review the data to see if they comply with the annual requirements. Next slide, please. So a little more about the planning reserve margin. As has been said, you cannot effectively store today large amounts of energy on the grid. So essentially in real time, generators must meet the load every second of the day. So this requires that you have reserve generation ready to respond. So for instance, if you had a big thermal plant trip offline, whether it's the transmission line trips causing it to have to back down or the plant breaks, you have to have generation on standby to make up that difference. If you don't, you can lead to cascading blackouts, which you'll know from history can take days to restore the grid. So you have to have that reserve online, and you have to plan for it with what I like to call still in the ground, or contracts with somebody who is still in the ground. And so as a result, last year, the Regional State Committee voted to increase the planning reserve margin from 12% to 15%. And that was not an easy vote. It was unanimous of the states. And that really set the tone of the challenges we face as we need more capacity on the system. and have challenges of retirement. And that is not without a cost. So this slide here gives you just try to put together a couple mathematical examples of what that would mean. Let's say you had 150 megawatt peak municipal small utility with the old planning reserve margin. They would have to have 168 megawatts of capacity that's accredited to them. So that, in other words, they have the 13% reserve margin with those megawatts. Now, if you go and you take a look at the increase of the PRM to 15, that would increase to 172. Now, I'll do an example, a hypothetical investor-owned larger utility. Say they had a peak load of 2,500. Their required capacity under the old reserve margin would be 2,800 megawatts. Well, that would increase to 15%. It'd go to 2,920 megawatts. So you could see that utility now, if they're short, or if they were just at their capacity, they would have to get an additional 120 megawatts to meet the planning reserve margins. Now, most utilities in our footprint are above the planning reserve margin, but it's just a requirement. They have to keep more capacity on the system. Next slide. So here are some of the changes of the grid and the challenges we face. Can go next slide. So I have a slide that kind of illustrates each of these. One, as stated yesterday, the influx of intermittent renewable generation creates challenges to the grid. They're not as traditionally as reliable as thermal generation because they depend on the wind and the sun. Thermal generation retirements. We'll show you some graph, the amount of thermal generators that have been retired in our footprint. Again, that is not SPP's decision. That's individual utilities, for whatever reasons, making those the decisions. Also have a slide talking about resources that underperform and are unavailable. In other words, when it's an extreme event, you need the generators online, they fail to produce electricity. I'll show you some data from Winter Storm Uri. Next, increasing load and volatility. Our load in our footprint, our peak load, is growing substantially faster than this industry is used to. Part of that is the next bullet is extreme weather events. We're seeing more and more extreme weather events that obviously impacts consumers' demand for electricity, and a challenge of reducing reserve margins. We used to enjoy a larger reserve margin, and that is going down. This here is a slide I showed yesterday that shows our energy mix. As I see, we had coal was the primary amount of generation in 2008. It has gone down to number 2. Wind, being the green line, has increased to the number 1 fuel source, and gas has been relatively stable. And you've seen an increase in hydro, which I mentioned yesterday. Hydro has been very helpful, and that's when we expanded our footprint to the Dakotas. The Western Area Power Administration, a federal agency, has great hydro that's been very helpful and was very important during Winter Storm Uri to be able to help the southern part of our footprint that was challenged. And this is an example of how accreditation works and the challenges of accreditation. So this says June 5th and 6th of this year. So I'll kind of explain this graph a bit. The red dotted line, that is the amount of wind capacity we had on the system in April of this year. So a little over 32,000 megawatts. The blue line kind of shows you the wind historic max. Although we had 32,000 megawatts of wind on the system, earlier this year, the max output was just under 24,000. That can be not all turbines are spinning, or there may be congestion on the system that requires us to curtail some of the wind that's being output. And then the yellow dotted line, it's the summer accreditation. So although we got 32,000 megawatts of wind on the system, we realize you can't depend on the wind blowing all the time. So the accreditation for wind is set at just above 5,000 megawatts of those 32,000. Then the green line shows you what happened in reality. This was a historic time for SPP and ERCOT in Texas. So you can see, although it's accredited at 5,000 megawatts, it got as low on June 6th that morning to 110 megawatts. Of note, ERCOT has 38,000 megawatts of wind, about 70,000 between SPP and ERCOT. Just less than 200 megawatts were blowing between the two. So you could see during this historic low for wind in our footprint, they were below the accreditation capacity. Now, fortunately, this was not an extreme weather event or day, and so we were able to keep the lights on without significant challenges. But this is just an illustration of some of the challenges with intermittent resources. Next slide, please. And so this is thermal retirements. This is a real concern that we have at SPP. Again, this is not SPP's decision to retire units. This is actually the decisions of individual utilities. But we've seen between 2019 and 2022, about 2,800 megawatts of retirement. This year alone, so far, another 809 megawatts. And so as a result, when these generators that are pretty reliable, more reliable than intermittent resources retire, it puts concerns for us of the risk of keeping the lights on for our region. Next slide. So now I'm going to talk about Winter Storm Uri. I don't know if you've seen this slide before, but in my 50 plus years in life, I've never seen an event like this. So this is, you see the SPP region in the red stripe. The dark blue, I always like to point out, that is not where the temperature was below freezing. That is where it was below zero. It was below zero for several days. And so when you take a look at this, this is historic events never seen before. I live here in Little Rock, Arkansas my whole life, except for some military service. I've never seen that much snow outside. And as a result, an extraordinary event. It put stress on the grid and forced generators that rarely run to run in coordination, as I said, as far as PJM shipping 12,000 megawatts to MISO sending 5,000 megawatts to SPP. We got imports from Colorado. We got imports from Canada. And it was when MISO could no longer send us power that we had to have rolling blackouts, which was historic. And so it was an extreme weather event, and we continue to see more and more of these, and these create challenges for the grid. Next slide. So now let's talk about capacity accreditation. So I want to spend a little time with this slide. The blue bars are in thousands of megawatts of what is accredited. So in other words, let's look at the coal graph. So this was on the 16th of February 2021 at 7 in the morning. 22,000 megawatts of coal is accredited under our then existing resource adequacy program. The 5-year average availability was about 20,000 megawatts, but what was actually available at that point in time was only 17,000. So you can see we had 5,000 megawatts of coal that was accredited that wasn't able to dispatch. Gas was the biggest challenge we had in Uri. We have 30,000 megawatts of accredited gas, 25,000 is the 5-year historic availability, and only 13,000 megawatts available. Less than 50% of what was accredited was able to dispatch on this extreme day. Interesting wind. Although, as I mentioned earlier, wind gets a lower accreditation because it's less reliable. It actually, at this point in time, it met its accreditation. At this time, it was 4,000 megawatts. It was there. I will say on the third day of the event, we did not shed load. Wind dropped substantially below the accreditation, but it wasn't at a point in time where to shed load. But you can see nuclear is very reliable. It had its accreditation, and it came in at its accreditation. Hydro, as I mentioned, when we expanded the footprint into the Dakotas, a real benefit was hydro from the Western Area Power Administration. They have about 2,000 were available, and then you have others. So what this really sent a message to us, to the Regional State Committee and others, is we have a challenge where you have generators that are accredited there for the system to perform, but then in extreme events, it was not there to perform. Next slide, please. This is a peak load. These numbers are if not borderline shocking, unbelievable growth. So you can see from 2016 to 2021, our peak load was right around 50,000 megawatts. That's our summer peak in red. And you can see in 2022, it jumped to 53,000. And this year we topped 56,000 megawatts of peak load. Interesting, in 2023, we broke the 2022 record 5 days in a row during that extreme heat in late August. Similar to the challenges we have in the summer, we've also seen them in the winter. So you can see in 2023, Uri, our all-time winter peak was 43,600 megawatts. We jumped to 47,000 this year, right before Christmas. And so you can see a lot of challenges we have. Load is growing. And so when load grows and demand grows, we have to have more generation on the system to be able to dispatch to keep the lights on. Can go to the next slide. So other challenges we have is technology. More and more people are electrifying, whether it's the electric devices they use in their homes, electric appliances. We are seeing a significant number of server farms with data that we used in this new economy, information economy, that's stored, and a number of people moving to electric vehicles. And so we see an increase in that demand going up. Next slide. Also, as mentioned earlier, extreme weather events and challenges. Uri set all-time record colds for our region. And this summer we had a significant amount of heat, and that particular heat caused us to set 5 records above last year. And a little note at the very bottom, I'm not a meteorologist, who knows what will happen, but there was an article where somebody estimates that predicts Missouri could hit 125-degree heat index by 2053. And I don't know if that's right. It's somebody's theory, calling it a heat belt. But can you imagine, if that's true, the amount of generation that's going to be needed to cool the homes and maintain during that? So it's a interesting challenge we have, and we'll have to wait and see what future weather conditions have for our region and our nation. Next slide. Now we're going to talk about future issues. These actually are occurring in real time here. This here shows you a graph of the PRM that we have on the system, the actual, and then the amount of energy that we foresee. So what this shows you, I'll start with the blue line. That's the actual, what we are above the planning reserve. And then where that goes into kind of a fork of the green, the light blue, and the brown line, those are the ranges that we predict of where resource adequacy, we would be where we stand today, with load increasing, resource planning reserve margin going up, and some of the challenges looking forward. Next slide. So what are we doing to address these? We have a robust stakeholder process that included a vote yesterday, with over 80% of the membership voting to change how we accredit generation. It's a recommendation vote that ultimately goes to the Regional State Committee in 2 weeks. Well, they will set the policy for a filing at FERC. So what we're doing is called performance-based accreditation, PBA. And then for that is for conventional, traditional generation, and then the ELCC, effective load carrying capability study, to accredit generators such as wind and solar. Next slide. So what is accreditation? So I'll give you an example. You have a 100 megawatt generator that's capable of producing 100 megawatts. Well, out of those 100 megawatts, how much should you plan that megawatt wise that they would be there? So you have a different types of generation, as you can see from the top, have different types of accreditation. Obviously at 2 in the morning, solar is not going to be very effective, but wind is often very effective at 2 in the morning. Hydro can be dispatchable, but there are also challenges if you have a drought or a low snow year, can affect hydro. And then you have the other traditional fuel sources can dispatch, although there can be more reliable. But as we saw in Uri, the gas generators don't always get gas, and coal piles can even freeze up and be incapable of moving the coal, or they can run out of coal, which we saw during Uri and some of those challenges. Next slide. So this is, I will say, kind of the current accreditation that we're moving away from. So in the blue box, we talk about how do we set your capacity. So again, in my example, you have a 100 megawatt generator. You would designate an hour, and they would do for their summer season, they would run for an hour and say, how much of those 100 megawatts could you generate? That was your accreditation. And then as a result, it didn't consider historic performance. It was based upon that 1 hour of your test. And then it created some challenges that we just found it wasn't the best way to measure accreditation. Next slide. And so what is performance-based accreditation? It differentiates generators according to their reliability of performance. Each entity is impacted differently. If you have a 100 megawatt plant that's very efficient, well run, and has few outages, you're going to get a higher accreditation than, say, another 100 megawatt plant that tends to be on outage and has maintenance issues. It does allocate accreditation according to a generator performance, but it doesn't change how much is needed for the region. What it does do is just affects the accreditation for a particular resource. Next slide. So here's like kind of some data for you to kind of think through of how it could work. And so as a result, we currently accredit coal at 21,000 megawatts. If you go to a performance-based accreditation of 92%, they would only be accredited about 19,500 megawatts. So when you go to this newer accreditation methodology, it reduces the credit you get, which means a utility has to, if they're short, has to go out and get more capacity. And this is just an example looking at the various types of accreditation at the plants and how the accreditation would be affected by it. Next slide. Next, I'll go to effective load carrying capacity. This is the methodology we would apply to wind, solar, and energy storage resources. So it is an analysis to conduct is the amount of capacity we think would be available during extreme peak seasons or points in time on the grid. And so obviously there's a difference between our winter peak and our summer peak and the types of generation that's available. Next slide, please. And then what is the purpose of this? You have what are we doing to ensure it? As I mentioned, the Regional State Committee last year increased the planning reserve margin from 12 to 15%. Yesterday, the stakeholders over 80% vote to adopt the performance-based accreditation ELCC. And so if you see the time bar at the bottom, so we worked on this data collection, working with stakeholders, including the Regional State Committee, policies to be developed and approved this month, filing at FERC, and then because this could be a shock to utilities to have to have significant amounts of new generation to replace accreditation or a lesser accreditation for your generated resources, or if you're planning to retire, it's going to be phased in to give them an opportunity to meet the new requirements. And I think there's like one more slide, and this is kind of just the timing. We expect the policies to be approved in 2 weeks by the Regional State Committee under Chairman French's leadership, and then we will begin to implement with an effective implementation for the summer of 2026. And I think that's my last question or my last slide, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you for being here again this morning, bright and early. Appreciate it. Committee, do we have questions for Paul? We're going to start off with Senator Fagg. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our winter issue that we had a couple years ago, SPP did a study and come out with that. And in reading that, there's a lot of policies and procedures that need to be implemented. Has most of those ideas been accomplished, Paul, that was in that report?
I don't have the exact number, but I can certainly get you the exact number. I think a majority of them have been implemented, but we're still in the process of implementing them all. I could get you exact numbers. But some of the changes that we just talked about that were being approved this month were part of the recommendations from the report.
Okay, that makes sense.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of questions. Yesterday we saw slides that showed that there's no dispatchable power in the planning stages currently. And I would think that that gives you cause for concern. But because you've talked about that this has been an increasing priority in terms of resource adequacy. So it seems the price signals that come in the daily market encourage more and more building and dispatching of wind power. However, your comments have just said there is a value and a need to have that base load that's there all the time. So I'm curious, it seems like things must be managed in two different areas. So one of them, you've got the daily energy market that sends one signal, yet that signal ignores the fact that it's encouraging development of that dispatchable power. Does that sound fair?
Yes, clearly, with the new renewable mix moving up, they have zero fuel cost. And with the federal production tax incentives and sometimes state tax incentives, economically, they will dispatch and set a market price. So in the real time, you have that. Fortunately for our footprint, we're vertically integrated utilities. In regions that are not vertically integrated, they have real challenges for capacity. So how we have, it's almost like you have the real-time market, you get the low-cost power delivered to customers, and then you have the capacity market. Although it's not a market that we operate, it's a capacity requirement where then individual utilities decide which capacity to build or buy. But it can be a challenge when you have price signals that can be negative. How do you incent the right generation to come online for reliability purposes? And it's a challenge, and it's a bigger challenge in states or regions that are not vertically integrated. In other words, the utilities owe the generation all the way to the distribution system. And states that have restructured or deregulated, they have real challenges on capacity. You raise a great point.
Because the end use customer gets the bill for both the required baseload generation that has to be there, as well as that baseload generation much of the time wouldn't be generating because on an energy basis it never wins. So don't they get stuck with the bill for both of those pieces? And the economics of more wind drives the economics of the baseload to be worse and worse.
Yeah, I look at it a little bit different. I look at it as they pay for the capacity to be on the system, but they get the value of the cheap energy in real time. So it's on the capacity, they're responsible through their utility to pay for the capacity, but they enjoy the cheap power that's dispatched through renewables in the day-ahead market. It's some way it offsets with cheaper real-time energy prices on the wholesale level, but then they have to pay for capacity. Now, granted, they have to pay for capacity whether they're in a market or not. So whether you're in the old market construct or vertically, you still got to pay for that capacity.
Okay, I know others have questions. Thank you, Chairman.
Do we have any other questions? Representative Berquist, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your testimony and your presentation. 1980 was a very hot summer in Kansas. I don't know what it was like in Arkansas and the rest of the SPP, but when I hear weather reports and in slide 27, a few things about extreme weather events threaten infrastructure. That's a statement of fact that does threaten infrastructure. Whether it's threatening our infrastructure right now, I don't know. But the second statement says our region is experiencing record heat. Is record heat all-time record since the SPP, or is it just that it seems like it's really hot? The the weather reporters come on and they say, it's hotter than I've ever seen it. It's record heat. Are we in truly record setting and historic heat damage, or are we just talking about to people's memory or the life of the SPP?
Yeah, that's it. Well, SPP has been around over 80 years. Our function as RTO and a market operator started in 2004 timeframe. And so clearly we're seeing record peaks from these extreme weather events. And now contributing to that is also load growth and electrification. So I'm not a weather meteorologist. I will say Winter Storm Uri was like something I've never seen, and that level of temperature, but the heat, it just clearly what we can measure and present is the load impacts these weather systems have. As far as 1980, I was playing Little League football, and I remember some really, really hot two-a-days those days.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Schlingensiepen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask a little bit about accreditation, what that is exactly. Is that a normative term? In other words, this is how much capacity a power generation plant has to have available at any given time? And are you shifting to performance-based accreditation because that number simply hasn't proven to be realistic under extreme conditions? Help me understand a little bit about the definition of accreditation.
Sure, absolutely. So the example I'll give is, say a utility has to come up with 1,000 megawatts to meet the planning reserve margin. And say they have a 100 megawatt generator. Under the traditional approach, if they could generate and run for an hour at 100 megawatts, they got the full accreditation. Well, when we look at its historic performance, that may not be fair to the rest of the grid that they get full accreditation for the 100 megawatts. So you can do some study and analysis and say, based upon its historical performance, say it's 92% accreditation. So in other words, they have to bring another 8% to make up the gap for that lesser accreditation. Now let's use a wind farm. Let's say it's a 100 megawatt wind farm. We know that wind's not going to have a 90% accreditation. So say they get a 15% accreditation. And so it's set to try to make sure we have enough generation on the system to be there. And so that's the accreditation of how much credit do you give the generator. And then it also demonstrates how much additional generation capacity that's accredited that a utility that has the responsibility to meet up must have. Did that help?
Yes, thank you.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me get this microphone where you can hear me. I remember the summer of 1980 as well, because I was in law school at the University of Kansas, and I had just gotten married, and it was hot, and we couldn't afford to run our air conditioner because we didn't have the money to do it. And, you know, I guess that just goes to show you some things really never change, that the economic impact of utility rates, you know, is significant. And when you get down to what am I going to pay, the rent or the air conditioner? The air conditioner usually goes. So I don't know exactly what the significance of that is. But I also want to take you back into some history. When I came on this committee 10 years or so ago, we had just come off the Holcomb plant planning, and eventually I think we were at the point where they hadn't issued a license for Holcomb 1.5 or 2.5, whatever it was that Governor Parkinson approved. But at that time, I think as people at SPP, I know Mr. Kasperi, as I recall, wrote a paper on it, were advocating for increased back-to-back DC ties between the Eastern and the Western interconnect so that we could export wind power from Kansas and coal power from a contemplated Holcomb plant to the west, to the Western grid. And in fact, that that coal plant came with an additional back-to-back tie to get that excess power from western Kansas to the western grid. It seems to me, as I look at all this, that really things have changed a lot in 10 years, because I hear you talk about talk about the back-to-back ties, but I don't know that we've built any more of them. Are we getting along? Has the need changed? Is the need now to keep that wind generation in Kansas and in the SPP? Or is there still a market that needs to be exploited by selling that power to the western slope where they already have wind generation? Eastern slope. Help me out. Is that important anymore? Or are we lucky that we didn't make those investments 10 years ago?
Actually, I would say part of it, the wind doesn't always blow at all locations at the same time. So if you're focusing on the issue of wind, depends on where the wind's blowing. If you have often, as y'all know, the state of Kansas is producing more wind than y'all have load. And so should go somewhere because you want to sell that product, and obviously it'd be cheaper. And so the same thing happens in Oklahoma and in other regions. As far as the DC ties, they have not been upgraded in a number of years. There's been a number of studies conducted by the Department of Energy to look at how you could optimize the grid for a more economic dispatch, and a number of various studies that are out there. So as for the future, it'll be interesting to see where this nation goes in regards to the DC ties. I do know Texas wish they had a whole lot more DC ties to get power to them during Uri. I know we could have used a lot more imports from Colorado during Uri, but we were limited by those DC ties. And so while there can be ports in time economically, it would make sense for, say, Kansas wind to go to Colorado, but at the same time, there will be points in time where the wind's blowing more in Colorado, would make sense to ship it east. The grid is very dynamic. It's not always just one scenario. For instance, when the wind's not blowing in Kansas, you're going to need to get power from your neighbors to keep the lights on. When you have an extreme weather event, you're going to need power from your neighbors to keep the lights on. And Uri was a textbook example of need to ship power, where basically power from the Dakotas helped keep the lights on in the southern part of the footprint, and power from Colorado and Canada and MISO helped keep our lights on. So it's a great question, very dynamic. I do believe that at some point in the future, there'll be discussions with the DC ties, a lot of studies, but no actual plans have been implemented to look at how to enhance or expand the DC ties.
Mr. Susky, I always learn when I hear you speak. I wish we had more time. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I've got two more senators, and then I've got a few questions, and then we've got to get moving on. But Senator Warren, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I've learned a lot as well this morning. So your presentation this morning is on resource adequacy overview, and just looking at a couple of the slides brings up a question for me on slide number 15, I think it is, when you talk about resource adequacy. You've stated many times that reliability of electricity is our number one job. And I would think that Kansans would agree that they want the lights on when they flip the switch, for lights to come on, heating, cooling, and so many of the things we use electricity for. So when we looked at slide 20, SPP's evolving energy mix. We do have a mix in the SPP, which I think is a good idea. The slide states that coal production has decreased while wind production has increased. And in fact, looking at the slide, coal production since 2008 has gone down by half. It was 64% of the energy mix in SPP in 2008, and in 2022, 33%. On slide 24, talking about Winter Storm Uri capacity performance, I noted that one of the things you said when talking about slide 24 about fuel supply and mechanical issues were largest causes of generation unavailability. One of the things you said was wind is less reliable. So when job number one is reliability and providing electricity to customers, and the evolving energy mix, coal production has decreased by half while wind production has increased, yet wind is less reliable. How is SPP responding to this situation to make sure that reliability of electricity, job number one, is met?
Yeah, good question. First of all, I want to reiterate, SPP does not pick what generation is built. That's the individual utilities make those decisions. But what we're doing to ensure that we have the right generation mix that's available is through the changes related to resource adequacy that's within the regional state committee's purview. That's why the planning reserve margin was increased from 12 to 15%, while we're moving to performance-based accreditation, so that if you have the 100 megawatt generator, you don't automatically get 100 megawatts. You get it megawatt accreditation based upon the performance. By increasing the requirements for capacity, it will drive requirements that more capacity is built or stays online. And so it's one of the interesting dynamics. It's a state's or a individual's utilities decisions on what generation to bring. We don't make that determination. But by setting rules requiring increased capacity, it will send the requirement, not a market signal, but a requirement that utilities bring that to the grid for operations. I hope that helps.
It does. So we heard about some market signals, and then there are the requirements that you were talking about. So SPP does set the requirements, though, correct?
Correct.
And SPP is setting those requirements as a policy in terms of what is going to be required to keep electricity on.
Yeah, space for the planning reserve margin, correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Senator Fagg?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is kind of a follow-up to Senator Warren's question. We know that fuel diversity is very important. And so my question is, as we talked about this part and we've looked where we're at, we don't tell people what to do, but you set those requirements. My question is, has SPP had a fuel diversity goal? You know, not looking back, but looking ahead, that try to set something for the next 5 to 10 years to say, at least this is where we would like to be, and kind of monitor that as it goes along.
Yeah, SPP does not set any type of diversity goal. Actually, we like to say we are not a policy maker, we're a policy taker. So when states such as Kansas adopt a renewable portfolio standard, we take that and help our member companies to meet those requirements. So, or individual utilities like a municipality or a customer may say they want a certain type of mix. They set the policy. We are not policy makers, we're policy takers. Then we help them accomplish that through our planning and generation interconnection processes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Paul, I've got a couple of questions. Just appreciate you being here 2 days in a row. They're all retaining to slide number 5, but first one's pretty simple question. I kept hearing over and over when I was down in at your headquarters in Arkansas a couple weeks ago that there were 14 states and now it's shown as 15. Did I just get that wrong or did you add one?
Well, it's kind of like you see that little bit in Wyoming. It's kind of a debate. There is a transmission line leaving a massive plant in Wyoming that the transmission line's in our footprint, but there's no load that's served by that transmission line. So it's kind of a debate. Do you count Wyoming or not?
Okay.
Because you can see from that map.
Yeah,
it's a debate. I don't think we count Wyoming because there's no customer served, but technically there is a transmission line in Wyoming that we use when energy leaves that power plant.
Okay. And then when we were down there, and I think yesterday we talked a little bit of the westward expansion that we're looking at in the future here. So then, could you give just a high level on the new states that might be coming on? Are they net users of power or are they net exporters? And then what kind of mix would they bring to the table?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know the exact number. I would always say any utility has the capability of being a net exporter just because you have to have excess capacity. Now, whether or not the economics means that they sell to their neighbors or buy from their neighbors, they are not in a market today. So we don't know it once you get a market in place if they will be net sellers or importers. They are public power, the utilities, two federal agencies, public powers and cooperatives, but they are parts of expanded part of, looking at the map on slide 5, expanded parts of Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, and a little bit of Arizona. And so again, one thing clarified, that we were asked about this yesterday. So you see the demarcation between the West and SPP today. They will have a separate balancing authority. They will have their own transmission cost allocation. So they will pay for their transmission. The East will pay for the East transmission. And there will be a dispatched market with optimizing power across the DC ties. So in the example I gave earlier, let's say the wind's blowing in Colorado, and I'm just picking on wind. It could be any other type of generation, but the wind's blowing in Colorado and it's not blowing in Kansas. And they have extra wind in Colorado. So you could push that power across the DC ties because it's cheaper to where the load needs it. And then when the front moves through and the wind quits blowing in Colorado, and then the wind's blowing in Kansas, today we may be curtailing that wind because there's not enough capacity to move it. Well, then you could ship it west and help dispatch that. And I use wind as an example because it's the lowest cost, and as a result, it will clear the market, but it could be any types of generation resources.
Okay.
So
And
I
then
hope that's helpful.
if and when they come on, will that be an expansion of SPP or is it simply an RTO connection into SPP?
Yeah, it's an expansion of SPP. It will be the first time you will have a market on both sides of a DC tie. So we'll have some unique aspects where basically it'll be optimized and coordinated to maximize lower cost power going across the DC ties. We do that today with ERCOT, but it's not a coordinated market. Those are just kind of bilateral imports and exports in and out of ERCOT. And we do the same with MISO today. We ship power to MISO and they ship it to us. You can get on our website and look real time. We're moving power back and forth because it's economic. It makes sense.
Okay. And then the final one is, and we talked about this a little bit when we were in Arkansas at the SPP headquarters a few weeks back, but concerns from SPP standpoint if Kansas starts shutting down coal prematurely.
Yeah, if we're shutting down plants, the capacity in our region will go down, and that is a concern of ours. We co-signed letters with other RTOs, and we sent our own letter to the EPA about our concerns about EPA regulations forcing retirements. And it is a concern, any generation, that if it is shut down, whether it's through an EPA regulation or economics or just a utilities decision, we have concern because it's going to reduce the margin of what we need to keep the lights on.
All right. I don't have any more questions for you. I appreciate you being here with us 2 days in a row. So if anything comes up, I guess you know how to get a hold of us, and hopefully we'll keep the lines of communications open as we move into next year here.
Sounds good. If you need anything else from me, I do have an action item to come up with how much of our winter weather URI report has been complete. And thank you for your time. And really want to acknowledge the leadership of Andrew French. He's done an incredible job in his tenure as president of the RSC, making very difficult decisions. And they'll have a couple key resource adequacy votes later this month. So thank you for the invite. and
I
look
would
forward to-
pass. I would pass it along, but he's sitting out here with a big grin on his face. So, all right, thank you, Paul.
Thank
So,
you.
Next up, we've got Kayla Mesmore, who is the VP of Strategy and Long-Term Planning with Evergy. Kayla, welcome to the committee. I'm sure you're going to get drilled on some good questions as you
Oh,
get here.
I'm looking forward to it. Is this on?
I believe so.
Is this working?
Take it away.
Great. All right. So while we pull up the slides, I'll quickly introduce myself. As the chair said, I am Kayla Mesmore. I am the Vice President of Strategy and Long-Term Planning, and I am shorter than the last presenter, so I'm going to adjust that. So I am responsible for resource planning, long-term transmission and distribution planning, ops technology, some of the North American Electric Reliability Corporation reliability standards, and corporate strategy for Evergy. So I'm going to focus today primarily on resource planning and give just an overview of how we do our resource planning. Actually, Paul's presentation set up a lot of the topics I'm going to talk about really well. So I'll try and build on what he said versus repeating it, but can try and talk about it from how we take what they do and input it into our planning. So if we start on the agenda, I will skip the Evergy overview for the most part. Sorry, I am in charge of this. There we go. I will skip the Evergy overview for the most part and move right into what is an integrated resource plan. For the rest of this, I will say IRP because that's a lot of words and syllables. So IRP is integrated resource plan. I'll describe what that is, and then I'll talk through how we build it and how what SPP does impacts the way that we build an IRP. Last, I'll talk about what our current preferred plan is, what our current resource plan is, and kind of why it looks the way that it does. Then I'll have time for questions at the end. So y'all are familiar with Evergy. This is our service territory, so I will skip over this. But before I get into this, wanted to do a quick refresher on energy and capacity because I'll use those phrases or terms quite a bit as I talk and want to set the groundwork before I get into it. In Paul's presentation, he actually had a good analogy where capacity is how many players you have on a baseball team, and then energy is their actual output during a game. So capacity is how much ability do I have to generate power at maximum. So if everything was on, what is the capacity to generate from those resources? Energy is how much did I actually generate over a given period of time. So you can see on this slide that there's a difference in the mix for each of our utilities if you compare capacity on the top to energy on the bottom. The most significant difference is for natural gas. So you can tell, let's see, we'll look at Kansas Central. Natural gas is 21.4% of capacity, and you can't see it because the transcription is in the way, but it's less than 6% of energy. So what that is, and actually it was a really good question earlier about the interplay between the market dispatch and the capacity requirement. So what you see is you're building capacity for those peak times. A lot of times that's natural gas. It's dispatchable. It can be called on in the highest load hours, but it's not running all the time because it's a pretty high cost resource from a variable market perspective. So I'll explain how that works, but that's why there's a disconnect sometimes between what you're building to meet your capacity requirements, which is your peak need, and what's actually running in every one of the 8,760 hours in a year. Hopefully that makes sense. It will be important as we get into the rest of this. When we think about our resource planning, when we think about our strategy, the three things that we're trying to balance at all times are reliability, affordability, and sustainability. Like Paul said, for us as well, reliability is what we have to do first. So everything that we're doing is taking what we get from SPP and saying, what is a resource mix that can maintain reliability from a planning reserve margin and accreditation standpoint. So I'll cover all that in more detail. Once you've met reliability as your first requirement, then you optimize for the lowest risk-adjusted cost plan. So you say there's a lot of uncertainty in the future. All of these things will cost money to build and to have on the system. They'll cost money to run, to actually provide energy for customers. So what's the lowest risk-adjusted cost plan? And then finally, sustainability is one of the major risks that we're looking at when we assess the risk-adjusted cost of a plan. So there's environmental regulation, there's continued increases in capacity requirements. There's all kinds of things that can drive a need to get away from depending primarily on fossil fuels, which is what we've done historically, and add to that fuel diversity. So we'll talk through how all of those factors play into an integrated resource plan to produce a pretty diverse resource mix at the end of it, just through the way that all of these factors interplay with each other. So what is an integrated resource plan? First and foremost, it's a regulatory requirement. We file a full compliance filing every 3 years in both Kansas and Missouri, with annual updates every year. It's a very dynamic process because the world is changing very quickly these days. So we're trying to make sure our plan stays up to date with the latest market dynamics. And what an IRP produces is a 20-year plan of how do we meet our customers' energy requirements for the next 20 years, whether it's through supply side kind of traditional power plant resources or demand side resources like demand response, distributed resources, things like that. So when you get through an IRP, what you produce is what's called a preferred plan or a preferred portfolio that says at this point in time, this is the lowest risk adjusted cost plan, and we're selecting it as the plan that we're going to execute on. We continue updating that as conditions change, but that's what an IRP is doing. Taking it up yet another level, if you really think about how you build an IRP, these are the 4 factors that go into it, and I'll talk through each of them individually. First is simplistically, how much do we need? So that's how much do we need to keep the lights on reliably? I call it capacity and energy requirements. Paul talked about that quite a bit, and I'll hit on it in more detail as how it applies to us. But that's one, how much do you need for the next 20 years? Items 2 and 3, commodity prices and carbon restrictions, are basically what world are we operating in? There's a macroeconomic world of natural gas prices particularly, which can impact the economics of any plant and also the prices we pay for wholesale energy. That's a hugely important part of the world we're operating in. And then what are the restrictions on carbon emissions and anything that could drive the cost of operating fossil fuels in that world? Those are the 2 main characteristics of what world are we living in. And when we look at those in the IRP, we're looking at a really wide range of scenarios. So I'll talk about it later. We're looking at some worlds where there's no restriction on carbon, some where there's a pretty extreme restriction on carbon, like the rules that the EPA has recently proposed. That's a pretty aggressive amount of carbon restriction. And then we're looking at one in the middle of what is kind of splitting the difference between those 2 worlds. What is the most economic plan in that environment? And then last is, given all of those things, I know how much I need, I know what worlds I could be operating in. How do different technologies compare to each other? And so we'll talk through some of the trade-offs between different technologies. You'll see at the end that our answer is it's a little bit of everything, is where we get from a fuel diversity perspective. And the reason for that is that if you only go in on one fuel, it will work in one scenario and it won't work in the rest. So you look at a variety of scenarios, which drives different resources to be more economic in each of those scenarios. And ultimately, you end up with a mix over time. All right. So I'm not going to explain SPP to you because Paul just did a great job and you're all very familiar with SPP. But I will talk a little bit about some of the ways we interact with them. And specifically, I'm going to focus on resource adequacy, which is on the right. So that's how do we take everything Paul just described and put it into our resource planning. And then on the left side of this, I'm going to talk about the market and how that impacts our operations and the way that we plan. So Paul did a good job explaining resource adequacy. I would say simplistically, it's looking at all of the potential risks in terms of resource performance and energy needs and saying how much or will a resource mix be sufficient to provide energy in every hour when it's needed with an acceptable level of risk. Because all you know is that things will go wrong. Resource adequacy is it's trying to take that into account and plan for issues in reliability at the pool level and assess this is how much you need and of what kind of resources to keep the lights on. This is my very simplified view of what all goes into resource adequacy. In actuality, it's a big probabilistic model that you feed a bunch of stuff and then it crunches zillions of scenarios, to use the technical term, lots and lots of scenarios. And it says in some of these scenarios, we didn't have enough. In most of them, we did. I'm going to tell you how much you need to meet the requirements in basically all of those scenarios, all but 1 day in 10. If you've ever heard that, that's the typical standard for loss of load, which is saying when I run thousands of weather years through this scenario or through this model, I want it to produce how much do I need to only shed load 1 day out of every 10 years. That's what 1 day in 10 means. All right, so these are the main things that you're looking at in a resource adequacy model. I won't talk about all of them, but first of all, on the left-hand side, that's how much do customers need. That's load, factoring in the fact that you don't actually know what the load is going to be in any given hour. You can forecast it, but you know that you're probably wrong, but to some extent on either side. So you're taking that load, applying forecast error to say what could it be if I'm wrong to the low side or the high side. You're looking at, and sorry, there's an acronym on here I didn't catch, but distributed energy resources or demand response, which is all of those demand side resources that you have, things like rooftop solar, things like demand response, which could change the load in any given hour. Next, Paul talked a ton about imports. So that's when I'm looking at any given hour in a resource adequacy assessment, I need to think through to what extent do I think I'll be able to draw from my neighbors? Because that informs how much I need to have within my borders. That makes sense. So you're looking at that. That's a hugely important assumption in a resource adequacy assessment. And then next is renewable resources. Will the wind be blowing? Will the sun be shining? To what extent? Will I have outages of my thermal resources, whether driven by unavailability of fuel or just they broke? It could be driven by any of those things. So you put that in and you randomize all of that. You look at all of it across thousands and thousands of hours. And what's really important in the bottom of it is you look at how are those risks correlated to each other. So when you think about Winter Storm Uri, what happened is that at every stage of this, you were impacted by one driver, which is that it was really, really cold for a long time. So that means load was higher than you expected. That means your imports were not as available as you expected because your neighbors were really cold also. It means the wind was blowing less because typically you have less renewable resources when it's cold. The sun wasn't shining because it was snowing. The natural gas wasn't available because it was being used for heat. You started to have things break because they were cold. All of those things are correlated. So that's the important thing, and what SPP has been working to incorporate better into their planning is that these risks are not random. They are correlated to each other, and that's why you have to think about them in concert. And that's why you've seen some of the reliability requirements increase, because they're trying to take better account of how those things play together. That makes sense. All right. Paul talked about both of these things, but what we get from a resource adequacy requirement perspective is on the left-hand side, they tell us the planning reserve margin, which is you take your load, I need you to have X% more than that of accredited capacity to meet your requirement. That's going to cover the risks of some of your resources not performing like we expected. That's going to cover all those different sources of uncertainty. Next, they give us, here's the methodology for how you can count your resources. So I like to think of accreditation as basically how good is this resource compared to a perfect resource. That's what you're trying to account for. So it'll vary. Some resources are more dispatchable, so they're closer to perfect, but still not perfect. That's what accreditation is trying to account for. So when we put it into the IRP, we say, not only do I have to meet my requirement, but I have to meet it with accredited capacity. So I need to have enough capacity that is counted by SPP to meet that requirement. And this is I'm glad these numbers line up with what Paul said. Otherwise, I was going to have some explaining to do. But these are some kind of rough estimations of how capacity accreditation works and what numbers it produces for different technology types. So on the two on the left are wind and solar. So you can see a pretty big range there. And this is all under the effective load carrying capability methodology that Paul described they're moving towards. It's a little higher under their current accreditation, but this is where we'd see it going. So the reason for the variation, so solar in particular, you see a really big range there. And what that range is driven by is seasons. So solar will get a lot of credit in the summer, not that much in the winter because of snow. Solar panels not great when they're covered in snow. Wind, on the other hand, is a tighter band season to season, but it is seeing lower accreditation overall. And that's because solar is generally more peak correlated, sun shining when it's hot outside. That makes sense. Wind is less peak correlated. Storage is also going to be accredited under effective load carrying capability, and that is, you can tell it's a lot higher than wind and solar, but that makes sense because it's storage and it's dispatchable. What you're actually taking into account there, this is probably unnecessarily technical, is the fact that the storage might not be charged when you need it most. So that's why it's not perfect. You're saying I might have discharged it a little too early and now I don't have it for the peak time. So that's what you're haircutting on storage. And the next thermal, that's performance-based accreditation, which is what Paul described, and that's taking into account the reliability performance of thermal resources and giving them a haircut in accreditation based on that. One thing I'll hit on solar, wind, and storage, so I think it's important, and I think it's why effective load carrying capability methodology makes sense, is that it actually has declining accreditation over time as you add more and more of that resource. So as you add more and more wind, each wind farm is getting less credit overall, or like the next wind farm is getting less credit. And what that's saying is that I can add infinity wind turbines, but ultimately the wind's not blowing. So it doesn't matter how many wind turbines I added because the wind's not blowing. Whereas if I add infinity thermal resources, I do actually get benefit from every single thermal resource because they're not dependent on that external factor, if that makes sense. So that's an extreme example. It declines very slowly over time, but that is an important factor in ELCC, which I think a lot of people don't know. And so it's interesting. So let's talk about us next and how all of this impacts us. I think Paul said he was talking about the increase in the reserve margin from 12 to 15%. We're a 10,000 megawatt peak utility, so 3% increase in reserve margin is about 300 megawatts. So that was the impact just of that one change in their planning reserve margin. If you look at Kansas Central this year and next year, roughly before all of these changes are taken into account, you see we had a 400 megawatt surplus. So we were relatively long on our requirements. Like Paul mentioned, a lot of utilities had excess capacity. Then you take into account the changes in resource adequacy. That takes away about half of that length. Next, you take away just the increases in load that we're seeing. Some of it's Panasonic, but honestly, it's a lot of new loads that are all around the same size as Panasonic. So that takes away our load. Basically, at this point, we don't have enough to serve those incremental loads that are looking to come to our territory, which is why it's so important that we start adding resources. Next, we have the Lawrence retirement. We talked a little bit about the pace of coal retirements, and the Lawrence one is actually the only one we have pre-2030 in our plans. We are going quite slow on coal retirements, and it's because of everything that we've talked about so far today and more that I'll cover. But Lawrence, that's actually only about 120 megawatt unit. It's fairly small for Lawrence 4, so we are able to replace that capacity. But with all of these changes that have happened right in the 24 to 26 timeframe, we delayed the retirement slightly in our latest IRP to make sure that we have time to build all these new resources that will replace it before it's retired, not after. Next, we have future coal retirements. This is just looking at what if we had one more unit retire, how big is that capacity need at that point? And it's about 1,000 megawatts. So with these 4 things changing, we swing from length of about 400 megawatts to a need of about 1,000. So it's a big change. And when we put all of this into the resource plan, into the IRP, what we're trying to solve for is the most economic way to meet that need. All right. Next, we're going to switch to the integrated market. We're going to do a little bit of supply curves. So sorry in advance, but I love supply curves. So hopefully this will help. It was a really good question earlier about the kind of the disconnect between the price signals in the market versus the capacity requirements. So I'll at least explain those disconnects and how we think about them. I won't say that there's not a disconnect because there is sort of by design, but that's what we'll talk about here. So before the SPP integrated market, which was put in place in 2014. Everybody was their own balancing authority. So Westar had its power plants, had its load. It said, I'm going to dispatch my power plants to meet my load in every hour. I can buy a little bit from my neighbors bilaterally, but my job is dispatch my power plants to meet my load. With the advent of the integrated market, it's different now. So SPP is in the middle. They are buying every megawatt hour produced by a generator in all of SPP, and they are selling every megawatt hour of load to loads in the SPP. So that's where the market between those two things becomes a really big factor in our plan. I'll talk through how that works and why it matters, but that's the fundamental shift that happened with the integrated market, is that instead of saying I need X number of megawatt hours and I have to provide them all myself, now I have this opportunity to buy more economic megawatt hours from others out of the market without having to dispatch my resources. That's lower cost because you're producing only those megawatt hours are being produced because they are more economic, but it is also more complicated. So here's my supply curve. All right. So this is what SPP is doing. Very simplified, is that they're taking every resource that's available in the pool, they're stacking it up based on marginal cost. So every resource is going to say, this is how much it will cost me to produce the next megawatt hour you asked me to produce. They're going to put them in order from lowest cost to highest cost and put them in this like this. Then they're going to say, where is my load for the entire pool? And that's your demand. So that will set the price. Whatever the last resource is that's called on based on that load is going to set the price for every generator that got called on at that time. So, and it's also going to set the price for every load that's being purchased in that hour. So if I say that I have a ton of resources, like I have a bunch of oil resources, for example, they're not going to get called on because SPP's load isn't getting that far into the stack. On the other side, if I have wind that's being offered in at negative $30 because I can get a production tax credit from generating, then I'm going to be dispatched because I'm economic, and I'm going to make, in this case, $50 for every megawatt hour because I offered in at negative 30. The market price cleared at 20 because the coal unit was the last unit called on. And so I just made $50. At the same time, every megawatt hour that Kansas Central purchases from the market in that time, they're paying $20 for. That makes sense. So in the balancing authority, the pre-integrated marketplace world, they would have just said, I don't have all this wind, I don't have all this solar. I'm going to have to dispatch everything I need to meet that megawatt hour. They could be getting into gas plants, having to buy natural gas. They could be having to dispatch oil. None of that's having to happen in this integrated, more economies of scale type world. So it's simple. This is what the day-ahead market does. SPP has other markets. If we want to talk about them, we will need more time. So I will not get into them, but this is the one that matters the most for the resource planning process. Oh, and actually, I'm going to hit one more thing here before I move. I mentioned early on that the items 2 and 3 on that list were what world are we operating in? This is why gas prices matter. So yes, natural gas prices drive the price I have to pay for natural gas. That's fairly intuitive. But what also happens is that every time that load gets into the gas part of the supply curve, so say it's not that windy, maybe coal's not available, or load is just really high, so that orange line is moving to the right. Every time I get into natural gas, my price that I pay for energy is now pegged directly to natural gas prices. So any high load time, what I, Kansas Central, have to buy from the market is going to be completely driven, almost completely driven by natural gas price. So if, say, gas is $2, typical heat rate is 10. So I'm going to pay $20 for energy whenever it gets into natural gas at a low price. But now say gas goes to $6. Now I'm paying $60 for every megawatt hour of gas, of energy that I produce in that high gas world. So that's what the IRP is looking at. It's looking at the impact on fuel costs, but also how does gas price drive the marginal energy cost in the market. And now we'll talk about carbon restrictions. So I think it's a little more intuitive to think about carbon restrictions in terms of a tax, because then you can say, I have to pay X amount every time I generate carbon. That goes into my marginal cost. That sets a higher market price. That's fairly intuitive. Of course, we don't look at it that way because that would be too simple. So instead, we're looking at what are some different levels of restrictions which could be implemented, which says, regardless of the economics, what is the best way I could dispatch while staying below a level of carbon emissions in these scenarios? Like I said, we run 3 different scenarios, one where there's no restriction, one where there's a pretty high restriction, and then one in the middle. We actually use SPP's assumptions for this. I think it makes sense to say synced up with how they're assuming different resource mixes are, but this is the way that we look at potential carbon restrictions and their impact on market prices, which is counterintuitive, as we will talk about in a second. And the reason it's counterintuitive is because of more supply curves. So if you say that there's a high carbon restriction that's forcing people to build more renewables, that makes sense. But what that does is look at the top right, you see the supply curve with a ton of wind and solar. And at this kind of normal level of load, my marginal unit is now a solar farm with a PTC. So my price for all load, all generators in the market is now, call it -20 or -30. So it's not congestion driven, that's just energy. The last megawatt hour generated is at a negative price. So that produces lower market prices. Next, what if you have a high load and it's nighttime, so the solar is not running? So now you're into natural gas immediately because you're carbon restricted. You can't run coal. It's not you're kind of saving your coal for the very, very worst times in a carbon restricted world. So now you're just riding the natural gas price up and down is what you're doing in those times where you don't have solar resources. So what you're seeing is that you're jumping between negative and high price, negative, high price, negative, high price. And that's kind of the crazy market signal that you see in these restricted worlds, which is why this is a factor in our planning, but we can't really plan to this market because it's not producing really the right types of signals to drive build decisions. It's driving economic operational decisions, but not build decisions. Here's my simplified way, just for a cheat sheet of why these different factors matter. If gas prices go up, so your fuel costs increase, your wholesale energy price increases, which means that generators make more money in the market, but it also means that I pay more money for load in the market. So every time a generator makes more money, generally, that means that load is having to pay more at the same time because they're paying the same price or getting paid the same price. Next, this is the confusing one with carbon. So if carbon restrictions go up, you build more renewables, and it is simplistically more expensive to operate fossil because you can't operate it as often. What that means is, weirdly, market prices go down because you're building so much renewables. So in a lot of hours, you're having negative or very low prices with those zero cost resources. That means generator revenue goes down, but it also means the cost to serve load in the wholesale market goes down because, again, those two things are the same price. What goes up is you have more volatility, like I said, jumping between negative or zero and natural gas price back and forth. You also obviously have more reliability risk if you haven't met your capacity requirements at the same time to make sure you have enough for those worst hours. These are the actual market prices from our IRP, and they show how weird this dynamic is, where intuitively the top 3 lines from lightest to darkest, that's as your gas price goes up. So increasing gas price, increasing market price. The bottom 3 lines are that high carbon restricted, so that heavily carbon restricted world. And while there is still an increase driven by gas price between the different scenarios, you see it going down. In one of them, the average price is 0. That's because you have so much renewable energy that on average, those guys are on the margin. So they're driving a $0 energy price, which is not a very helpful incentive for building resources. So that's why we try to think about things in terms of what's the cost of the megawatt hour that we're generating. Yes, all of these energy prices can give us revenue and can impact how much we have to pay for load. But we try to look at our customers need this amount. What's the lowest cost way to provide that to them? Yes, some of it will come from the market if it's more economic in that hour. but what's the lowest cost way to give them the megawatt hours that they need? This is from Lazard, so this is publicly available. And I simplified it a little bit just to make it easier to digest. But this is the levelized cost of energy from different technologies. And you can tell this is taking all fixed and variable costs, dividing it by a typical amount of production or energy in a given year, saying what's the cost per megawatt hour that this technology produces. Maybe not surprisingly, maybe surprisingly, solar and wind is the lowest cost on an incentivized basis. So if I'm just looking at the fixed and variable cost to produce a megawatt hour, solar and wind is the lowest cost. We already talked about how you can't meet capacity requirements with only solar and wind. So this is where the balance comes in of, yes, it's low cost energy. Yes, it is driving down wholesale energy prices, which is good for load, but it can't be the only thing in your portfolio. Next, you have gas combined cycle and existing coal are right around the same cost. That will look kind of intuitive when you look at our resource mix, which does have us kind of replacing some coal with new gas combined cycle and also retaining coal in the long term because it's relatively cheap to continue operating. And then gas combustion turbine is another interesting one where it's a very high cost resource on an energy basis, and that's because they don't run. Typically, a gas combustion turbine is going to have a much higher heat rate, which means it's not going to get dispatched on very often, but it's the cheapest capacity resource. So if I was only building to meet my capacity requirement, I would build a zillion CTs. That's what I would do. That would be a very expensive energy mix. I would not want to run those resources all the time. It would be very costly, but that's the trade-off between if I was just planning for energy, build all the wind in the world. If I was just planning for capacity, build all the CTs in the world. Our plan looks like a mix of those two things, and it's because we're doing both at the same time. But I think this is helpful. Also, you can think about how those two factors of gas and carbon restrictions change these numbers. So a gas combined cycle or a gas combustion turbine, if gas prices go up, that bar gets higher because there's a gas price implied in that cost. If existing coal is now carbon restricted, it's not going to run as often. That guy's denominator gets lower, which makes the cost get higher. So it's kind of confusing, but all of these are impacted by everything that I've talked about, and they change based on the scenario you're looking at. So this is what we're doing, is we take on the right-hand side, we have my capacity requirements, which is defined by SPP's resource adequacy rules. I have energy requirements, which is that I want to be able to provide not just for that peak hour, but in every hour at the most economic cost I can. And then in some of these scenarios, I need that energy to not only be there, but I need it to be carbon free so that I'm able to meet these requirements if I'm operating in a carbon restricted world. With all of that as my needs, that's what the customers need. On the left-hand side, I say, how much do my different resources cost? What world am I operating in? How much energy revenue are they going to get? And then what's the chance that I'm wrong about any of these key factors? Spoiler, I'm wrong about all of them. I know that. So that's why we have to look at a wide range of scenarios, because as a planner by trade, I'm very confident in saying I do not know what the future will look like. That's just a hazard of the job. But what I do know is that I can look at a wide range of uncertainties and I can probably capture the future in that band. So that's what we're trying to do. This is our current resource mix or resource plan over the next 20 years. I've described a lot of this already, and actually I'm just going to skip to the next slide because I think it highlights it a little better, is that you see back in 2005, we were a very fossil dependent company. So this is almost entirely natural gas and coal. That has shifted over time. And then when you look to 2040, that pie has a lot of slices, and that is what I like. That is a very diverse mix of resources. It's a decent amount of wind, a decent amount of solar. It has new natural gas, retains some of our coal, continues to leverage Wolf Creek from a nuclear perspective. And we also have this placeholder, which everyone loves, of non-emitting firm dispatchable resources. What that is saying is that if we want to retire a substantial portion of our coal fleet, which you can see on the prior slide, is happening between 2036 and 2041. The renewable technologies that we have today are not going to cut it. So they are not enough to replace that much coal. What we have in there are placeholders. We call them non-emitting firm dispatchable technologies. They could be new nuclear, they could be hydrogen, they could be long duration energy storage. We model them as natural gas. They are natural gas combined cycles and combustion turbines, a little bit of both. So our thought there is that technology is going to change a lot over the next 15 years. As we get closer, we'll get to see, one, are those technologies evolving fast enough to the point we think that they are going to be economic to replace coal? If not, we have a couple options. You could delay the coal retirements until technology is able to support it, or you could actually build new natural gas if that's the right economics at that time. We don't have that sort of placeholder until the late 2030s because we don't want to be planning around hypothetical technology too soon. But that is the way that we factored in the pace of change so we can continue moving towards this transition without moving too quickly. So that's the way we think about our plan. Next slide is future considerations, because we are working on the next IRP right now. So we just finished this one. Now we're starting on the next one. And these are some of the things we're monitoring in terms of cost of renewables, supply chain challenges. The Environmental Protection Agency's rules have the potential to be hugely impactful if they're put forward as proposed. So we filed similar comments like Paul mentioned to make sure that reliability is maintained and not that we don't go too quickly from a emissions reduction standpoint. So with that, I will stop talking so that you can ask me questions.
Thank you. That was very informative and well put through here. I'm sure we're going to have some questions coming up here, but yesterday there was several questions that were thrown toward Mo Awad. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Yep.
But I was going to ask if maybe Mr. Carmichael could revisit some of those, because I think maybe you may have some answers and he necessarily did not.
Okay.
And take a stab at it anyway.
All right.
I'd love to.
You want her to take a stab, or you want me to try to figure out which question it was, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I think the best thing for her to do is to bring us the additional information that she has in hand in response to some of those questions of yesterday. If not, I can go through my notes and we can keep working till we find the right one.
Okay. I can
have
get
any notes
started.
of your own?
Yes, I can. I can talk from my notes, and then
Would
if
you mind doing that?
I would not mind at all. So I think one of the first questions was about trying to think which one was first, was around the reliability improvement that was based on driven by
Reliability was asked before allocation questions.
Okay.
That's
reliability. There was one on capital investment
capital
levels.
investment. We were told capital investment right now is $600 million for resiliency and reliability, but they didn't know what it was 5 years ago, and they didn't know what it's going to be from 5 years from now. And I suggested that perhaps the determinative factor was the actions of dissident investors in the company.
Okay, got it. So first one was on reliability. So I think we were talking about the benefit being 26 minutes on that chart.
Yeah, I remember it was like 600 million investment and it gained us 20 minutes of reliability.
Yes, so 20 minutes per customer is the important factor there. We are not spending 600 million to save one customer, 20 minutes. I did some rough math because I was curious, and I think it's across 1.7 million customers. That's 42 million minutes, which is 700,000 hours, and it's about 80 years. So I think the system is huge. When you think about what it means when we drive a reliability improvement on average, is that it's happening on that huge scale, not just for one customer. So I think it's important to keep that in perspective because it is a very large system. I think the stat is our distribution system would go around the world 3 times. That's a lot of miles to invest in and to drive that sort of improvement. So I don't know that answers your question, but it does, at least that's how I think about it, is more at that scale.
With your leave, Mr. Chair, we're talking about slide number 12 from the presentation yesterday afternoon. And it's got Kansas Central projected SAIDI impact. Red dash is 20, green dash is -6. And the -6 is based upon executing the capital investment plan. But what I'm not understanding is 20, and I'm looking at Evergy Central, that's where I live. 20, does that mean that without these improvements, on average, your customers are going to do without power for 20 minutes a year? But if you make these improvements, it changes that number to -6, because I just can't figure out what that means.
Yeah, so like Mo said yesterday, it's a relative number. So I think our typical safety or SAIDI today is between 100 and 120. So on average, a customer is experiencing 100 minutes of interruption today. This is saying
Is that
with per year. Yeah. So without the investment, we think that would increase by about 20% to 120 minutes per year for every customer, not just one. So every customer. Some will have more, some will have less, but that's the average. And then with the investment, you actually see an improvement from 100 down to 94, if 100 is our starting point.
okay? And I guess my point is, I'm not sure that marginal improvement is worth the investment. If I can get by without that power for 100 minutes, I can probably get by without that power for 120. Now, I also understand that that's averages. You know, I've gone 4 years at my house, well, until this summer, without an outage. But on the other hand, when a tornado blows through North Riverside, I'm going to have a multi-day outage, but I'm not going to have a house to live in anyway. So I'm just not sure whether this capital investment is worth it for 20 minutes on average a year. Now, I must be thinking of it wrong, because I think most people would say, hey, if I can do without it for 100 minutes, I can do without it for 120 minutes and pay half the bill to Evergy that I'm going to have to pay otherwise. That's what's not making sense to me.
Well, like you said, this is just an average. So a lot of customers are experiencing way more than 100 minutes today. They're the ones that we focus the investment on first. So they're the ones that we're going to prioritize based on the most reliability benefit or the oldest assets or whatever that could be. So we're benefiting the customers that are having the worst reliability today, not necessarily the 100-minute person. It just on average brings it down overall.
From my experience with some of the capital improvements you're making, for example, in my district, I'm not at all convinced that these are reducing current outages. But that's something we could argue for another day.
I'm sure.
There was also, though, discussion about how much was the capital investment for reliability and resiliency. How much is the capital investment? How much is it projected to be? And then I guess from what I've learned this morning, the question also becomes, that doesn't, I think, take into account new generation resources. Maybe it does. If so, how much of it is generation as opposed to transmission and distribution?
Yeah, so I'll focus on transmission and distribution. I think the number Mo gave was a subset of that overall T&D, but just to keep it apples to apples. Transmission and distribution 2019 was about half of what it is in 2023. So it's approximately doubled at this point, but it's staying pretty flat for the next 5 years. So there isn't a kind of continued increase. The new generation investments are incremental to that or not included in that number, but they kind of vary by year. So I don't think it's not like those have doubled on a every single year basis. They're just occurring in some years and not others.
Mr. Chairman, I know we're about out. I don't want to take any more time except one question, because I think I must have misunderstood you. But are you telling me that under the new integrated resource plan, that Evergy's capital investment in new transmission and distribution is anticipated to remain flat for the next 5 years?
That's not in the integrated resource plan, but in our latest capital plan filing, that's what it says.
Okay. And I maybe shouldn't have referred to integrated resource, because the information I see is that you're doubling that type of investment. Am I using the wrong phrase or term?
I'd have to look at it. I was looking at the Evergy level.
Let me look a little more.
Okay, we can talk about it more.
Questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right. Senator Schellenberger. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. I was entertaining. So you're selling all your power to the Southwest Power Pool. That's what you said. So no, you're no longer selling it directly to the customer. Going to the power pool and they're washing it and laundering
Makes
it.
it sound like money
selling it
laundering.
back.
I don't love the implication that a market is money laundering, but we
So-
can carry on.
So essentially, everybody's bill should be about the same in the Southwest Power Pool, except for the cost of you to send me a bill and do the internet and have trucks running up and down the street. Is that everybody's paying the same?
Everyone's marginal energy cost is the same, which is a primary driver of purchase power. What will vary is their fuel costs, depending on if their resources are getting dispatched on. And then there's some variation across the pool based on congestion and some other things. I've overly simplified the market, but yes, the energy component should be the same, other than congestion.
So that's what Southwest Power Pool tell you how much it is to get power to my house. Is that energy charge, for example? Do they tell you how much that is? And then that's my wholesale cost.
That would be your wholesale cost. Yes. I buy for Kansas Central, say I buy 3,000 megawatts at the current wholesale energy cost. Some of that goes to your house, some of that goes to everybody else. So then the rest of the cost is getting it from SPP to you, or the cost of dispatching our resources if they're running.
The difference between my Empire bill or my Liberty bill, because I'm in Liberty and right up the street where it's Evergy, is just the cost of all the ancillary stuff.
Or they could have different fleets, so then they'll have different fuel costs and congestion could be different.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hear concerns that there's been a big overinvestment in non-dispatchable and a big underinvestment in dispatchable energy. I'm curious of your views on that.
I wouldn't say I think I think it's more of a phasing thing. So we do have a significant amount of new dispatchable resources in our plans that we'll be asking for interconnection rights with SPP, and then we'll add to our plans. But what you've seen is that people saw renewable costs came down, so you're able to buy those at a relatively low cost. They lower energy costs for everybody. This was a question or a comment earlier. So when coal generation has declined over time, it's not really because they're retiring. Some have retired, but their capacity factors are falling because they're not the cheapest resource anymore. There's all these renewables that are displacing them. So anyways, you added all these renewables, and now it's, okay, we're starting to think about the next round of coal retirements. You can't replace those with renewables. We don't have all this excess capacity anymore. So now you have the addition of dispatchable resources to replace them.
And my other question is, thank you for that, but you made the comment that the price signaling drives economic decisions, but not build decisions. And the gentleman from SPP basically said there's the economic side and then there's the requirement side.
Right.
So what does drive your build decisions? Just the analysis that you've just done and the hard reality that despite the economic signals, we need to build?
Essentially, yeah. So that's why we need SPP to make their requirements as realistic a portrayal of how reliable something will be as possible, because that is the driver of our plan, is that we have to plug those requirements in and build to meet those requirements. So if they're underestimating it, we're not building enough, because we're not going to be getting incremental market signals to do something that they're not telling us to do. So that's why those are so important. I would say the only thing that we do that's not purely resource adequacy requirement driven is we do look at, to what extent do I want to assume energy prices are low forever? If I assume energy prices are low forever, I should build zillions of combustion turbines, like I said, because they're never going to run. Just buy it from the market. That's a very risky strategy, to just assume that energy prices will be low and only have that natural gas pegged inefficient backstop to back you up. So we do balance meeting the peak requirements and ensuring, like, knowing what it would cost if we had to meet our own load in most hours. That's how we balance the two things.
Last question is, as more wind is available and is dispatched because of the economic decisions, doesn't that drive the capacity factor on those base load units lower, meaning their marginal cost gets higher? So it's kind of, you follow?
Yes, I would say, and the same will happen with solar, that it will reduce capacity factors to a certain extent. That can be a good thing. It gives you time to maintain the unit so that more time to maintain the unit so you know they'll be available in that peak hour when you need them. It can let you do things like seasonally cycle a unit when you know it won't be needed for a whole season, for example. So you can just use the wind and solar in spring and fall, whatever that might be. But it is a different operating paradigm. That's why we have to look at both the energy cost and the capacity requirement.
Yes, sir. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. I appreciate this information. Many of my constituents live in Lawrence, and you can imagine that they were not happy to hear what you told us again today, that you've pushed back the retirement of the plan. So this is more a comment than a question. I just want to thank you for coming to the Sustainability Advisory Board meeting
Absolutely.
in Lawrence. I was able to listen in to that through their YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And I just think getting this information out is going to be one of the most helpful things that we can do. So I also want to thank everyone who's listening to the committee proceedings today.
Thank you. I was happy to.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation today. I have a couple of questions, if I may, Mr. Chair. Page 11, your slide 11, factors impacting resource adequacy, and it's your simplistic graphic of showing,
yes,
yes, distribution and delivery to the home.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that you put under the column where you have the energy generators
Mm-hmm.
is forced outage rate.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't clear exactly what that meant.
Yeah, forced outage rate is essentially an unplanned outage. That's the plant trying to come online and breaking and going offline. So that's what a forced outage is. When you look at resource adequacy, you're taking into account that risk that some of these resources might not be available because something will take them offline from an equipment failure perspective or whatever it could be.
That gets back to job one, which is the reliability,
Right.
which we appreciate. Talking about slides 20 and 21, impact of carbon restrictions on generation.
Mm-hmm.
I serve on a committee that looks a lot at rules and regulations, and rules and regulations impact all kinds of industries.
Yep.
And some of the comments that you made later on were about EPA rules have the potential to be hugely impactful.
Mm-hmm.
And wanted to know, you said also that Evergy had filed comments in part of the rulemaking process at the federal level. And what were the comments? What's Evergy's policy on trying to have fewer carbon restriction regulations, more? What's Evergy's policy on that?
Yeah, and I can't remember if we ended up filing our own comments or just participating with EEI, but regardless, the comments would be the same. So our comment is, one, I think we have some issues with the level of whether they're commercially ready, the technologies that the EPA is relying on in their regulations. So there's a lot of carbon capture and hydrogen and all of this implied in the rules. We don't think it meets the standard of technology that can be leveraged in a rule like that. So it's more of a technicality. I would say in terms of regulations, it's the EPA's responsibility to assess what's necessary for public health and protecting the environment and all of that. We just think there needs to be a parallel focus on affordability and reliability of doing this in a way that keeps the lights on and doesn't harm customers from a cost perspective, because what they're doing is assuming a lot of technologies that are very expensive today. It would require them. So either we would have to pay for those technologies, or we just wouldn't be able to meet customer requirements. And so that's our challenge, is you have to balance all three at the same time. And I just think that the pace of what they're proposing is not supported by the technology today.
Excuse me. From what I've seen, it would be something that would be difficult to meet. And I would have to disagree that, everything is dictated to us by government, and that as a industry driver that you guys would have impact. That's why we have the rulemaking process and things, so that we can have those comments made. My last question, Mr. Chair, is regarding slide 21, where you talk about the IRP market price forecasts.
Yep.
And your chart shows that over the years between now and 2042, what it looks like, what that world would look like with no carbon restrictions, increasing gas prices, increasing energy prices, and then what it looks like with significant carbon restriction, aggressive renewable build out, and declining average market prices. So it's kind of, it looks like the chart is for market prices. However, how does market price impact reliability? Are we trading, cheaper energy for less reliable energy? I mean, is that what we're getting when we're getting cheaper, but it's going to be less reliable and less capacity?
I think that if, to the conversation earlier, if we were planning only around these market prices, yes, you would have an incentive to build the cheapest energy source. You would not have an incentive to maintain the more expensive capacity resources. But that's why it's so important that we have good capacity requirements, because with those in place, it doesn't matter what the energy price is. I have to build to meet my capacity requirements. So that's maintained. And this is just a factor that impacts the economics of a resource. It can say that a certain resource is more economic in one scenario, less in another. But ultimately, I'm planning to have enough to meet customer needs, regardless of what this energy price shows.
So can you build enough capacity through renewables to be reliable?
Not with significant coal retirements.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. I understand there's a follow-up question from Mr. Carmichael. Or not question, but comment.
Oh, no, a question. But the comment is that I appreciate Senator Warren's love for rules and for the study of rules and regulations, not the rules and regulations themselves. We both serve on that committee. And then, of course, we have some of the finest regulators in the state from the KCC sitting on the second row. I think I was pretty much in error. I think your numbers were correct. It looked to me like, as of the time of the merger in 2018, that the capital plan was at about $6 billion, and that at 2023 through 2028, you're at 11.6, in essence, a doubling since the time of the merger.
Yep, I think that's what I said.
Why? What changed in the last 5 years?
Yeah, so some of that in that 11 billion number is investment in new resources to start this transition over time, which wasn't happening. Generating resources. Yeah. So that wasn't happening in the 5 years during the merger. There were some retirements, but not a lot of investment in new resources. For T&D, transmission and distribution, I'd say there's 4 primary things that have changed over time. First of all, the system has, despite our best efforts, continued to age. Funny thing about all of this stuff that was built in the 70s is that it all turned 50 in the 2020s. That's just kind of how it happens, unfortunately. So all of those things have continued to age. They started reaching that 50-year mark based on when we had big build out in the past, right around the 2010s, 2020s. That's happened across the industry. So we're not alone. We're actually investing at a lower rate than a lot of our peers because of all the things we talked about in terms of maintaining affordability. But every utility has seen that they did a huge build out in the post World War II, 50s, 60s, 70s. All of it is aged now. They had been investing in their generating plants over time, getting those installed back in the 90s and the aughts. And now they're refocusing, investing in the grid. So we haven't been immune to that. We're kind of doing that same thing. The other things that have changed is that at the same time the grid is older than it's ever been, is it's being asked to do things that it has not been asked to do. The proliferation of renewables, the starting of distributed resources on the grid, that's all asking things of the system that it was not built in the 70s to be able to support. It was built to take power from Wolf Creek to Wichita. Wolf Creek, Wichita. That is not what's happening anymore. It is taking it much longer distances from a lot of distributed plants and getting it a long way to load pockets. At the same time, we're seeing higher wind speeds. We're seeing more challenges just for keeping those things up when they're in they're in the air. So that's one, system's old. Two, it's being asked to do things that it hasn't had to do before. Three, we are seeing more growth than we were seeing at that time in terms of economic development, which is great. It drives up usage across the overall territory, which drives down rates overall because fixed costs are spread across a larger amount of usage. But it does require investment to prepare the grid for those new loads, whatever size. They could be subdivisions, they could be large manufacturers. And then last is, in all of that, if you remember, we had a pandemic that drove huge inflation and supply chain challenges. So that has driven up costs for everything, but even also for investments in the grid. So we had more investment than we had historically, and it's costing more than it used to, is the simple answer.
That's the best answer I've heard from Evergy representatives in several years. Thank you.
Senator Fagg, if you have a short one, we're running out of time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep this one short. First of all, I want to say, when your presentation, I want to say thank you to Evergy, is what I'd say, because this is a very complex issue in trying to address all the issues that go into it. So first of all, I'd say thank you.
Welcome.
One thing that I was stuck on a little bit, the Lawrence Unit 4, it says driven by economics. So when I hear economics, and then I see where China and India is building new coal plants all the time. So can you talk a little bit about the economics of that plant? I know nothing about it. So
yeah, so Lawrence 4 is a pretty old plant. It's basically the oldest unit we have. So when you think about the investment required to keep it running beyond 60 years, that's part of the economic factor. So it just costs more to keep it running. If we wanted to run it for another 20 years, we'd have to do really dramatic capital investment to do that. The economics are also, I don't know that much about the energy markets in China and India, but with the wind that we have much lower capacity factors. India and China are going to be balancing more from a reliability perspective. I don't know that they have integrated markets. So, and I don't know that they have that much wind and solar. So it's a very different dynamic where they will just build a coal plant because they say, I need megawatt hours. I just built a source of megawatt hours. I now run that coal plant at 100% all the time, and it provides those megawatt hours that I needed. So it's very different for us, where we can take the low cost power from the wind and solar that we have. That means our coal plants aren't running as much. And if we don't have to keep them for capacity requirements and they're old and need a lot of investment, that's where a retirement could make sense. Welcome.
All right. And then just briefly, have you presented to our committees previously?
I have not.
Hopefully you will be available in January.
Just
you
let
seem
me
to
know.
have the answers we're looking for.
I'm happy to talk about lots of things. So
real briefly, and then we need to get out of here. This has all been about IRP. I'm looking at your charts on the one page where you had the futures here, but it looks like nuclear is hanging pretty much steady.
Yep.
Is there a vision for any expansion or maybe getting into SNRs or different type of technologies of it?
Yeah. If you're asking Kayla's opinion, I really hope so. But it's a long way before that's something that I'm ready to plan around. I mentioned that in the firm dispatchable resource technology, I do think that nuclear could be part of that, maybe an SMR. But at this point, we really need to watch these next round get installed, see if they can happen on time, on budget, and then we can start planning around that being a part of replacing our coal fleet over time.
I appreciate that. And then this is not a question you may have an answer to. I'm not, but if you could maybe follow up on, it's a curiosity I've got.
Okay.
As we grow more and more solar,
yes,
you've got certain chemicals in them, cadmium telluride.
Oh dear, I definitely won't know the answer to
but
this.
it's irrelevant from a rooftop perspective. But when you get a solar farm that's a couple thousand acres in expanse, are there emergency is there plans there if, for example, some of those, if it's mixed with, I don't know, we're in Kansas, hailstones and water, you can actually have a hydrochloric output of it. What's that mean from a very large scale solar plant? And again, on the rooftop, I'm sure it's insignificant whatsoever. but I'd really like to find something more out on that.
Yes, you have surpassed my knowledge by
And that's-
quite a long shot. So we will have to come back.
Okay. With that, I sure appreciate your time here and hope to see you in January, February.
Absolutely. Thank you all.
All right. So we are going to take a short break here and just make it 15 minutes. We'll be a little bit late coming back. Please don't leave yet. I need the parties that are participating in the panel. Please meet with Lindsay Archer right up here, and we'll get you set up. Thank you.
go like this and go live to you.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're going to do something a little bit different here. And then we've got a panel of people that are in the industry. And we invited them up to our, I don't know if you call it the table, the bench, whatever, but they're sitting up here with us. And we're going to give them equal time to just kind of discuss their perspectives on IRPs, load forecasts, and their plans moving forward. First off, what I might do is have you go, let's start with Pat and just go around and introduce yourselves so everybody's got your names. You'll have to turn the microphones on. There's a little button on the front there with a blue light that'll light up.
Patrick Park, CEO at Midwest Energy.
Corey Linville, I'm the Chief Operations Officer for Power Supply and Generation at Sunflower Electric.
Good morning, Suzanne Lane, Executive Vice President and CEO for Kansas Electric Power Cooperative, or KEPCO.
Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, Paul Malberg, General Manager of Kansas Municipal Energy Agency, and thank you for having us.
And good morning, I'm Colin Hanson, CEO and General Manager of KPP Energy.
I'm Jeremy Ash, Chief Operating Officer at Kansas City Board of Public Utilities.
All right. Well, welcome to the committee. You're kind of up here with us here. And I think what we'll do is maybe just have it start off with Pat. And I will make one comment here that, we started a little bit late, but we're having lunch brought in. So if we have to go a little bit late, I'd like to hear you guys' perspective. Might as well just bring that up right now, but we're having lunch catered in by Jen Kerr Savati Public Affairs. We thank you. And I think that's going to be coming on here, around 12 or so. Oh, it's actually here. I don't know if I want them to eat yet. Yeah, we might run it up to about close to 12, but I'm encouraging the panel here to keep going as we get into the lunch a little bit. And I beg everybody's forgiveness if we sit up here and eat in front of you. I think we're going to have some good information and I'd like to hear it. So, Patrick, if you'd like to start off, just make sure your microphone's on and you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Your packet should include just a single sheet flyer from Midwest Energy, blue and green graphics on one side. My notes are on the other side of that with a simple bar chart. I think Mr. Susky did a great job this morning outlining the big challenges before us. So I just want to jump down to the bar chart showing you what our total resources available to us are through 2031 and our retail load obligations. And so you can see the impact that the planning reserve margin and the ELCC and performance-based accreditation have on us. So we get to a point in 26 where we are capacity deficient. And so we are beginning our planning now, but more important than that is in the years 29 through 31, we have several contracts expiring. So we are certainly in the mode of looking to the market for other resources. I would say that we have been partners. Evergy has been an important partner for us for 4 decades, at least, in power supply. So that's one of the first places we go. And we're always talking with Evergy about what their resource look is. But one point about the performance-based accreditation, it's fully in effect in 26, but it will take some time for the utilities to respond to that, because obviously simply having the requirement doesn't put the steel in the ground. So at this point, it's a cost to us. It will only be a benefit at some point farther down the road. Then some points below the chart there. Obviously, we're watching electric vehicle load growth, but we think the adoption in our service territory, at least from a residential perspective, will be quite slow. Could have much greater growth, though, in the charging stations along the interstate. In terms of trying to reduce our peak load, something we have done just this year is implemented 3-part rates for our residential and small commercial customers. We are phasing that in over a 4-year period. Given the fact that most of our costs are driven by fixed investments and not hourly costs, what we do for infrastructure is highly important. And it's critical that we send a good price signal to our customers regarding that, especially what their load is in the late afternoon hours. So it will take some years for that to have effect. But we think that's a good move before we start planning resources, is to do what we can to mitigate our load growth. If we get to the section next about our near-term capital and capacity replacement challenges, I want to give you an illustration of what the market looks like for us, or has looked like recently. In 2021, we did a solicitation to over 350 potential bidders for energy and capacity. We had 26 entities bid, and our responses included 95 solar proposals, 17 solar plus storage, 26 wind, and 3 traditional thermal units, or proposals actually from 2 assets. So there's certainly not a excess amount, as we heard this morning, of our traditional resources out there at a time when capacity is a critical need for us. And it's not simply a matter of just finding the best proposal. Then we have to go out and look for the transmission capacity to get it here. And in this particular proposal, one of the best thermal resources was in Missouri. The best solar resource was in Oklahoma. In both cases, we would have faced a significant risk in executing that contract, because it would have taken a year or more to find out whether we had transmission capacity and what the dollars would be required to get firm transmission to our system. Coming out of Winter Storm Uri and Winter Storm Elliott, where in both cases we had pretty significant shortcomings in natural gas supply, we are, I think, facing a very big risk about relying on just-in-time fuel delivery. And so even if we retire coal and bring in natural gas, I think that it adds a dimension of risk to us that we've never seen before. And we're kind of scratching our heads on what can we do locally. Do we even go to some type of liquid fuel to have capacity in place for us? For Midwest Energy, yesterday you heard Mr. Dowling talk about our dilemma with transmission cost allocation, and the fact that our customers are providing a transmission system for users elsewhere in the system. In 2022, from an energy perspective, 40% of the energy that flowed in our system was delivered to our retail and wholesale customers. 60% went off system from off-takers who we received no compensation. So the capital demands that we have from a transmission perspective are competing with the capital demands that we'll need to build or participate in capacity construction later. So that's a big dilemma for us. And finally, the last item on the list I want to call to your attention, at least in our reading of the various statutes on property tax exemptions, firm resources, particularly dispatchable peak time resources, do not appear to be treated in the same fashion as non-dispatchable resources. And so we think there should be a look at that, so that in this world where we are short of firm resources, that we at least ought to treat those equally to, and perhaps maybe a longer tax exemption than non-dispatchable resources receive.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we let you go over a little bit on purpose, but we've got a little extra time here, so that's fine. Corey, would you mind taking it?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I work for Sunflower Electric, as I mentioned. Sunflower is a generation and transmission cooperative headquartered in Hays, Kansas. We serve the wholesale power needs of our 7 distribution member owners who serve end-use consumer loads in western and central Kansas. This morning, you heard SPP describe what the resource adequacy requirements are for load responsible entities in SPP. If you look at Sunflower's specific data around those resource adequacy requirements, our minimum credit capacity is equal to our peak demand plus our planned reserve margin. In 2022, the data we reported in 2023, our net peak demand was 941 megawatts. Our planned reserve margin, or 15% on top of that, equates to 141 megawatts. So we have a minimum need to accredit 1,082 megawatts of capacity. That's our ticket to basically participate in the wholesale energy market in SPP. We've talked about that during this session. Our actual accredited capacity last year was 1,158 megawatts. So we had a capacity position of 76 megawatts of excess capacity above our minimum requirement. If you look at the trends of each of those three variables to make up that equation, they're all leading to a situation where we know we need to add resources. So on the capacity accreditation side, the SPP rules are becoming more restrictive for existing resources. Performance-based accreditation means we're probably going to lose about 70 to 120 megawatts of what we can currently accredit from our existing resources. We have renewable resources as well with the effective load carrying capability rules and requirements. The accredited capacity from those resources is expected to decline by about 20 to 30 megawatts. So combine those two factors together, you can see that our 76 megawatt capacity surplus position is quickly going to become deficient. On top of that, we have a load forecast that has some certainty as well. We talked a little bit yesterday about some of the impacts of electrification. As consumers use electricity in different ways, that's going to increase the demand on the system. We also see there's a trend towards more edge of grid or dispatchable technologies, which will also help offset part of that. So as consumers use demand response programs or install their own behind the meter generation, that reduces our obligation as a utility to serve that load. So the impacts of those two things to a certain extent offset each other, but it creates uncertainty in the amount of demand that we expect we're going to have to serve in the future. We have to plan and have a cushion above what we anticipate. So we will plan for a small increase in demand. And then we talked about the plan and reserve margin, the fact that it's increasing as well. It went from 12% to 15% this year. We anticipate that there could be additional increases in that plan and reserve margin going forward. So the combination of those three things, less accredited capacity, higher peak demand, higher plan and reserve margin, all point to the fact we need to add resources. Add to that the fact that we have a fleet of aging resources. We have a need to retire and replace the resources we currently have. So we need to do something. What are we going to do? My colleague from Evergy this morning did a great job of kind of detailing the process the utilities go through in integrated resource planning. Sunfire goes through a very similar process where we model what the future is going to look like. We model our options to add resources. When we do that, cost is always the first thing we look at. The models are designed to identify the low-cost alternative. There are a lot of things that are skewing that cost calculation in favor of subsidized renewable resources. It's becoming more and more difficult from a cost perspective to deviate from what is being incentivized by the government through production tax credit, investment tax credit, the Inflation Reduction Act provisions, which give grant money to renewable resources. So we have to be disciplined in our approach to ensure that we maintain a balance and diversity across our resource portfolio so that we not only factor in cost, we also think about reliability. We think about the hedge value of a resource. When I talk about hedge value, you may want to invest a little more in a resource that gives you a very stable, fixed variable energy cost. As an example, in Winter Storm Uri, we saw market prices fluctuate like crazy. The fact that we had a stable coal unit that we were able to get $20 per megawatt hour energy pricing from helped us hedge that volatility in the energy prices. So we want to maintain a certain percentage of resources that give us that hedge or that insurance policy against price volatility in the market. We also want to factor in sustainability. We want to be good stewards of the environment as well. We have pressures from our end use consumers who are telling us that they have their own corporate sustainability goals that rely on a certain amount of renewable energy in their power supply. We have to support that in a way that meets their needs, but also meets the needs of the rest of our customers and members so that we can maintain cost, hedge value, reliability in combination with that sustainability. So that's...
I need to cut you off here.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Suzanne?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee. Thank you all again for having us here this morning. A little bit about KEPCO, and I know our information is also in your packet, and a lot of you are already familiar with KEPCO. We are a not-for-profit generation and transmission cooperative serving our 16 member owning distribution cooperatives, about 200,000 rural Kansans, and a little over the eastern half of the state. Very, very, very pleased to be involved in this discussion today. with the limited time and robust scope, and in trying not to be too duplicative, wanted to hit on a few points, not only in continuing the theme and similarities that you've already heard from others today, but also a couple differentiating factors specific to KEPCO. So as you've heard from the others, both with Paul at SPP and Kayla at Evergy, and already with Pat and Corey this morning, it is more and more challenging every day to be an electric utility, to keep the lights on at a reasonable cost. And you've heard a lot of the reasons and the challenges why that is the case. We're really having to be much more nimble, much more innovative, doing a lot of things that are outside of our comfort zone in order to keep the lights on again in that affordable with that affordability in mind. One of the things when it comes specifically to resource planning is factoring in cost-effective, reliable, flexible, diverse, risk appropriate, all of these different factors to make sure you don't have all your eggs in one basket, so to speak. And so that's something that I know a lot of us, all of us here are facing right now. When it comes to the differentiating factors specific to KEPCO, we're likely the only entity on this panel who's only responsible for resource planning currently for about 10% of our capacity and energy needs. We currently have a capacity agreements in place through 2032, and then we're buying the energy from the SPP market. That right there can be a beneficial aspect when you're buying energy on the market. In recent years, it's been overall pretty reasonable, especially where our load is located, but there's risk to that as well. We've been doing some energy hedging, and we're continuing to look at possibly even utilizing solar as a further energy hedge for that 10% portion of our load. For the 90%, then we have our load is covered through our co-owned and or purchased resources that are depicted on the handout, but mostly are covered through Evergy and their integrated resource planning. So we have an all requirements contract with Evergy that runs out through 2045. And within that contract, we're provided credit for the resources that we're bringing to that contract. So with everything that Kayla described and going through integrated resource planning, our load is included in their planning efforts, which we're greatly appreciative of. That is one of the things, being Evergy's largest customer currently. I know with some of the lump loads that are being looked at, KEPCO is currently Evergy's largest customer, and we greatly appreciate all that they're doing in that effort as it is becoming more and more challenging. As you can see in our information, about 65% of our annual energy needs right now are coming from non-greenhouse gas emitting resources. So hydro, nuclear, we're a part owner of Wolf Creek along with Evergy. And then with wind and solar balancing out that portfolio from the non-greenhouse gas emitting side. We're also a proud co-owner of Iatan 2, which is one of the newest coal units in the country as well. In recent years, I know others have talked about it, fuel availability has become so important. The days of saying that you've got some consistent, reliable, available fuel ready to go of any given resource are really behind us. We've seen challenges in every regard. We know the wind isn't always blowing, the sun isn't always shining, but we've had troubles getting coal delivered here due to railroad labor issues in recent years. From a nuclear perspective, some of our nuclear fuel components are sourced in the future, especially in the region of Russia. So we're trying to do some things there to mitigate some of that risk as well. So that's becoming more and more of a challenging effort. I won't reiterate some of the things that have already been talked about in regards to forecasting and resource planning that have been covered that we would just very much second the motion on. The other thing I would say that is a differentiating factor with KEPCO is that we are a transmission dependent utility. So we don't currently own transmission lines. We are very dependent on the 5 transmission owners in the state that our load is ultimately served from. So we work very closely with those folks.
I need to cut you off. Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. Paul, would you like to take it?
Yeah, good morning, and thank you for having us, Chair and committee members. Just a real quick little background on KMEA. We were formed back in 1980 when state statutes were implemented to allow for municipals to jointly enter into, at that time, coal-fired power plants were being built, and it would be an opportunity for the small municipals to go together, either to maybe build a coal plant or participate in one that was being built. We actually participated in the Kansas City BPU Nearman coal plant back then. We're no longer in that project, but that's the purpose of how we were formed. So we've been around since 1980. You'll hear from my counterpart, Colin, here, similar municipal energy agency. We're a little bit different. We're what we call a project-based joint action agency. So we help our members put their power supply portfolios together, but each one of them may be different. So we have various different projects, and you'll see that in my handout that we have a couple hydro projects, we have a couple wind projects. We're a part owner in a large gas-fired combined cycle plant. And then we buy some system products from Grand River Dam Authority out of Oklahoma. And we do some fixed energy deals with NextEra and others to bring those products to our members. As you've been hearing, a lot of challenges with resource planning, a lot of outside factors that come into play. One being we're seeing load growth. Our members are seeing load growth, and some of those can be really chunky. Some of our members may only be a 20 megawatt peaking utility, but they may have a manufacturer that wants to come in town and add 20 megawatts. So basically doubling their load. We're starting to see that. We're also just seeing some slow growth. So we haven't seen that in decades. So that's a challenge that we're starting to see. And then the SPP rules that you all been hearing about, the reserve plan margin increasing, the performance-based accreditation, the generator interconnect queue, which basically takes 5 years before you know whether you can put a generator onto the transmission system. All those outside influences we're trying to factor in. So some of the things that we're doing currently, our members are starting to put in behind the meter generation. And when I say behind the meter, that's behind their city meter. Currently we have about 130 units that our cities have today, and they're looking to put some more in either to replace those or to cover their capacity needs. So we're putting in some diesel and gas-fired small peaking turbines that we can put in as fast as we can get them. We're having power supply chain issues with that. It takes 3 years now to get some of the units that we're wanting. So we're moving pretty quickly on that, a number of our members. And then also we're looking at solar. So we're looking both at large-scale solar with the IRA and the potential federal funding on that. We're pursuing some avenues with that, as well as then building some community solar farms behind the meter as well. A lot of challenges going on with all these different factors coming in, creates a knot in how you're doing resource planning. And so those are some of the things that we're doing. So thank you.
Colin.
Yeah, good morning again, and thank you for the opportunity to be here again. I think probably what I would like to do is just get started with a little bit of an overview of KPP Energy. I think maybe of the six of us up here, we might be the youngest and the newest to the block. So just a quick couple words about who we are. Like Paul's organization, we are a not-for-profit municipal energy agency. Unlike Paul's organization, we are what's considered an all requirements joint action agency. So our members put all of their generating resources into our pool and then take all of their electricity out of the pool that we operate. I will be kind of speaking to you from the slides that hopefully you've got in your packets there, but you can see on slide 3, we've got 24 members. About half of them have generating resources in their communities. The other half do not. I did find it kind of amusing this morning listening to Paul Suski's great presentation, that his example was a small municipal utility of 150 megawatts. You put all 24 of my folks together and we get to 210. So we're maybe even a little bit smaller than that small municipal utility. We have a portfolio that includes a lot of different pieces, like my fellow panelists have mentioned. A little bit of wind, some natural gas, a lot of member-owned generation to meet our capacity needs. But what we're finding, again, like my colleagues, is as we see the planning reserve margin go from 12 to 15%, as we're seeing the introduction of the winter PRM, and as we're seeing some of the resource underperformance and performance-based accreditation, that margin that we have on the capacity side is dwindling very, very quickly. And so one of the things that we have done to try to respond to that, in 2020, we entered into the SPP generation interconnection queue a 53 megawatt dual fuel fired power plant. And when I refer to dual fuel, it largely can run on natural gas when natural gas is available and affordably priced. It can also run 100% on diesel. So if there's a Winter Storm Uri situation, it's a bit of a hedge for us to have that fuel on the ground and be able to respond accordingly. Also gives us a little bit of a hedge moving forward in terms of biofuel, possibly even ammonia or a portion of generation based on hydrogen. Other than that, I guess maybe the one last project of ours that I'll mention that's been somewhat interesting is our Solomon Energy Storage Center. That is actually a small battery storage that we put online last year. It's fully dispatchable from the SPP market, and it can hold up to 4.7 megawatt hours and be either charged or discharged in 1 megawatt blocks. So it's been a great pilot project for us to learn more about battery storage. But even more so, it's located in the city of Minneapolis in their substation. And in a normal hot summer like we just experienced, they would have to pull their diesel generators online in order to avoid voltage control issues in their community. And with the battery, we believe that they're probably going to save somewhere close to $500,000 a year on a $2.4 million project. So,
all right. Thank you, Colin. I appreciate it. Jeremy.
Yes, thank you for your time this morning. A lot of the members of the panel have touched on a lot of the associated costs and some of the pain points that we're trying to work through and dealing with everything we have on our plate. In your package, you have a little bit about Kansas City BPU, some statistics about our generators, our load profile, and some of our forecasts. We are the largest municipal utility company in the state of Kansas. We do partner with a lot of the folks here on the panel in a number of different ways. But what I would like to touch on is a little bit, Corey mentioned the fact about stable, dependable fuel sources and how that affects our reliability of our systems. We do have our Nearman power plant. It is a coal-fired power plant. We were fortunate through Winter Storm Uri. It performed and stayed online. It's a huge benefit to our community. Our community is one of the most challenged, if you will, in the state of Kansas from an economic standpoint. So when we talk about all the costs and where we're being driven to go, our challenge really is how can we keep our rates as flat for our community as we can while we still focus on the safe and reliable operation of our resources. And while I mentioned that, I would point out that at the latest or the last census study, Wyandotte County, Kansas, 21% of folks living below the poverty level. It's twice the state average and twice the national average. So when you talk about these pressures, what we have available to operate ourselves, the purchase power contracts and different things that we enter into, and then if you look at our load forecast over the next 5 years, and you see that growth is flat, these costs continue to rise for us to provide that energy to a flat customer base, and that's a real challenge for us in our circumstance, in our municipal utility. And we don't particularly see that challenge getting any easier. We are in the middle right now of a generator condition assessment, and that will funnel into also our IRP that we kicked off next week. Kicked off the generator assessment this week, kicked off the IRP next week. Roll all those things together and try to see how we best fit our capital initiatives into keeping our rates as flat as we can in a challenged community. So I don't want to stand in anybody's way of their sandwich, but be happy to answer anything I might be able to about our community.
Absolutely. I appreciate all of you being here and taking the time. I'd like to open the floor up to the committee for questions, either for individuals or to the panel as a whole. Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it was Mr. Linville that talked about you're getting your customers that are saying we have corporate, I don't know what you want to call them, requirements, and they look to you to how are you able to help individual customers with their specific situations on that?
Yeah. Primarily, our larger industrial and consumer customers have commercial customers. Sorry, a lot of times have corporate sustainability goals where they have, a need to supply their power needs with 100% renewables. As a G&T, our distribution members are actually the ones that serve those end use consumers. So the resources we have are pooled together with all the other power supply resources to serve them. However, we have tariffs that we've developed to allow the renewable energy resources to pass through directly to those end use consumers. We call it our Sunflower Renewable Energy Program. When a customer signs up to participate in that program, they get access directly to our renewable energy resource. They get the renewable energy credits, they get the cost and other attributes associated with that renewable energy resource assigned directly to them. And then that helps them meet their own individual needs and goals.
Thank you. Mr. Carmichael?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question for Mr. Hanson, I think. KPP Energy. Now, were you once the Kansas Power Pool?
We were indeed.
Okay, because I was searching through the materials and I was thinking, I know the name had changed on somebody, but you were the Kansas Power Pool, same operation, new name, higher salaries for the execs, I trust.
Exactly. Yeah, the new CEO came in and decided that he wanted to change the name because of the constant confusion between the Southwest Power Pool and the Kansas Power Pool, and the fact that we often got phone calls where they were trying to sell us chlorine or pool supplies.
Right, yeah. Well, as you might recall, your offices were on the ground floor of the building where I practiced law for 10 or 15 years. So yeah, people would come up to our office looking for you too. So, okay. My more substantive though, question for you is, in looking at your materials, I see a description of the Walnut Energy Center at Winfield. Now, is that different from the new capacity at, I think you said Mineola or Minneapolis, excuse me?
Yes. So the Winfield power plant, we refer to it as the Walnut Energy Center. We decided that we're going to name our resources after the nearest river, and it happens to be the Walnut River. That is our new facility that is still in the SPP GIQ. And so we put it in there in 2020. And one of the issues that we have is it's been, as was mentioned before, 4 to 5 years for it to pop out of the queue. And then from that point, you start looking at permitting. And from that point,
so help me, Walnut, it's not online yet?
It is not, no.
Is it under construction?
No, it is not. It's still sitting in the queue.
I see an affirmative nod from a member of the Southwest Power Pool. Okay. Okay, that's all I have for right now, Mr. Chair. There's other things, but I best defer a little bit to others.
Any other questions? I've got one for Jeremy, if I could. You'd mentioned, I think you said 21% of your population or customers were below poverty level. Is that the correct number you put out?
That's correct.
Okay. Are there special or reduced rates for those families?
We do not have special or reduced rates, but we do have a number of different utility assistance programs, some of which we fund ourselves through different mechanisms, and then some that we partner with other nonprofit providers in the community.
The subject had come up in our regular committee this past year, and we had looked at a possible bill on it, but trying to figure out how the funding should work on it, or if it's something that helps out. I was hoping maybe you had something there that you could throw into us there. So
we mainly fund some things internally, and we partner with a number of nonprofits in the community. And then we have some matching fund type employee participation programs that get rolled into utility assistance as well.
All right, very good. Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here today. Gary, this kind of goes to the whole group here. The weather event we had a couple years ago. I was kind of new in the Senate. I'll never forget that time. So my question to you, have we adjusted to handle some of that? I'm sure you've talked about it. Have you implemented it? Are we in a position, if we had a weather event in February this year, that we feel like we're better apt to handle it? That's my question.
I mentioned that a number of our members are putting in some new diesel generators. One of the benefits of that is our members that had diesel generation during Winter Storm Erie did okay. They made it through that winter storm fine. So you've heard about availability of fuel, liquid fuel versus gas fuel. So one of the benefits of having dual fuel and the ability to burn diesel when those natural gas prices do spike, that you have that in place. So that's one of the things that came out of Winter Storm Uri for our members is we want that reliability from both the standpoint of keeping the lights on and economic, the economics of it as well during these, these weather events.
And I've got a question either for Suzanne, or I might throw out Evergy here with Kayla, or maybe even Laura. But you had brought up your partial ownership of Wolf Creek Nuclear Plant. I'd love to hear a overall ownership. Who owns what parts of this thing?
Sure. Evergy owns, well, pre-merger, Westar Energy owned 47% and Kansas City Power and Light owned 47%, and
Is your
KEPCO had
microphone
6%.
on? I'm sorry.
So.
Okay.
So currently Evergy as a company in total has 94% ownership and KEPCO has 6%.
Okay. And so it's just the two owners?
Correct.
Okay. Anything Evergy like to add on that or anything? Or because I knew it was split up. Well, it was split up amongst when it was designed in the 70s. It was opened in 85, I believe, but Evergy did not exist. And we hear about, oh my goodness, there's power going over to Missouri, but it's like, I think that's Evergy's footprint. And who was the companies that originally put this together?
KG&E, so Kansas Gas and Electric, was the original legacy before they merged with Kansas Power and Light to form Westar Energy or Western Resources. We have the whole we need a diagram maybe to go through. But so KG&E and Kansas City Power and Light and KEPCO were the three original. And then with KG&E and KPL merging to form Western Resources that became Westar Energy, and then Westar merging with Kansas City Power and Light.
Thank you. We're basically out of time. If any of you would like to have any closing statements, I'm more than open to it. And other than that, after that, we're gonna break for lunch. So anybody on the panelists want to speak up with anything? Okay, well, I'm sorry, Senator Francisco.
So the one suggestion that we heard was about property tax. And so if they could really quickly let us know if that would be of benefit to the members in their service areas.
We will do some more legwork on that and get back to the committee.
Go ahead, Representative.
For our friends at the municipal power, do you pay property taxes? I mean, like the airport authority, they don't pay property tax.
Yeah, we wouldn't pay property taxes.
For our record here and for people listening, who's speaking? Say your name.
Yeah, Paul Malberg with KMEA. Right. Yeah, we wouldn't pay property taxes for generation assets in Kansas.
So I'll suggest to our mayor that the city of Wichita purchase Evergy, and then we won't have to pay. No, never mind. Thank you. My one observation, though, is that at the time Wolf Creek was built by KG&E, then when they had the merger with KPL, those of us in Wichita continued to pay higher rates for a number of years to pay for Wolf Creek when it was not profitable, if you will, until it reached full capacity demand for everything it was making. And so we paid higher rates for quite a while in Wichita. And as soon as it seemed to me that Wolf Creek became financially viable, then we combined with the old KP&L on the rate structure, which means that they got it for free. And now we have the specter of what's happening at the Ad Astra track, the old Sunflower Ammunition, or it may be people in Wichita and Emporia end up paying for all of that too. And so, pardon me if sometimes I feel a little concerned. I see somebody grabbing a microphone. Is there? Okay. I thought we had a volunteer. Thank you, Mr. Chair. But I am concerned about why it is that my constituents seemingly always end up getting
the bill. All right. Any other comments or closing? Okay. With that, I mean, we've got lunch being brought in for us and the staff. And if you guys want to stick around for general conversation, you're fine. If you want to break for lunch, the next presenter will be up at 1 p.m. And that is the other part. We will not be discussing committee business during lunchtime. Thank you. back, everybody. Most of you are all in here, so I'd like to get moving forward again. Yes, Mr. Bergquist is online listening to us. He's traveling down the turnpike, so if you're Emil, please be safe out there. Pay attention to the road. But and I think Senator Warren, she had to step out for a little bit too. So, but I think again she's online. So, okay. Before we're going to start it with the citing process, but before Leo comes up, I just wanted to give really some credit where credit is due here. This committee has been flowing extremely well. I've had lots of good compliments on it. It was not my doing. You guys need to know that. We got a bunch of staff up here, Nick, Mindy, Katie, Heather, Jesse, I appreciate you. The IT guy is jumping in here. But I forgot one name to mention, and that's Lindsay. And she has worked her tail off on this. If you like what you're seeing, it's her, it's not me. But with that, let's talk about Lindsay a little bit. Lindsay's going to leave us. Katie, can I get you to go get something for us? Well, thank you. But Lindsay, would you consider telling us what you're going to do or what your future endeavors are, or you want me to just blow it out here? You got a microphone. Lindsay, you have the floor.
Well, I don't know what I'm going to be doing, but my husband was hired by the in Nevada in a similar job to his. He works at KBOR right now, and so I am moving to Las Vegas next month. So yeah, shout out for Las Vegas if you're ever there. I mean, I'm there. Say hi, come by and say hi. I don't gamble at all. It's going to be great.
I will say, I think there's for sure 3 people sitting here who will be in Vegas starting Halloween. So we may have to look you up. But where did Katie run off to? Oh, look what she has. Just a little going away. Thank you. But truly, Lindsay, we do appreciate everything you've done. You've really worked your tail off on this one, and it's come together well. So we appreciate it. I start with her and maybe just pass them out. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I say something?
And Kate, how long have you been with the committee, Lindsay? Lindsay, I'm sorry, 2 years now? Okay, so, but.
Can I say something?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Lindsay is also a constituent of mine. So it is, I feel like extra sad because we just started to get to connect, and it's fun to have someone that I know took the same drive in as me from Lenexa. So anyways, you will be missed, Lindsay. So I'm sad that I didn't get to connect with you more, but you have done an amazing job being able to schedule everything, and especially with this interim. So thank you.
And I will say she is not afraid to say, no, Mr. Chair, this is the way it needs to be done. So I appreciate that. But same with everybody else. With that, can we get Leo Hanos? I've seen you sitting out there for a while. Looks like you're ready to go. But Leo is the chief engineer with the Kansas Corporation Commission. A little bit taller. Make sure the mic's on. And with that, you have the floor, sir.
All right, thank you very much. First of all, I want to congratulate all of you for the team, the team of experts you put together in this room. There's some great talent here. It's been really good information, almost like a seminar for me to listen to it. My portion of the discussion today is really to focus on what the KCC does, or staff does, in evaluating line siting. And I'll provide an overview of what we did for the Wolf Creek to Blackberry substation line, and also talk about our ongoing investigation into that the line siting, which is just getting started. So if I can get this to work. See if we get some slides up. I think this is the first time I've ever used slides at one of these presentations. So we'll see how that goes too. Um, so where do we get our authority? That's the first thing we always want to look at as a KCC staff, and we get it under 66-1-177. Again, as you heard yesterday, it's for transmission lines that are 230 kV and at least 5 miles long. We look at determining the necessity of the project and the reasonableness of the route. That's the two things that our goal is to do. And we must have a public hearing on the proposed line within the counties that the line passes through. And the one thing to think about is this all must be done within 120 days of the application. That's all in the statute. And think about that timing just a little bit. The commission always gets 30 days at the end after their hearing to digest the information, read through everything, come up with their determination. The hearing's 3 or 4 days. Discovery can take, every round of discovery takes 7 days to get the answers back. And we have to public meeting in all that, plus prepare 20 to 30 pages of testimony all at the same time. So that 120 days, or that 90 days actually, gets to be really tight. And if there's an area to think about that would help all of us maybe do a little better job at line sighting, would be to take a look at that time limit. I don't know where it came from or how it got in the statute. It's been around since 76 when the statute was put out there. But it really puts a bind on everybody. These are really short fuses. And we don't do a lot of these though. I've been doing electric cases since 2015, I think, so 8 years or so. This is the only greenfield line. The Blackberry to Wolf Creek is the only greenfield line we've done. We've done a couple of rebuild the line in the same place. And there's been a few that Evergy has done where they're like 115 kV lines, but they still have the same type of public meetings for those. Even though we don't get to cite those, we go to those meetings. So we participate in the meetings. But as far as a case goes, this is the first greenfield line we've done in quite a while. So before we get to line sighting, though, it's only, public utilities are the only companies, entities that are allowed to run transmission in Kansas, except there's one exception to that, and that's going to be the municipal energy agencies. They can also don't have to be public utilities to have transmission, but they have to have a line sighting. So those entities all have to go through this kind of a process. Before we get to the line sighting, though, we're going to look at the company to make sure that they're qualified to provide sufficient and efficient service in the state. And to do that, I think someone mentioned that SPP has like 41 qualified bidders in this last go around that were qualified to present a case. So every time a new company comes into place, we're going to evaluate that company to make sure they can provide the service in Kansas. And a case in point, and I'll use next year as an example, although it's by no means the only one to think about. Next year, you heard, has billions of dollars of capital invested in Kansas. They have, I think, over 150 miles of 345 kV gin tie lines in Kansas. So they know how to build lines. Now, the company that applied to become a utility in Kansas was NextEra Transmission Southwest, which is a limited liability company that's a subsidiary of the NextEra family. And because they're a subsidiary, they don't have a lot of things inside that company in Kansas. For example, there are no employees in Kansas of NextEra Transmission Southwest. There will be once the line gets up and going. Their control center that makes sure they're NERC compliant is operated out of a NextEra Transmission Control Center in Texas. The nearest crews that they can work on the lines are up at a wind farm at Soldier Creek. And they're depending on a lot of contractor help. Does that mean they can't do this? Not at all. But from our perspective, when we get into a company, are they qualified to be a utility in Kansas? We have to go through all those situations and try to make sure that we have a record developed that shows how they can do this work. And by far, they're qualified to do it. But if you read the order in the 409 docket, which is the COC docket, you're going to see that there's quite a bit of conditions that are listed there as far as reporting requirements and things along those lines. And that's because it's a brand new company coming into Kansas. And that would be the case for any of the bidders outside of the incumbent utilities that would have to build a project in Kansas. It's not only, though, the companies that are brand new to Kansas that have to look for COCs for certificates. If Evergy built a line outside of their territory going through a co-op, for example, they have to get what's called a transmission rights only certificate. And that certificate requirement in statute, the commission still has to look at the necessity of that line. And it's pretty brief, review when you look at necessity for something like Evergy. Usually it's replacing a line. That's a pretty easy thing to show necessity on. In some cases, though, we've looked at, when you take a 69 kV line and uprate it to 138, like we heard Mo talking about yesterday, pretty common practice. And you think about, well, that substation can only take 69 kV still. Why would you want to upgrade that line? But it turns out it's not that much more money to do it. It actually makes a lot of sense. And that's what Mo was pointing out the other day. You get that one-time chance to do it. You should take advantage of that. So we do look at that also when they just for a simple TRO or transmission rights only docket. So what do we do when we look at the necessity? If it's an SPP line, we've got a notice to construct. And we'll take a look at the benefit to cost ratio. We'll send data requests to SPP. If there's reliability requirements, we go through those and try to understand them. You saw this information before about how the costs impact Kansas. We'll look at those. They don't play a big role in determining necessity, but we always want to take a look at them as well. And we also review to see if there's any existing infrastructure that can accomplish the same task. And I bring that up because there's one case in all of Kansas siting that I've seen, and the docket numbers listed there is from 1985, where the commission denied a siting request because they said the line wasn't necessary. And this line went from the Wolf Creek substation, but other endpoint was up at Gardner. And the commission decided at that time that there was a route available that went, I think, from Wolf Creek to Lacine to Gardner that they said was sufficient for what they needed. It had plenty of capacity, and they denied the siting because of that. That's the only one that I think I've seen where they've actually denied it. Well, once we get through the necessity, then we get into the more contentious part, and that's a reasonableness of the route. The commission's mandate here is to determine if the proposed route is reasonable. It doesn't say the commission is to pick a route or to see if there's more than one reasonable route, which there almost always is to take a look at that route and determine if it's going to be reasonable. It's a subjective process. You take a lot of policy considerations on land use. You have an impact on people's lives. You think about it actually will. The commission in this case gets to actually assign eminent domain by approving of the route. To me, determining reasonableness is almost like, in a real simplistic way, like a zoning law. You're looking at how do you want Kansas to look like? What do you want it to be? And you're trying to decide how these lines should be built across property and what that impact is going to be. All of that is also has to be couched in what's this going to cost for the ratepayers and everybody else. So the commission or the company gets a first crack at it. They get to decide to show you this is their route and propose it. The commission begins to evaluate that for how is it reasonable. And then we have a lot of interveners. The statute requires landowners within 600 foot of the center line to be notified of the hearing. Companies almost always go to 1,000 feet or better. And you get a lot of people calling up with questions and a lot of interest, and in some cases actually intervening. And of course, you have that public meeting. And again, all of this has to be done in 90 days. And that makes it a hard thing to manage. In the cases I've been into, the applicant almost always will look at a routing study. They'll hire consulting engineers to try to evaluate all possible routes and try to come up with some way to take this very subjective decision and make it a little bit more objective. In other words, try to put some sort of rules on it so you can evaluate it. Most siting dockets that use a third-party consultant, the routing studies that I've looked at, they appear to be, they're based on a standard. There's a EPRI, which is Electric Power Research Institute. I think it's EPRI-GTC. So it's the Electric Power Research Institute and the Georgia Transmission Corporation came up with a plan or a best practice, if you will, back in the early 2000s. And it seems like most of these consultants use that type of study to develop this approach. And if you look at the sequence of events for the Wolf Creek to Blackberry project, it's just like every other siting that we've had. The company has an idea of where they want to go with this. They have a general geographic area that they want to work in. They contract with the consultant to go out and do a lot of different work to determine factors that are going to influence that route. Then they have a series of feedback meetings with the local government and general affected public, and it comes down to they can develop some sort of scoring method for that. Once that feedback from the scoring methodology is developed, there's always going to be micrositing on these lines. So a micrositing is basically they'll move poles around, trying to move the line farther from houses. That's the most common one, I think. But in the meetings that I was in with NextEra, there was a lot of discussion where they would move a pole out of cultivated area, for example. They'd move it up against a fence line or put it out of a waterway, just to help the farmers be able to access their property better. Almost all transmission lines have to have access routes as well to get equipment in there. They don't just follow the right of way down across the property. So a lot of the discussion was along those lines. How can we improve a road for someone that has a road existing that can be used for our access and actually help the landowner out? So that a lot of that work, which really isn't even micrositing, but it's just good working relationships with the landowner. So what do we do for our analysis of the reasonableness? First of all, we don't do a lot of these, right? That's been mentioned a couple times. And every siting docket you get into has elements that are just unique to that siting docket. The one that is always common is trying to move the line the furthest you can from someone's homes, if you can move it away from homes. So we submit a lot of data requests to look at these things. With the consultant, we can look at model runs. We can take their model, stress test it. You can change some of the assumptions that they're using and see if that preferred route survives the changes in the parameters. It'll move it, but it doesn't move it very far. And I think that's what we saw, especially in the Blackberry to Wolf Creek case. As a matter of fact, one thing to think about on micrositing, if you read the study I'm going to keep using Blackberry, though that's my second topic, I know. But if you read the study on that, you'll see Route 65 was the preferred route. If you took the literally tens, if not 100 or better, microsightings and put that back into that route model, 65 would climb. It would be a lot better than it was rated now. Now, granted, you would do that same type of microsighting on any route you picked, but just to keep in mind that, that's the first step. Then the decision of working with the affected landowners to get the project sited is the ultimate goal. One other thing that we look at, we get a copy of all the parcel data from the counties, lay that over the model so we can see what the density of population is, the density of property owners, basically, is what you're looking at, and see how that line can affect them as well. We look at other pipelines in the area, roads, and such things as that as well. And, there's a big part of what the KCC will do is just outreach to public. We get a lot of calls when we start a siting. Some of them are easy to just talk their way through and they find out they're not affected. Other ones, we actually are almost like a mediator, passing information back and forth between the company, A lot of landowners will call being alarmed and complaining about the way they're being treated or whatever. And we can run that to ground too a little bit. I've got notes before from meetings that the company has had, so I can look at their minutes and then compare it to what the customer said and who's accurate and try to get the confusion straightened out. We'll get calls about subcontractors that didn't get the message and they're maybe trespassing because they don't have authority yet to be on a certain property. And we get in the middle of those and try to iron those out by going straight to the top, right, to the company, and they immediately will get hold of their subcontractors and settle them down till they get the authority they need. So all this data, it's out there. We just get people talking about it, right? So again, what we end up doing in a way is we mediate the conversation between the company and the landowners. And in the end, the commission is going to arbitrate what our recommendation is going to be versus the companies and the landowners. So we mediate and the commission ends up arbitrating it. Then we come to the public meetings. And this is an area I think that we need to concentrate on ourselves to come up with a little better process. You know, the public meetings generally start out as a pre-meeting. So we meet with it's usually KCC staff, the company, and landowners all in a meeting. And sometimes these guys are just coming in with a letter. They don't really know what they're to expect. We'll look at maps. We'll talk it through it with them. We'll go and stand there between us, the landowner, and the company and discuss their projects with them and ask questions back and forth and try to just answer individual questions like that. After that session, which usually is an hour, maybe 2 hours sometimes, we go into the more formal meeting, which is just as a group, the landowners ask questions to KCC staff and to the company. And those are where, if you watched any of the YouTube videos, they get a little out of hand. It's sometimes there's a lot more grievance being asked about rather than keeping the scope on deciding the reasonableness of the route. What's reasonable, what's not. We get away from that and we get into all kinds of side issues that are going on. After that, of course, the commission comes in. At that point, the crowd, I mean, my opinion now, the crowd really wants answers. That's what they're there for. They want answers. And the commission is not in a position when they're putting these comments on the record to answer them back, because that would take intervention and cross-examination, all those other things. So, and that's what I think it is anyway, from my non-legal point of view. But so they're silent. The customers get to say things and the commission just sits there and nods and thanks them for their service, you know, and they leave dissatisfied. And I think there's some place along here that we need to figure out a little better approach for that meeting. I don't know what that is, but hopefully in this docket that we're coming up with, we can work on that. I think that's a good area to focus on. So although I've been talking about Blackberry and Wolf Creek all this time because it's my only experience with siting a greenfield project, and it's of course really recent, I get into some of the particulars along those lines. The line is 83 miles long. It's 345 kV. It traverses 5 counties, crosses 295 parcels. There are 16 residences that were within 500 feet of the line. That's probably changed now since they've done some micrositing. If you look at the routing study, it was about 50% in rangeland, 39% in cropland. The remainder's in some wetland and also some forested country. But that gives you an idea of sort of the land we're running through. The necessity was pretty much decided in the 22419 docket, the certificate docket. And that's because in order to certificate the company, you have to make sure they have a valid project or a valid utility to actually operate. So we look at the necessity pretty strong in that case as well. Now, you have to look at necessity and reasonableness in a siting case, I think, because you have a different set of interveners. So you have to visit necessity again, although it's really brief because we're going to refer back to the CLC in this case, you know, when you have a brand new company coming in. And then we focus again on the reasonableness. I know, Senator Schellenberger, you had a question yesterday about the land that was used or was tied up by the right of way. So I could look up the exact numbers, but I just calculated it this morning. And if you took an 83-mile line that's 150 foot wide, you're going to have 1,509 acres total of that land. But that's not all it has an easement on it. That's correct. You can't build underneath that. But it doesn't change the use of that land in the case of farming it, for example. So if you consider you had a pole every 500 feet along that 83 miles, and you said the base, I just did 50 feet by 50 feet. Now that's about as big as this room. And these are concrete poles. They're big, but they're not going to have foundations that big. But either way, if you took that type of acreage and said, okay, every pole is 50 square feet of ground that has to take out, he brings it down to 50 acres across 83 miles. That would be the land that would actually be taken out of service because of poles put in the way. Now, that's not to diminish the fact that it does change the farming practices than they're used to. It'll change. There's always concerns about aerial spraying. So you have to look at some of those other factors as well. But the amount of land that's actually used up is pretty minuscule for an electric line. It's actually more land used up from a pipeline point of view because you do sometimes change what you can do to that land with that. There's a map of the line. I'm sure you've all seen this before. It gives you an idea of how the line runs. The very northwest portion of that map runs from, it's up by the substation at Wolf Creek, and then it runs down to south of Pittsburgh. The two areas that had the most congestion were around Iola, where you see that little jog there in the line. There's some smaller parcels in there. There's also a wind farm in there they're trying to work their way through. As you get further south, you get into more just congested, smaller places, and they're working their way around Pittsburgh. There's also some of that country on the northeast side of Pittsburgh is old mining country, and they're trying to avoid putting poles into open pit mines, things like that, where the ground won't be quite as solid for them. The study that Burns McDonnell did for this, they're the engineering firm out of Kansas City. These are the routing principles they picked. First of all, they want to minimize length and minimize angles. Those two are engineering terms, engineering considerations, but those are also cost considerations. Minimizing length and minimizing angles are a big concern for cost. All the rest of these terms that they have there are the social conditions that they're trying to minimize. Maintain distance as much as practical between residences, minimize impact on natural resources and wetlands, minimize impacts on airstrips. And it just goes on. Minimize current and planned use of lands. You'll have landowners call us saying, but I wanted to build a house there. I want to build a house there. It's been my dream all this time. If they can get their concerns in early enough in the process, I've seen that extra change. They can move things out of the way for them in previous dockets that I've read about. Minimize visual contrast with the natural landscape. This is the argument that we've talked about as far as running a line that's parallel to an existing transmission line. The theory is if you put them all together, they don't give quite the same visual impact you have across the whole area. On the other hand, as I was explained to me by a landowner, we've already had to contribute to the common good once. We think someone else had the opportunity. So you can see both sides of that, right? Of course, irrigation systems, if you have pivot irrigation, that's a concern. Now, there's only one spot. If you notice all through these factors that they talk about minimizing. So it's not really a prohibition. It's just to minimize. The only one where it's prohibited is the last one, which is avoid federal and state lands. And I think on some state lands, maybe avoid is not the right term. And maybe that should be minimized as well, or at least put it on equal footing with some of the private land, in my opinion. By the way, I've looked at, as part of this, getting ready for this general investigation, I've looked at lines just across Kansas based on our maps. there's not a whole lot of lines that are really just parallel right next to each other in Kansas. There's maybe one or two west of Wichita like that, but there's just not a lot where you see the large transmission lines where they're just laid in after each other. Now, my daughter lives south of Houston, and as you go down there, going toward the chemical plants on the Gulf, that's a transmission corridor. There's probably 10 lines along that highway going south. So there's really a difference on what you want Kansas to look like. Again, that's what the reasonableness is about. So how do they implement those principles? And this is where it gets interesting as it can get. Is you try to look at these, how do you rank these factors? And I always get this wrong. You have to read through the report, which is in the testimony of Dusty Worth, if you're interested, in the the citing docket. And they give you a better description of it. But basically, the higher the weight here, that's the ones you want to avoid the most. So proximity to residences has rated the highest. And you can see the very bottom one says public facilities within 500 feet. They didn't give a whole lot of weight to that. They're not too concerned about that one. They'd much rather, if they have a chance to go close to a public facility, if they can avoid a house, that's what they're going to do. That's what this is trying to tell you. But these are the scores that if you move those around and try to figure out how those fit, it will change your route. But it doesn't change it necessarily for the better. It just changes it, right? You're still going to have affected landowners. One thing to consider. Well, let's look at the next slide. I have a map on that one that shows you a little bit about it.
Leo, if I could ask you a quick question.
Sure, please.
I know you've got a two-part presentation. We started out with citing, and then we're also looking at the Blackberry line. Do you want to field any questions if there are any from the first part, or do you?
It's really all about Blackberry when you think about it. So, but I'd be happy to answer questions. If you want to field questions, we can stop now and take some questions. That's fine. I got plenty of time.
Is there anything that you'd like to bring up? Anybody? Mr. Carmichael, go for it.
Thank you. This is non-Blackberry question, as far as
Okay.
I know. The circumstance that you alluded to back in '85 between Wolf Creek Sub and Gardner, had there been an SPP determination of need for that?
That predated SPP by far.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. So at that point, you all were making a determination as to whether there was necessity.
Well, the company made the determination that the line.
They thought it'd be a good idea to build a line, but KCC, I thought, looked at it and said, no, there's other ways to supply this need.
That's
Don't
correct.
build a line.
As I recall, the applicant was Kansas City Power and Light. And as I think it was an economic project because they were going to have to lease capacity from Westar or KG&E to get the power up to Gardner.
But in the process today, SPP makes that determination of necessity. Is that right?
It depends on the project.
The notice to construct, etc.
The notice to construct would be SPP saying this is a line that we think is valuable from an economic point of view or reliability, and they make that call on necessity.
In that circumstance, though, can KCC come back and look at it and say, there doesn't need to be a new line here?
Yes, sir, they can.
Don't build it somewhere else. Use existing resources.
They could, and we actually take a pretty deep dive into the notice to construct, how it came about, into the ITP that brought it out, and everything else. It's pretty solid. I haven't seen one yet that I can say this is just totally out of line.
And then the thrust, though, of my question is, I represent an urban district. My incumbent electrical carrier is subject to a law that we passed, I don't know, a couple of years ago that, quite frankly, I didn't vote for, but a lot of people thought it'd solve everything. And the way that works, though, is that you don't have all these siting steps and all this investigation for an urban line that's 5 miles or less than 5 miles long, as I understand it. And you don't get a public hearing like this with the KCC. Instead, literally, the investor-owned utility brings not usually milk, but they bring cookies and punch, and their vice president lectures us for 15 to 20 minutes, and a KCC member has to drive down to listen to it, but none of us get to answer questions. I'm just trying to see if this seems like a much better way to do it for a community like mine, but we don't have that alternative. Can you help me with? I see you about to talk. You know more than I do, Mr. Horn.
So I was involved with Representative Finney when we discussed the bill, and we looked at various scenarios of how this should fit, how it could fit if we did this in every town, and then we had to have public meetings for every one of those lines that are being built, and it's almost an impossible task. Number one, but in defense of Evergy, actually, they've had a lot of meetings on these projects. I've been to one or two of them, I think, down in Wichita. We did have maps. It was just like a siting meeting. It was exactly like the pre-meeting that we do.
I guess we must have been at a different show.
We might have.
I don't remember any back and forth and question and answer input from the public. I just seemingly remember the punch, the cookies, Commissioner Duffy sitting there listening, and Evergy lecturing for a few minutes, and then you can go over and enter something on a computer somewhere about what you like or don't like.
You know, I was down there with Commissioner Duffy on one of those, and I know two or three of the engineers that were there because we talked about the line. So there may be more than one meeting that she went to. I don't know.
Well, I don't want to delay all of this, but I'm still looking for what I believe to be a genuine solution to these same issues in an urban area and a short distance line, and that's where my focus is right now. And I guess a lot of this just doesn't seem to apply to my constituents.
It's below the threshold for siting. You're correct. Even if it was a 230 kV line, it'd probably be less than 5 miles long. And typically those lines aren't getting built into urban areas. They're going to build something outside.
Yeah, I'm talking about either 64 kV or 128 kV or whatever the next.
Yeah, 138 or 60.
138. Yeah, that's typically what we see.
It is. Okay. It is. And again, there's a lot of lines in Evergy's footprint that have really got some age on them and need to be replaced. And we talked about that earlier today.
I didn't mean to get you off on my problem so much, but I appreciate your help. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Rep. Senator Fagg, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Leo, thank you for your presentation so far. Is Blackberry actually down in Oklahoma? This looks like it goes into the Oklahoma area, or not Oklahoma, but Missouri.
It does.
How close are we to Oklahoma?
Oh, it's north of Joplin, probably 35, 40 miles, maybe 50 miles. So it's a ways north. It's probably 60 miles or 70 north of Oklahoma. It's just a substation. It's right across the state line.
Okay. So my question, this power, is it going into Oklahoma, like Oklahoma City, Tulsa, that kind of?
What the power does is it relieves congestion. It goes where, as all the real experts on electrical engineering here have talked about, is that it goes wherever it is the path of least resistance. By taking this line down there, you relieve a whole lot of congestion in the area of Empires. Actually, the Kansas customers in Empire should get better pricing on their transmission costs for that area.
Follow up. So here's where I'm trying to come from. I was around some property in Colorado that it took over a year. We got 3 different notices coming out. The thing that kind of caught me when I was doing that versus what this was doing, they had like 3 different ways to go. And they had public hearings on them. And then they made a decision how they're doing that. So this is in Colorado. So I'd find it interesting what other states do to handle this if it's a set way. Since that went into Missouri, do they become part of this? And since it's a multi-state kind of thing, and just trying to get a feel of 120 days, I agree totally with you on that part of it. I guess the one question I would ask you is who decides on the criteria pointing system? Is that something kind of standard? Or did we develop that here in Kansas?
I'd say stay tuned for the general investigation. That's where we're probably going to look at some of that. No, we did not develop it. That's developed by the applicant and the consultant. And I would say if you look through all the siting dockets we have, they all have similar studies. Don't have the same exact point system. Some of the same criteria are always at the top. Residential, for example, staying away from residences if you can, that's always near the top. But it's the same idea all through there. And that's one of the things I'm thinking about in the general investigation is we want to try to get some input from these experts as to why these are good ideas or bad ideas. How does this come about? And I'll give you one example, and that's the line. Let's see if I pull the map up again. So if you look at this area, you'll see that kind of beige looking outline around there. Not beige, it's kind of a goldenrod, I guess. It's a polygon. That's the study area. They're looking for any possible route through that study area. And they're looking at very minor details. This is page 16 of my slides. So inside that overall envelope there, they want to get from point A to B, right? So, and point A to B in this case is almost exactly a 45-degree angle. It's 100 miles east and 110 miles south, I think. And the line they picked is a diagonal line. Now, I could tell you from just talking to landowners, and actually even back in my pipeline experiences, diagonal lines are not well received by the public in general. They split the property that you have by parcels. They're going to make it difficult to sell. It's just not a practice that you would normally be as a landowner point of view. Now, from a company point of view, that's the shortest distance between 2 points. That means it's cheaper. And it also has a social impact. It affects less landowners. This line here has 295 parcels that it cuts across. If you came straight down that line and then came across, you'd have a lot more than 295 because you'd have a longer line. You'd affect more parcels. So you do have sort of a trade-off there. There's a pros and cons as far as how you affect those landowners. Inside this area, there were, I'm going to get it wrong, but there's Andrew's probably in here somewhere. How many routes were there? How many routes were there total? 720? Yeah, I think it's like 720 possible routes. All these different combinations of permutations that they looked at to try to come up with what's the best route. And a computer model develops that based on this point scoring system. So it's very reliant on how you assign the points. And in Missouri, they have a similar process that we have. They have routing studies too. They have a different name for it. It's like a certificate, but this is basically the same kind of process, a subjective process where they try to understand how this route should run. Colorado, I'm not familiar with that one. I haven't looked that one up. I'm not sure I answered your question, Senator.
No, that was just some areas. One follow-up, Mr. Chairman, if I can, real quick answer. If 120 days is too short, what would you suggest would be the right kind of number?
I should have thought of that before I brought up that point, because I don't know. I mean, there's 180 days for a rate case, right? Or 240 for a rate case, 180 for a certificate, and 300 for an acquisition. Those are the 3 time limits that are in statutes that I can think of. Okay. And maybe hitting on one of those at the 240 level should give us enough time. But I think you would get a better product if you have more time. I think we could have a little better.
Okay. Senator Schallenberger had a question.
All right. I have several, but I'll try to condense them. So this is Southwest Power Pole recommendation.
It is.
ACC didn't come up with this idea, and Evergy didn't come up with this idea.
That's correct.
Did NextEra come up with this idea? I mean, who?
No, this is Southwest Power Pool. It's in their integrated transmission plan,
and their benefit that we do this.
The benefit of the footprint, yes.
On my map, I can't read this very well. Well, I can read it real well, but I can't see it very well. It looks like from
I don't know. It looks like there's some dots, some yellow dots on this green line that runs from Wolf Creek to Blackberry. About the second half of it. Do you see that?
Yes, sir. That's the parallel. That's where the two lines are parallel to each other. That's a 169 kV line that's operated by Evergy, and about 25 miles of that line is parallel to this line. Now, one of the criteria in the Burns and Mack study was let's try to put lines parallel to each other because that will help to minimize the visual impact on the landscape. That's more or less the reason. That's where we got into the whole discussion on should this be a double circuit? Should you just combine these two lines? And to their credit, both Evergy and NextEra spent a lot of time, a lot of money on evaluating that idea, and it just didn't fly. Everything they saw showed that it was not going to be cheaper, and it was going to cause all kinds of operational problems.
Okay, so they're okay, and finally, so this company, NextEra LLC, which is a brand new company, right?
NextEra Transmission Southwest LLC, yes.
They formed an LLC to do this Kansas project. The only one that
I think they formed a company, as I recall, for doing FERC 1000 bid projects.
And most of the time when a company does that, no matter what business you're in, you're doing it to reduce your liability. You're trying to shed some liability. We'll create a new little company here. So if we go belly up, it doesn't affect NextEra Florida or NextEra New York. It just affects NextEra Kansas LLC. And that typically why that's done.
No, we're at least as suspicious as you are. so because of that, we put conditions inside the certificate that try to address that, make sure that there's going to be funding. I think, as I recall, one of the parent companies, I don't know which level it was, had committed to making sure there was funds available to construct the line, but they didn't commit to making sure there were funds available to operate the line. And so one of our conditions is that the parent company has to provide a commitment to making sure that this company, for whatever reason, would go bankrupt. Now, is that a chance to have happen? Not at all. But that's a condition that's in the order. There's also, because of the conditions with, we got a contract for crew trucks to come in. There's very few people here. Our call centers, our control centers down in Texas, which is not that unusual, by the way. But all that, beside that, we put conditions in there that we're going to look at outage reports. We want to see how they operate. They're new to Kansas as far as we're concerned.
You don't have to. Just one last thing, and I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm just
okay.
I think you understand where I'm coming from, and I think you've ensured, at least to your benefit, that it will be done.
Yes.
The last thing is to get eminent domain, which you haven't gotten to yet. You have to be a utility.
That's correct.
Wind turbine can't use eminent domain. They're not a utility.
That's correct.
But a power line builder is a utility.
Both build power lines. Wind farms build what they call
they're a utility simply so they can get eminent domain.
They're utility because they transact business as a public utility under 136.
Yeah, 131. To get eminent domain.
Can I get you to hold that thought for a little
bit?
Yeah,
we'll get
into
okay. Thank you.
Real quick here, and you've got 5 minutes, and I'm going to cut you off, and then we'll have some questions for you at that point.
And I never thought I'd take all this time, so I'm sorry about that. Contentious points. I think we've talked about these. The line runs at a diagonal. That's the most contentious point I heard from landowners. The 25 miles adjacent to the transmission lines, I've mentioned that. One thing that comes up almost in every conversation we have is about payment of damages. It's something we have absolutely no control over. And that's what we refer them to. I always will refer customers now, especially to the Kansas Farm Bureau, who has an excellent paper on a contract for an easement. I tell them, get an attorney, read the contract, get your terms straightened out as far as what should be in an easement. Commission order on this was issued May 24th. It's a split decision. It found the route to be reasonable and placed some conditions on it. And as I understand it, the decision is on appeal. And I recommended in my direct testimony that this line was reasonable. in so much as, there's nothing that I could say that showed it to be unreasonable. So if you want to think what that really means. It becomes, again, a zoning decision as far as bisecting property for the diagonal line. That's one of the big decisions to look at. Conditions that are included in the order. There's at least 3 reroutes. There's multiple microsightings. There's 7 that are listed in testimony. There's plans they have to file, reclamation plans with the commission to show that the land, we have something to judge how well they put the land back together after construction. There's agreements with counties because these concrete poles are very heavy. I was concerned that it might cause bridge damage. They've agreed to provide us with any type of contracts for pre and post inspections of those bridges. And then, of course, we had to approach SPP regarding input for a routing study. And I've had at least 2 conversations in the hall about this slide. So there may be better people to answer this than me. But what are we trying to do here with this to get involved in SPP? I think, I put in here that we want to influence the RFP. We want to make sure that before they have an RFP, there's going to be, consideration of what we want a route to look like in Kansas. And maybe that's more of a decision that we have guidelines established for every company and for every line, including those that are below 230, of what we think siting conditions ought to be thought about in Kansas. But thinking of a company that's going to make a bid, they have to know a pretty tight handle on where that route's going to be in order to make that bid. If the KCC came along and added 20 miles to that because they decided that we want this line to go somewhere else, it could totally change the bid. If it changes the bid, the company has the right to reject the NTC. It's back into the process, and we start all over, right? And it's contemplated in attachment Y that the state regulatory authorities can say these things are not necessary or that the route changes. So that's something that could happen. It doesn't happen though. And it doesn't happen because the companies do a pretty good job. They are taking into consideration a lot of different factors and they're picking the best route they can. There are not, by the way, a lot of considerations in the IEP as far as how you select routing factors. Basically, what it says is you have to have experience, basically, in acquiring right-of-way and working with the regulatory authorities. So that brings us to my last slide, and that's this general investigation, which we just started. I put the title up there. It's rather long, but it's, investigation of the principles and priorities to be established for evaluating the reasonableness of the location of proposed transmission lines and future line siting proceedings. That's the title. Staff's been assigned to transfer that into a scope, which is due December 1st. After that, we already have the transmission owners, SPP and CURB are interveners, but this is open to other interested parties that can petition to intervene. I would encourage parties listening or even those in this room to take advantage of that and petition the KCC to intervene if they want to be part of this discussion. And I'll stand for questions, Mr. D.
All right, thank you, Leo. Committee. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And I don't want everybody to think I'm being critical of this, but we all have constituents out there that are paying attention. So do you think that your changes in the routing will affect the cost? And do you think it will affect the cost to the point that they will do something?
No, and I'll tell you why. Because if we have good guidelines to the company before they ever start filling out their RFP or responding to the RFP, they'll all have the same page. It'll just follow through that. Now, the SPP does have some considerations if you overrun this cost. There's some consequences to that. So they have to be aware of that as well.
But they can't blame you for that.
Well, no, they can't. They probably could. but I think the thing that I'd say is if you give them a good roadmap, it's going to be much easier to determine what is reasonable because it takes some of the risk out. Right now, there's risk there, right? Now, if you look back at all the other dockets we've done in the past, there hasn't been. But if you look at siting pipelines, siting transmission all across this country right now, there is a lot more public interest in siting considerations, especially in pipelines. So you see you see a change in just the environment out there. I think it's a good time to have a good set of guidelines for everybody to follow.
Okay, and finally, I think this will shut me up. The Nextera LLC, whatever the Kansas, they're going to build a pipeline and then they're done. They don't have any transmission going across this. They're just, is that right?
Nextera Transmission Southwest will have one facility in Kansas. It'll be a 83-mile long line that'll be FERC regulated, but it'll be operated in Kansas. So we'll have authority to look at that line to make sure that emergency response is done correctly, landowners are treated correctly, that type of thing.
They're going to own this.
They'll have one facility.
They have it, they own it, they don't generate any power, but they run it across their cord.
Just like a pipeline.
And if they want to sell out to somebody else, you have to approve it.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Absolutely. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you. That was a lot of information coming through here. It's going to be an interesting one. In about 30 minutes, we're going to bring another panel together for the stakeholders with land and concerns and various groups there. But before we get into that, I'd like to have our reviser touch base a little bit on eminent domains. And I was going to ask Lindsay, do you need to meet with the panelists before? You're running away. But do you need to meet with them before we do it? Okay. When Nick is done, we've got a little break scheduled. So that's Lindsay. You need to get with her and she'll get you set up here. So with that, Nick, welcome to the committee. You've been here last few days, but always good to hear from you, sir.
Mr. Chairman and committee members, good to see everyone.
Tell us what we need to know about eminent domain.
Yeah, I can do that. I thought it was interesting, that discussion about the transmission line siting process that Kansas has developed for those 5-mile lines, 235 kV or above. That came from through the legislature, as you know, in 1979, early 70s, people were concerned about transmission line buildouts, and the legislature caught wind of it through concerned citizens. The Kansas Farmers Union, the National Audubon Society, and various individual farmers and ranch owners came together, lobbied the legislature to pass some legislation to give more notice of construction of transmission lines, and then a voice and a hearing process to be heard in that construction. So that was in House Bill number 2130 back in 1979 session, it looks like. So just a little tidbit of information, and that'll tie into some of this eminent domain stuff as well. So eminent domain, as you all know, eminent domain is the power of the government to take private property for public use. And there's certain requirements that just compensation be provided to landowners who have their private property taken or have an interest taken. This power, as I said, is a governmental power. This is an inherent sovereign power of the state, of the government. And it historically goes back a long time to, I was doing research and looking at the feudal days of eminent domain authority. So this is an inherent sovereign power of the state. The legislature, you, have the ability to delegate that state's power of eminent domain authority to various entities and to set the parameters with regard to eminent domain. And if you look on my memo, you can see some of the entities that are included in the statute base that have eminent domain authority. And I just list a few of them. I will note that doing a quick search of the Kansas statute base, eminent domain, that term pops up in 212 statutes. So there's 212 statutes that deal with eminent domain and use that term. And as you're going to see here in a sec, not all those statutes actually use that term. So there's going to be more statutes that deal with eminent domain and takings than just that 212. So on the next page, the Kansas legislature has delegated this power of eminent domain to certain private corporations that serve a public interest. and this includes public utilities. And this statute, KSA 17 to 618, is the statute that provides public utilities, and we're going to focus on this conversation on public utilities, the power of eminent domain. And I encourage you to read this statute and just try to see what it's doing. And I mean, any statute that begins with Macadam Road and Plank Road, is pretty ancient. And you can see from the history that this statute came in 1868. So it was originally drafted in 1868. The key words here at the very beginning, the lands may be appropriated for the use of, and you kind of move down, you see electric corporations. And then you also see maybe 7 lines down, partnerships holding a certificate of convenience as a public utility issued by the State Corporation Commission. And then you keep moving down, they may obtain such right or right of way for all necessary wires, cables, and their public utility uses. I have a thought on why this statute was drafted this way back in that time, and it's because you didn't have a revisor's office at that time. The revisor's office wasn't created until the 20s. So, but this is the statute that's relied upon for eminent domain authority for public utilities. A case that I read in 1969 from the Kansas Supreme Court looked at this statute, and they said that although this statute may never serve as a model for clarity of expression, it essentially uses a kaleidoscopic process to authorize an electric utility to obtain a right-of-way for its utility purposes. So this is your statute that grants that eminent domain authority to public utilities. So there's some other statutes that contemplate this eminent domain for public utility authority. One statute in the Eminent Domain Procedure Act that we're going to touch on here in a sec, it generally prohibits the exercise of eminent domain for the purpose of transferring private property to a private entity. So that's the general rule in Kansas. You can't use eminent domain to transfer to a private entity. The next statute then says, here's the instances where that practice may occur. And in one of those exceptions, it authorizes any public utility as defined in KSA 66-104, and Senator Schallenberger, we're going to get into your question a little bit here soon, to take property by eminent domain and have that eminent domain power go to a private entity. So what is a public utility in Kansas? So 66-104 defines a public utility, and I've attached the definition in a footnote down there, the full definition, but for electric utilities, any entity that is engaged in the generation, transmission, or distribution of electricity is defined as a public utility under Kansas law. So you're defined as a public utility if you provide generation, transmission, or distribution of electricity. But to operate as a public utility, as Leo was discussing just prior to me, that entity has to obtain a certificate of convenience and necessity from the Kansas Corporation Commission to actually conduct business here as a public utility. So there's a key there. Once they get that certificate, that public utility then has the authority to exercise eminent domain authority under Kansas law. Municipal utilities are a little different. They're generally not required to obtain a certificate of convenience and necessity from the KCC, but as I said, there's other Kansas statutes that deal with eminent domain authority, and there are statutes that provide municipal entities and municipal utilities eminent domain authority in the public utility realm, and you can see those statutes listed in that paragraph. KSA 66-104, state law does specifically exempt certain entities from public utility status, and which takes away their power of eminent domain. So the first exemption to note is that independent power producers that have constructed a generation facility after January 1, 2001, these independent power producers can opt to not be defined as a public utility as long as that cost of their generation facility is not built into the rate base of a public utility. So they don't have the power of eminent domain. In addition, as was noted previously, the statute also expressly prohibits the use of eminent domain for construction of wind generation facilities. So again, even if you are a public utility in the state, 66104 says that the use of eminent domain cannot be used for wind generation facilities. So how do you exercise eminent domain in Kansas? The state legislature has adopted the Eminent Domain Procedure Act. These set all the court proceedings for eminent domain. So if an entity has the power of eminent domain, has been granted state authority to exercise eminent domain, an entity may file a petition for that taking in the district court where the property is located. And then the proceedings in the eminent domain action will commence if the judge finds that the entity possesses that lawful power of eminent domain under state law, and then also if the taking is necessary for the corporate purpose of the entity. And generally, courts will give discretion to the entity regarding whether the taking is necessary if it's related to their corporate purpose, the public utilities purposes. Unless the court finds that there's fraud, bad faith, or an abuse of discretion that the taking is being used for. You may have heard that eminent domain needs a public use, and there is a public use requirement under eminent domain law. Traditional concepts of public use have generally related to basic and essential governmental services, roads, sewers, water, and then kind of morphed to add utilities, railroads, and then some other public functions. But recently, and in some notable court cases regarding eminent domain authority with regard to economic development purposes, the concept of public use is really broadened. So there's not really much of a limitation for public use to limit eminent domain authority, as I said, as long as that utility is exercising that authority in relation to its purpose as a utility. So how, once this proceeding gets commenced, what gets provided to the landowner and how is the landowner involved? So the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution and Article 12, Section 4 of the Constitution of the State of Kansas, and also Kansas statutes require that taking of private property has to have just compensation for that taking. This compensation has to be based on the fair market value of the interest taken, and this fair market value is generally the value that the property would garner in an open and competitive market. So in this eminent domain proceeding, to determine that fair market value, the judge will appoint 3 disinterested appraisers, and they have to take an oath to faithfully discharge their duties as officers of the court. They have to refrain from any ex parte communications with the parties. And if they do receive any materials from the parties, they have to disclose those materials to each party and the court. To establish the value of whatever is being condemned, the appraisers have to examine the land and then hold a public hearing to receive testimony from the interested parties, which includes the landowner. And then state law provides a list of factors that should be considered when valuing the compensation that's due to the landowner. And you can see those factors listed on page 5. And it's a very comprehensive list. And then also on page 6, the list of factors that are in state law that must be considered to value the land. The appraisers will then, after conducting their valuation of the property, submit an appraiser's report, and this will establish the compensation due to the landowner. If a party is dissatisfied with that appraiser's report, any party may file an appeal to that appraiser's award within 30 days. And this appeal has to actually be docketed as a new civil action. It's not in this eminent domain action. It has to be docketed as a new civil action. And the only issue to be determined in that action is that amount of compensation. And I will note that this appeal, if there is an appeal, a trial by a court master. So absent an appeal, once the appraiser's report is filed in an eminent domain action, the entity that is taking the property has 30 days to pay that amount that's provided by the appraiser's report, and then any court costs that are assessed in the action as well. Upon that payment, the title or the interest that's being transferred immediately vests with that entity, and then possession may be taken thereof, subject to the court's requirements. The landowner then will have 14 days to remove any personal property from that premises. And Mr. Chairman, that's a quick overview of eminent domain law in Kansas and with regard to public utilities, and I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Very interesting information. Committee, Representative Carmichael.
Thank you. Mr. Myers, excellent work as always. Thank you. Can the private utility, if otherwise qualified, exercise the right of eminent domain against the state or subdivisions thereof, the city, the school district, the airport authority, the park board?
That's a good question. And I don't know the extent of the limitations that are provided in the law with regard to state property, school property.
I don't know either. If I did, I'd volunteer.
Yeah, certainly.
Okay.
I'm not aware of anything to limit that authority, but I certainly will.
Theoretically, the sovereign can always take from the sovereign because it is the sovereign's, but I don't know the answer either. Thank you.
And maybe as a follow-up, that'd be something maybe in January, February or so. I'd love to have a little more comment, maybe a session with you on that.
Might I get a second one? May I have another, Mr. Chair?
Well, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we have a circumstance where the poles are out in the middle of the field and for the next 100 years, the farmer and his or her descendants are going to have to plow around it so they can't farm as efficiently, or if the lines prevent aerial application from now until eternity, and so it has to be sprayed or maintained in a different fashion, are those future losses or damages somehow incorporated into this scheme?
So, excuse me. KSA 26-513 and the Eminent Domain Procedure Act, it relates to how to value that property. Yes. And then to determine fair market value of the taking, it states that the value shall be determined based on the use of the comparable sales method, which I don't think would capture maybe lost income type of thing, or the cost or capitalization of income appraisal methods. So I would assume within that type of methodology, there's some way to capture a loss of income or the income that the land would be generating absent that taking. So it would be key to that appraiser's report to conduct the valuation with the income lost to the land in mind.
So perhaps that's actually just using what is the present value of the land if it's now no longer capable of being farmed, for example, for whatever reason, then that devalues the ground on the open market, whether it's a comparable or whether it's on an income approach, I suspect. I'm getting to the answer. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Committee, any other questions? Not seeing it. Sorry. Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appraiser, when it says 3 disinterested appraisers, those appraisers have to have an appraisal license or a general license, personal. I've been around some situations like that I know. I don't think one guy had an appraisal or a license for that. I just wondered if you ever read into that anywhere. Definition of appraiser is what I'm saying.
Yeah, certainly. And I should have foreseen that question or had that one in mind. I will look. I'm not aware of the law requiring that. So, okay, here we go. 26-504. The judge shall enter an order appointing 3 disinterested residents of the county in which that petition is filed, at least 2 of 3 whom shall have experience in the valuation of real estate. So, and then they view and determine the value of land. So 2 of those 3 would have experience in the valuation of real estate.
Okay. That makes sense. This reads one way and that's telling us another. Because it says 3 disinterested appraisers. So, but that's the definition to it. That's what I needed. Thank you. Yeah.
Any further questions? Nick, thank you.
Welcome.
Appreciate it as always. We are on break until 2:35. Thank you.
I would like to get this thing moving forward if we could. Next up, we're going to do a panel with the siting stakeholders and listening to landowner concerns. So it looks like everybody's already in their seats here. Looking at about 12 minutes per each. And if you want to cut off early, that's fine. But if I cut you off mid-sentence, I'm just trying to keep the time so we can keep it moving along. But first off, could I get everybody just kind of go around and introduce who you are, what you represent? And we'll start it off with Claudia, since you're the newest member to the panel, right?
Yes, thank you. Claudia Hissong, State Affairs Manager with Kansas Farm Bureau.
Virginia Cross-Lamaka, and I run a group called Stand for the Land Kansas.
Ben Polstwaite, the State Director for the Nature Conservancy in Kansas.
Zach, go ahead.
Zach Pastora, lobbyist for the Kansas Sierra Club.
Jackie Garagiola, Associate Counsel with the Kansas Livestock Association.
All right. Well, welcome to the committee, and you've got some good seats here. So we appreciate you coming. Claudia, if you want to start, but where you're kind of new, if you want to follow somebody, I would fully understand.
I'm okay with starting if that's okay with you.
Okay, then we'll just kind of go around if you want to start it.
Perfect.
So,
Chairman and committee, thank you for the time today to provide some comments regarding transmission siting and authority of eminent domain relating to transmission lines on behalf of Kansas Farm Bureau. Kansas Farm Bureau is the state's largest general farm organization, representing more than 30,000 farm and ranch families through our 105 county farm bureaus. For our members, their livelihood is their land, and that is the land that these energy generation and transmission projects are being built on. So thinking through that, Kansas Farm Bureau has long been an organization that vigorously supports private property rights. And recent developments with out-of-state companies entering the state have really created a frustration among our members and has really driven the need for us to get involved within the energy conversation and bringing landowners to the table to make sure that their voice is heard. During the last legislative session, Kansas Farm Bureau testified on numerous bills, mostly relating to transmission line siting. I won't go through all of those. The testimony from those is in the back of today's testimony. To highlight a few, we supported landowner notification of potential siting of those transmission lines, supported the right of first refusal bill, and supported a bill that would have included county commissioners to be involved in the eminent domain process. With those legislative efforts and concerns with our members dealing with utility companies, Kansas Farm Bureau wanted to take a more in-depth look at our policy and get input from our members to make sure our policy book was in a position that they felt comfortable us coming to Topeka and DC lobbying on their behalf. So to kind of kickstart that discussion, President Joe Newland and the KFB Board of Directors implemented an energy emerging issue working group to discuss energy issues. So we brought together members from across the state with different interests and viewpoints of energy across Kansas and had those discussions. So while the recommendations that are coming out of that energy group are still within the Kansas Farm Bureau policy development process, they will need to be finalized at our annual meeting in December, but we wanted to give you kind of a taste and idea of where our members are sitting at today in regards to the energy conversation. So kind of a disclaimer, some things we talk about today, they are not current KFB policy, but will likely be adopted at our annual meeting and then active for the 2024 legislative session and beyond. So with that in mind, keeping that in mind as we move forward, wanted to give you kind of a sense where our 30,000 farm ranch members are at in kind of two key areas: eminent domain and general energy policy discussions in Kansas. So first, talking about eminent domain, the working group had discussions around eminent domain, and also we've been hearing from other members throughout the state as we dealing with out-of-state energy and companies. They have really focused on the need for potential reform of eminent domain laws. Farmers and ranchers recognize that eminent domain is sometimes needed for public utilities and the roads that we use. We enjoy those services that have been implemented because of eminent domain, but it should not be lost on all of you policymakers and stakeholders that ultimately it gives the power of the government to take one person's property and give it to another entity. On its face, this is a version of private property rights. So looking at ways that we can restrict that power in an attempt to protect private property rights. Kansas Farm Bureau policy is clear on the use of eminent domain. Procedures should only be used for legitimate public purposes. And additionally, we support changes in legislation regarding eminent domain cases that would strengthen the rights of landowners. As I mentioned, the Energy Working Group looked hard at eminent domain. One of the policies that they are forwarding through our policy development process is requiring that condemning authority to pay reasonable attorney fees to those whose property is being condemned, regardless of the outcome. This is the thought behind this should serve as an incentive for condemning authorities to make their best offer to acquire the rights of that land through voluntary means. We hope that this balances that scale on negotiations so that the condemning entity does not try to offer a value that would be lower than the fair market value, knowing that that landowner does not want to have attorney fees. Additionally, they discussed a policy that any property taken by eminent domain should be compensated at a rate greater than the fair market value. These are not transactions between willing buyers and sellers, which is the basis for fair market value. So we really need to be thinking that property owners who are forced to sell by a government directive should be compensated at a rate that is higher than that fair market value to truly be justly compensated. Shifting into more of the broad energy policy discussions, the energy group focused mostly on siting issues that seem to be generating a lot of discussion across the state, specifically on those large transmission lines. So again, all of these, I won't go through all of them, but they are still in our policy development process, but just kind of wanted to give you an idea of what might be coming for the 2024 legislative session. So we would support a company code of conduct and a landowner bill of rights that set minimum standards for the policies and procedures that must be followed by energy companies. Supporting the establishment of standard weighting factors to be used in the route model studies for all transmission siting dockets before the KCC. Supporting required timely notice early in the planning process for all possible impacted landowners and public input before county approval can be granted for proposed energy generation projects. Supporting the list names and addresses of landowners that may be impacted by a proposed transmission project to be publicly available to allow collaboration of those impacted landowners. And supporting stakeholder engagement opportunities during the planning process prior to line approval at the KCC and SPP. Some steps that might be included: a comprehensive study on economic impact of the project, cooperation and collaboration with local existing power cooperatives, multiple opportunities for affected landowners to discuss concerns before companies seek to acquire rights and land through contracts, or the use of eminent domain, route studies, and facts and numbers that demonstrate how the project will benefit Kansas consumers and communities. So we're not just exporting that power for other entities to receive the benefit. We would oppose the use of eminent domain for the acquisition of rights of land for wind, solar, hydrogen, and carbon storage energy projects and facilities, and opposing the use of eminent domain for the acquisition of right-of-way for merchant electric transmission unless that provides substantial electric energy or economic benefit within Kansas. You may notice a lot of the policies that are potentially presented were just referenced by KCC staff, and those were also ideas brought forward during the Blackberry transmission siting at the KCC. It might look like a laundry list of ideas and themes, but I think the overall general idea is that landowners are currently at a disadvantage in this conversation when they are having to negotiate and work with the proclaimed world's largest energy utility company in the world. So how are they going to have a voice at the table, and what can we do to allow them all the opportunities to voice their concerns? So for brevity here, we just pointed out those key policy points to kind of give you a sense of where landowners are and where those projects going on those land are in regards to eminent domain and the energy policy in Kansas. And I will stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Turn the mic on, I'm sorry. Let's make our way around the table and get it done, and then we can throw questions out to whomever, if the people don't mind here. So thank you, Claudia. And next up is Virginia.
Well, following Claudia, this is a tough job. I'm not a professional at doing this, but I thought that today I would bring you guys a perspective from what people are feeling on the ground about their land, their problems. So good afternoon, members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you on this subject. Thanks to the head engineer, Leo Haynes, for reminding me how I got into this field and how for 18 months, all I did was read documents to educate myself on all of the entities and all of the moving parts of utilities. I represent a group that generically started, and it's called Stand for the Land Kansas, when a young generational landowner chose to stand for her land and go to task with the KCC over the Blackberry line. And she asked for my help. I didn't really know what I was getting into. But when someone wants to stand up for freedom and stand for their land, I feel like it's my privilege to be to assist them. We are a group of community volunteers. We're moms, we're dads, we're retirees, we're professionals, we're landowners, and we come from all walks of life, and we use our talents when we're needed. And when freedom is in the balance, we are there. Freedom is not political. Freedom in Kansas is in peril, and we want to help. We want to thank each one of you members for hosting this committee, especially Jackie, and have this opportunity to speak about this. We recently spent 10 days at the Kansas State Fair as a sponsor of the Grand Drive Livestock Show and met thousands of Kansans who walked across to our booth, got to put a pin in a map of where they were from, and got to tell us their thoughts about freedom and the attack they feel on their land. It was very insightful. It was very emotional, and it's very impactful because it gives you a perspective of what's going on in Kansas. So, Kansas families are frightened as they see their individual rights being questioned in all aspects of life. Taking property away by eminent domain has people worried. They face an unimaginable amount of stress in budgeting, inflation, higher property assessments, higher property taxes. It's all coming to fruition at their kitchen table, and it's becoming a strain. When your monthly house payment is less than what your taxes and insurance are being taken out of, it's the optics. They're realizing now that they may face losing their houses because they can't pay their taxes. So businesses are feeling the same strain. Farmers are struggling to keep the farm going as the green as the green utilities expand their footprint across Kansas. Using eminent domain as a weapon against them, Kansas are feeling the burden as they watch their wealth dwindle into government coffers. For them, hope is a commodity that is in short supply. If Kansans want to know that their government works, and they deserve that. And I feel that this committee here is a start of where we begin to fix the problems and find solutions that fit Kansas. Kansas finds itself at a crossroads, a time to choose a direction. Will we choose to be regulated into agendas that return little prosperity to Kansans? Or will we choose to stand for the land and make sure freedom is alive and well for the next generation of Kansans? The last 2 days have been nothing more than very educational to me. There's a lot of talent that comes here and testifies in front of you, and I respect that. And I choose to really listen carefully to words because they matter. The education that you can learn from what was testified is concerning to me. It's eye-opening. And it seems to me that we may have a case of the tail wagging the dog. That is just my humbling opinion. When communication doesn't happen between communities, between organizations, people have no idea where all of this is coming from. I think people deserve the truth. They want to trust, and you can't have trust without conversation. For this state to allow a federal arm, the SPP, to become the authority over our grid, controlling our cost allocations, dictating who pays, who plays, and makes one wonder about our state sovereignty. Is it at stake when it comes to our electrical grid? The testimony presented pointed to a couple of things that stood out. The SPP seems to be running the show. The push for the legislature to usher in zero carbon policy has been costly. So we have to realize what net zero would really look like in Kansas. And these are their own words. The reality is massive expansion of transmission lines across the state at the cost of landowners. 300 million acres of land repurposed for carbon capture. This is to reach net zero by 2050. Gas and oil jobs lost forever. Infusion of $3 trillion in high-risk projects would be immediate. Injection of carbon capture into the Earth's core. Retrofitting farming and cattle operations to reduce non-CO2 emissions would happen. And for me, when I watched the 7-minute video, does this really sound like a prosperous Kansas that we know? Sacrificing our baseload energy for what may be an unreliable grid could be detrimental to the Kansas economy and irreversible. So we need to think, discuss, and choose wisely. Perhaps we need to put Kansas first. Do we choose to untangle our state from these agenda-driven policies that drive mandates and dictate regulation over our businesses, or put Kansans and this legislature back in the driver's seat? Make Kansas a pro-land right state. Focus on sound tax policies, keeping more money in Kansans' pockets. Focus on energy policies that benefit Kansans, and perhaps we will see a massive growth from those that flee other states that overregulate. Kansas people are resilient. In times of hardship, I will place my bet on them every time. They have an endless thirst for freedom, to live as they choose, protect what they own, and they deserve a government that works for them. Kansans are ready for leaders that have their back, and I believe this committee is where it begins. This is a time to step up, to put it in high gear, swing for the fences, and watch the American dream thrive in Kansas. Let freedom ring across the state, ring across our communities, ring loud and clear. I would like to thank this committee for giving us the opportunity to be part of this discussion. And you're invited anytime you feel like it, if you want to ride with me across Kansas and see some of the best of the best.
Thank you, Virginia. That was very, very well done. Looked like it was a little bit hard for you at times, but
when you have people share their stories, it's very emotional, but I think that especially our senior citizens deserve better.
well, keep reading, keep learning, and our doors are open. So thank you. Ben, would you like to take it from here?
Sure. Thanks for having me here. I want to start before I get into what TNC does and the work we're doing for siting energy assets. Just give you a quick background on me. I've started about 22 years ago now working in the energy industry. So I recently came over to TNC as a state director about 6 months ago. But my experience with Evergy has been with renewable siting, transmission siting, conservation work, sustainability reporting, climate resiliency. So I wanted to give you a quick background on me and who I am. Many of you I haven't had a chance to really meet and talk with yet. But I will say the experience I've had in the past in the energy industry, it really makes me excited for what is coming forward. I think I can speak for our whole Kansas TNC chapter where our staff is excited about the challenges we have before us. So I'll talk a little bit today about what we're doing. So I should probably start. I'll explain a little bit of what TNC's mission is to give you a background on kind of what we do. I'm sure most of you are probably familiar with this, but our mission at its core is to conserve the lands and the waters on which all life depends. So as I go through this presentation, I'll kind of ask everybody to keep that in mind as we go through. That's what guides our decisions at TNC. We've got a pretty long history of collaboration in the state. And this is really, I'll focus mostly today on our work that we've done to conserve grasslands in the state. So that would be tall grass prairie in the Flint Hills, onto the short grass prairie out west, and mixed prairie and in the central part of the state. But we've got several preserves in the state that we own and operate. So we've got the Kansas Station up by Manhattan. We've got the tall grass prairie preserve down by Strong City. We've got Flint Hills Preserve near Cassidy. We've got a property out in western Kansas to the tune of about 16,000 acres, a little more than that, which is predominantly short grass prairie out there, which is Smoky Valley Ranch out west. So I say that to set the stage that we are a landowner, we are a taxpayer in the state. So I always want to kind of make sure I set that framework as I talk with folks. Folks don't often know that we own that much property in the state. And then I think you guys all have the slides in front of you here. Some of those stars on that slide are where those properties reside. Moving on to the third slide here. So I can't imagine, especially given my history at Evergy, that you haven't heard the words reliable, affordable, or sustainable in the last couple of days. Rest assured, I won't get into the reliability and the affordability part of the equation, but sustainability is where TNC comes in. And one of the things that I really want to drive forward is, as investors and customers and other stakeholders are looking at our energy industry to expeditiously put renewable energy on the landscape. And it's not just renewable energy, it's the transmission assets that go along with those energy assets. But as those stakeholders are encouraging the industry to speed up, I'll just be honest with you, the TNC supports that trend, but we support it in a responsible way. So we want to make sure those assets are sited in a responsible way, that those resources are deployed in a way that minimizes impact on the landscape using proper siting techniques, using the best available science that we have today. Ultimately, again, to protect those, in this instance, those grasslands that we are already working to conserve in the state. So I also like to talk a little bit with folks about what proper siting looks like. So this next slide, which is has two projects pretty clearly outlined in the pictures. But proper siting, so the project on the left of that slide, some people might call that a sustainably sited wind farm. You'll see a wind farm and you'll see a big patch of grass. But that particular project was in southeast Kansas in the tall grass prairie. And it's a project that isn't a low impact project. It's a project that frankly has some siting issues. I'll also follow that up with the picture on the right. You'll see some wind assets located in an already disturbed piece of agricultural land. Those types of properties are ideal for significant energy asset location, just from the standpoint of habitat protection. So that landscape is already fragmented. It has already been plowed in some way, shape, or form, so already disturbed. Those are the types of assets and those landscapes that we look at when we look at appropriate energy siting. The other benefit when you start talking about agricultural land is it could be mutually beneficial for both customers and landowners in those instances. So I always try to give people a brief idea of what good and bad siting from Nature Conservancy's standpoint look like. So I wanted to provide some pictures there. So if I jump forward to the next slide, I kind of want to talk about what is the Nature Conservancy doing about all of this. As you might imagine, with an energy background, I love the doing. I love the project part of what we do. So what have we done? We have a tool that we call Site Renewables Right. It used to be called Site Wind Right. So early in 2015 era, we've been developing this, mind you, for many years before 2015, but rolled out in 2015 as Site Wind Right. It was a tool initially used in Oklahoma and Kansas to help site wind farms appropriately, and I'll get into more details of the tool on the next slide. But we have expanded that to 19 states. We have also expanded it to integrate solar into the siting criteria, the appropriate siting criteria of the tool. And then we do have a goal within TNC, and I probably should have explained this a little better. So there's a state chapter of TNC in every state, and so we have North American TNC and then state and then TNC chapters outside of the United States. So the goal is to expand this tool to all of the United States and then also to other countries as we move forward. The key to this tool is to be able to define high impact and low impact areas and help developers site these energy assets in appropriate places. So on the next slide, and you'll have to forgive me, this is a busy slide. But I wanted to give you an example of what the tool does. So when you put a project into this analysis tool, what you can do, and I should also say that the team I had at Evergy, we used this tool. So this was a tool that is used by developers. It is used by energy entities. But what this does is it maps out high impact areas. So whether that's a flyover, a migratory corridor, a water asset, sensitive ecosystem, sensitive endangered species, which I was enthused to see Leo's slide that had sensitive species as a number 9 on the impact list. So that type of data is in this tool. And keep in mind also, this is a pretty busy slide because it is a blow up of Kansas. You can dial in, you can zoom in on this tool, and you can get much more granular than the picture that you have in front of you. So the next slide gets a little more optimistic. So when I show you this, some people might be saying, oh no, there doesn't seem to be much developable acres in Kansas. Well, not the case. If you go to the next slide, what I'll say is take heart. One of the things that TNC wanted to do when this analysis tool was developed was to not just tell people where they couldn't go, but to highlight areas that are low impact and where they could put these energy assets. And that's the green area that you see on the slide you have in front of you. I can tell you from using this tool in my old work within the energy industry, it was nice to have a tool that would tell you where to go, not just where you can't. It is very valuable from a development standpoint. But using this tool, what we can come up with is there are about 9.7 million acres of low impact land in the state suitable for energy development. This could be more than 120 gigawatts of installed capacity. So that's in addition to what's out there on the landscape today. So there's plenty of good area to site renewable assets. People often ask me, what's the harm of siting these assets in the tallgrass prairie? Certainly there are species impacts, but oftentimes if we're having trouble coming to an agreement, I say, well, how about we use up the easy low impact areas before we even have that conversation, because we've got plenty of it. And then on the last slide, really what I wanted to leave you with is a success story. So TNC has been involved in well over 20 large scale projects using our staff, who are, frankly, I've got some PhDs that report to me. I'm not a PhD, but we use our science expertise in-house along with our global network of science-minded folks to put a scientific tool on the ground for developers to use. And so in Kansas, we've been involved with 20 or so large-scale developments. We've commented to numerous county commissions to provide guidance on whether or not their county should be, how they might cite resources that are proposed in their counties. But I'll also say the last slide here is an example of a real success story in a developer that we worked with named Orsted. So they came forward and they have recently commissioned a 200 megawatt wind farm in Marion County. They initially came to us voluntarily to have our folks at TNC using the Site Renewables Right tool to evaluate the project. We did find some problems with the project, frankly. It wasn't a bad project, but there were some things that we wanted to tweak. So they voluntarily came to us. They asked for recommendations from our science staff using the best science we have. And frankly, they took those recommendations and they didn't have to. So they made some modifications to the project. They also put a significant amount of resources on the ground so in areas where we couldn't mitigate all of the issues, they were able to basically contribute funding, so we can take funding and put money back into the heart of the Flint Hills for management, appropriate management of large scale intact parcels of tallgrass prairie. So it was a very successful project. It was a voluntary conservation measure that they took. And then we're hoping that over time, as we can work with developers, talk about where to site these assets, if there are issues, if there are some parts of these energy assets that end up in medium or even low impact areas, that there might be some mitigation available. So I'll leave you with, that is a success story. I commend Orsted for the work that they did. We hope that that's a model that we can use with other developers. And the last thing I'll say is, we understand that as we develop this next generation of energy assets, it's going to be, this is moving forward. It's important to remember that the criteria for sustainable energy development, it's more than a checklist for us in particular. It's really a balancing act. We understand there's going to have to be compromises moving forward. We understand that reliability and affordability have champions in the regulators and the ratepayers. We get that. But it's really on all of us to work together to find these sustainable solutions for creating the energy assets of the future. So that's all I had.
I appreciate you were almost right on the money for the time too. So very good. Thank you for that presentation. Mr. Pistora, how are you doing, sir?
Good. Good, Chairman, Committee. Thanks for having me. My name is Zach Pistora. I'm the lobbyist for the Kansas chapter Sierra Club, and just want to applaud you for the investigation, transmission siting, and resource planning. As far as power lines go, it's been a quite powerful discussion. I would like to say that the Sierra Club has been a part of a number of these energy conversations at the Southwest Power Pool, at FERC, and then locally within the Kansas Corporation Commission and the legislature, and as well as even the Kansas Supreme Court. For those that don't know, the Sierra Club is one of the oldest and largest grassroots environmental organizations across the country. In Kansas, we have about 5,000 members across nearly all counties of Kansas, and we're dedicated to enjoying, exploring, and protecting the great outdoors. So we share a lot of the sentiment that's been expressed as far as enjoyment of the land, for its aesthetics, its natural beauties, its opportunity for recreation and industry. But we also thinking, and it comes at a very emotional price for many of us that are thinking about our future and the uncertainty that's in front of us with the extreme weather and climate change. So we hope to navigate this conversation by thinking about the lands and waters which we all depend on, and also protecting our communities, both people and ecosystems. And so with that said, I want to kind of dive in, and I guess I'll also note that our core focus is on the communities and nonprofits. We don't do the bidding of other companies, and we understand that quality of life is more than just dollars and cents. So I hope that comes through with our comments. We have an overarching goal of saving the planet and making sure our planet is there for our children and grandchildren. And so we support renewable energy and climate action, but at the same time, we maintain our 130-year-old commitment to protecting natural resources and treasured landscapes. So we have to seek a balance in Sierra Club, and therefore we support large, robust, large-scale transmission and all responsibly sited renewable power plants. And we will oppose projects where the companies are unfairly taking advantage of communities or destroying the local environment unnecessarily. So we hope to thread that needle in compromise and providing a balance of both protecting the environment, protecting our future, and doing right by our communities and ecosystems. I want to start with kind of a basic, I don't know if this got lost, but I just want to reiterate it, a basic conclusion here. Transmission and distribution is just as, if not more important than roads and highways. Given today's era of electricity important in America, think of transmission distribution as just as important as roads and highways. And I'll get to my later point. It's not a matter of building transmission. We know we need to build more transmission, but it's a matter of how and how much. And so I'll get to that later in my comments. But you heard it. A number of presenters said it. I'm going to reemphasize it. Building out transmission infrastructure is essential for accessing low-cost resources, distributing energy over long distances, making our electrical grid more efficient and resilient, reducing wholesale electricity prices and improving grid reliability, and allows for our region to import electricity from other states when we have a surplus and vice versa. So all that's important, and I'll say that Kansas lawmakers forecasted the need for transmission, what it could bring to our state when they helped form the Kansas Electrical Transmission Authority, KETA, what was it, 2005 or something like that. And they ushered in, the lawmakers specifically on that committee, a few of you were on that committee, ushered in those low-cost wind resources that has helped keep Kansas and Southwest power pool prices low, and not to mention the thousands of jobs, the billions of dollars of investment into our state, and millions of dollars to landowner lease payments. I'd argue that wouldn't have been possible without the leadership of the Kansas legislature, as well as developers and other authorities, but to look at the value of transmission into the future. And so I applaud you for thinking about those things today. An SPP report analyzing transmission build-out between 2012 and 2014 showcased a ratio of 3.5 to 1 in terms of benefits to costs. Okay, so if we have a 3.5 multiplier on benefits for the investment, that's something to keep in mind. And again, we're not all just about economics here, so I'll get to some of those other things. But we see transmission as a critical infrastructure need. We also see it as a necessary climate and clean energy solution. And so one of the biggest impacts to our grid is extreme weather. And that'll happen. It has happened and it'll continue to intensify. You've heard a little bit about it. But public policy and market-driven efforts to address and prepare for a changing climate are focusing increasingly on decarbonizing the economy and electrifying building and transportation sectors. More electric vehicles, you heard it. More electric heat pumps. There's going to be more economic development projects. There's going to be more of a demand on the grid, and therefore we need more transmission and generation resources to accommodate it. You heard it yesterday. Department of Energy says we might need twice as much transmission as we currently have today by 2035. Princeton University says it could be 2 to 5 times more electrical transmission. Okay. The key part is how. The pace of transmission build out also needs to increase. Across America, we build out transmission. About 1% of transmission gets built every year. They're looking at 2% or more. So we need more, but we also need them faster. Okay. So that's at the same time, we need to balance the community interests, both environment and people. So it's a tall task. But I'll say there are other ways we can help lessen the need of transmission lines here in Kansas and across the region. So I want you to hear some of these. We need smart energy strategies. Okay, if we have more electricity being generated through local supply, through maybe rooftop solar or third-party power purchase of solar agreements, then the need for transmit more electricity across longer distance shrinks a little bit. Does that make sense? Kansas is one of the top 10 states for the sun. We're one of the bottom 10 states for solar energy. And especially distributed energy resources and rooftop solar, when Kansans take money out of their bank accounts or out of their pockets and invest in their own electrical system, that provides benefits to the whole electrical grid as well. And so we have a couple bills in a House Energy and Utilities Committee that can help loosen the red tape on renewables, specifically distributed energy resources, like better net metering, third-party power purchase agreements that will help increase local supply. So transmission isn't as necessary. We can produce more power locally, less transmission. So I understand that might be a little bit different. What I said is we're building it out, but I'm saying if we're smart about our energy strategies, we can reduce the amount of transmission. Okay. Another example, energy conservation. Cheapest energy that we generate is the energy we don't use, right? We're second to last of all states ranked by the American Council on Energy Efficiency Economy in terms of energy conservation. So let's help Kansans save energy. And we know our largest public utility has got new energy efficiency programs they're going to roll out. That's exciting. We also got more state programs that are being unleashed through federal funding initiatives. So those are some ideas that we can help with smart energy strategy that would theoretically lessen the energy need to go across transmission lines. A couple of other things, energy storage capacity, that's really important. The more we have energy storage, the less theoretically the number of power plants or wind and solar farms out there. We can optimize our grid as it is. And then we can't forget about green hydrogen. I know Kansas wasn't selected in the top 7 and didn't get an award, but I think they're next in line and could. But I just read yesterday that Siemens just provided game-changing technology to be able to produce, store, and re-electrify all with green hydrogen. Okay, and demonstrated the possibility of existing gas turbines to use green hydrogen. That's a huge advantage for Kansas with our tremendous solar and wind resources. And if we add on energy storage and all that, we're not only providing ourselves with cheap, reliable power for our own state, we could be making money off of it, just like we do with agriculture, exporting it to the surrounding region. Okay, let's get into specifics on transmission siting. I know that's what we're talking about here, but I just want to add those things because one thing I want to get across is we're well positioned to do both. Pursue smart energy strategies that lessen the need of transmission or optimize transmission, if you will, but also build it out in a way that we can, be in line with our values of protecting Kansas communities and ecosystems, but also unlocking cheap energy resources for the rest of the region, if not the country. It was said earlier, we agree. We also care about the land and civil liberties and the trust and reliability. We echo the other conferees as far as public engagement early and often, transparency, long-term planning is important to win trust and credibility on major energy projects. Local communities should be part of the discussion the whole way through. We should have community level planning. We should keep environmental justice at the forefront, thinking about impacts on the social, cultural, economic realms of the people impacted. But we also know that that they stand to benefit and should be able to benefit. I know we have some things to do as far as equity and cost allocation, some of the other things you heard about to recalibrate the system. But on the whole, we need to y'all could help, but we all need to think about how transmission is vital, and that if we do it in a way that takes in account our communities, the variety of stakeholders, then we should be able to do it in a way that balances all those interests. And so we don't want to discount there are impacts of all energy facility resources, including transmission, right? Bird impacts, trees and grasslands could be disrupted, soil erosion, etc. But fortunately, with proper planning, scientific consultation, community engagement, we can be proactive in route planning and siting. We can also be reactive and put new technology like UV lighting on these transmission and all that. So I'll pause there. There's plenty more I could say about all this, but thank you very much.
To cut you off, that you covered a lot of information. Very well done, sir. Very well. Jackie, take it away.
As I mentioned earlier, I'm Jackie Garagiola, and I represent the Kansas Livestock Association and our roughly 5,800 members across the state. For livestock members, this really is an issue of private property rights. And my testimony in a lot of ways will mirror Claudia's. I won't read through everything, but I do want to pull out a few pieces from my testimony that I believe are important and pertinent to the conversations that we've had over the last couple of days. I want to quickly highlight a couple of bills that KLA testified on last session. The first being SB 166 and then SB 312. SB 166 sought to provide transparency in the line siting process by making public key information about landowners who are impacted by a new line. This was in direct response to companies attempting to keep this information confidential. But there is a statute, KSA 661178, that requires when a utility seeks to obtain a siting permit, they must file an application with the KCC that includes its location, the names and addresses of landowners whose land is impacted, and any other information required by the KCC. So in KLA's opinion, any attempt to prohibit access to that information would be a violation of the statute. However, even though 166 did not make it through the legislative process, I do believe that the KCC addressed this issue by denying the request to keep that information confidential. And so we appreciate their efforts there and would ask them to continue to do so, just as it makes that information available to our members as they conduct these difficult negotiations. SB 312 similarly seeks to protect landowners' rights by placing power back into local governments, specifically county commissioners, when eminent domain is used. Our members believe that private property rights are one of the basic pillars of a free enterprise society and therefore should be preserved by the state. Again, this bill was introduced late into session and did not pass out of the Committee on Local Government. However, one good thing that came from this is it gave KLA the opportunity to reaffirm some of our policies with that committee. And I want to point to one specific policy that I think is extremely relevant. It states that KLA supports legislative, judicial, and administrative initiatives to prevent the use of eminent domain powers by governmental entities as a tool to take private property from one party and to transfer it to another party for private profit or gain. We believe that when private companies approach our members with plans for new transmission lines and other structures under the threat of eminent domain, it essentially takes away their power to negotiate the use of their land. And so I would say under current law, where these companies are allowed to use eminent domain for these private game through a certificate of convenience by the KCC, we would oppose that, and our policy specifically opposes that. So we would support any repeal of laws providing entities that use of eminent domain, and we believe that those companies should have to negotiate that in the open market if they can't demonstrate a public benefit to the citizens of Kansas. Now, that being said, I want everyone to breathe. I would say that cooperatives and companies that provide a benefit to Kansas ratepayers should be exempted from that. At this point, we're more talking about that energy that's being sent across state lines and isn't directly having a benefit to our ratepayers. So that's something that KLA wanted to emphasize today, and it's something that we do have direct policy on, and I have an obligation to bring up before this committee. The last thing that I want to touch on, and is probably the most common complaint that we hear from our members when we're discussing transmission lines and other energy structures, is the distance from homes and their operations. And this is something we've already heard from other speakers today. It is a common complaint from landowners because this is such an important issue to our members and it is their livelihood. So KLA does support the creation of setback requirements from habitable structures and livestock facilities for transmission lines, as well as other structures. Just to give you a little bit of background from a policies perspective for KLA, this conversation really started for us back in 2021 at our convention in response to the growing number of wind leases across the state. Our KLA members decided to develop a policy to address the issue of setbacks for wind towers specifically. And so we actually have policy that states that we support legislation to protect the private property rights of landowners adjoining but not participating in wind farm developments. And that's not to say that we don't support the ability of our members to enter into wind leases, because we do. We just understand that there are other externalities that affect the adjacent landowners that we want to make sure are taken into consideration when these are constructed. And so that's where that policy comes from. Now, in those conversations, many of the conversations centered around reasonable forms of setback requirements from their homes, from ag structures, and from non-participating property lines. I believe that those same principles can and should be administered to transmission lines. Under current law, transmission lines could be, and often are, as we've heard, placed close to homes, other livestock facilities, and other structures. That's their business. These facilities are extremely important and are a hefty amount of infrastructure, and the siting of new lines in those areas becomes a difficult subject to broach for our members. Many in this room may disagree with me on this point, but I do believe that setbacks actually can work to the developer's advantage as well. Reasonably calibrated setbacks can give all developers a predictable development plan across the state. And I'll say, take it from an industry that's dealt with setbacks for 3 decades now, with our own level of complications, of course. It does provide a predictable method for siting and constructing confined feeding facilities within the state. So with that, I know that we are the last thing keeping everybody from leaving today, so I won't take up too much more of your time, but I do appreciate the opportunity to be here on behalf of my membership, and I'd be happy to take any questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you so much, Jackie. Committee, we've heard from the 5 panelists, and it's been kind of a wealth of information. At this time, any questions for any of them? Senator Solentrop. I'm Schallenberg. Oh my goodness. I apologize.
5 o'clock somewhere.
Solenberger.
There are low impact and high impact areas.
I didn't want the folks at home to hear that.
So I'll be very careful because I don't represent the energy industry anymore.
Before you answer, can I get?
Don't be to ask the question. Are these the, you know, the oil people don't like the wind people, in case you hadn't noticed. And they're always saying the birds are getting killed and we're killing eagles with these. Is that true, or is that false, or is that just like a power line?
So there are collisions with energy infrastructure. I'll say that. I don't represent Evergy anymore, so I don't feel like I should stand up here and.
Is that why you think they shouldn't be located, or you just think
That's one
they'll
reason
look-
why we think they shouldn't be located in certain areas, is impacts to physical impacts with species. But I will say this: one of the things that when we make good environmental decisions is not only do we prevent one-on-one collisions or impacts with those species, but we also create a species of abundance, so that when we do have big issues like a drought that we're in right now, that those species numbers can ebb and flow to a degree where they can withstand those big events. So they can withstand if we do impact a species on a one-on-one basis, or if we have high impact issues all happening at once. So species health, getting those species numbers to a point where, and frankly, habitat destruction is one of the number one reasons why species decline.
Is there any real proof of that? Can you? I know you don't want to say it in front of your. Can you get us real proof that birds are dying because
right here, right now.
Yeah,
but yes,
no, I don't want
to. Be happy to have our science folks meet.
Thank you.
Discuss.
Good. Representative Carmichael, and I got your name right.
Thank goodness you didn't call me senator. You know, I was listening to him as, is it Garagiola? Sort of like Joe, the guy that I watched when I was a kid.
That's correct. There's some relation on my husband's side.
Oh, really? At any rate, some of what you said just a few minutes ago was kind of resonating with me. But the first thing I want you to hopefully understand is I don't care that it's late in the afternoon. I'll stay here till 4:35 or 6 to talk about this stuff. I'm already here in town. This is important. So don't be concerned that I'm on my way out the door. As I listened to your testimony, and I listened to Ms. Crosland's testimony in particular, and also Ms. Hizon, yeah, you know, I hear the importance of the family farm, and I understand that sometimes energy infrastructure can make it difficult to farm, can make it more expensive to farm, can theoretically, in some instances, make it impossible, and you know, can impact the bottom line. But I think we all also have a realization that as much as I didn't like the environmental impacts of drilling in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s in particular, I've got a friend of mine. He's dead now, God rest him. But he was upside down with the bank. He was down to his last crop of dryland wheat. He was selling his cows at the auction. And one day they found oil. And it saved the family farm that had been in his family for 2 or 3 generations. And the family farm is still there. And he farms around the pump jacks. Sometimes I used to accuse him of farming the pump jacks rather than the wheat. But that was an example for me, at least, that the energy industry can also save the family farm. Another anecdotal story, and this relates to some discussion why I talked to you, is setbacks, and not setbacks, but the impact on adjoining landowners. My wife's family owned land. Across the road, they built a wind farm. And that wind farm's successful. The farming still goes on. It's more money in the farmers or ranchers, in this case, pocket. I think it was good for that family farm across the road. Now, it didn't do very well for my family. And then they built a cell tower over on the other half of the section. We didn't get any money out of that either. But I don't think that this is always just a one-way impact on the farming industry or the family farm. And I think you were expressing that thought from the livestock industry's perspective. I assume the Farm Bureau is in agreement that there are times that energy development and production is in fact what keeps or has kept some family farms alive, or certainly improved the standard of living for the people who live there. And I think that most all of us would agree with that. So that was sort of a question. I assume you would agree?
Yes.
And if you'd like to elaborate,
Love to.
I'm here all afternoon.
That's absolutely. No, I appreciate that point because that's exactly, and I'm glad you picked up on that, why we put that in the testimony to make clear that we're very supportive of our members who want to have wind towers on their property. We even offer, so I'm the associate counsel for the Kansas Livestock Association as well as a lobbyist. So act as an attorney for many of our members on issues that are within the scope of what we do. One of the things I'm very happy to do is take a look at their wind leases or potential wind leases. The same thing with solar, and just tell them, these are the types of things we look for that might be helpful to your operation. Ingress, egress roads. Talk about the cost with them. Maybe don't take the very first offer. This is a negotiation, and we have options. Who doesn't have an option is obviously the adjacent landowner. And that's why we have policy now that goes to that, and why we advocate for certain policies. Last year, we advocated on what everyone called the blinking lights bill, which was to mitigate that to where they were, turned off at certain times when they weren't needed, and obviously to for radar purposes for airplanes and other flying craft. So those are the types of things that we will continue to advocate for in the legislature while helping our members who do want to engage in that process on their own property. I think where we get a little sideways on this issue is when eminent domain comes into play, because it's not the same type of negotiation process, because no matter whether you're being compensated or not, you're negotiating under the threat of eminent domain, knowing that at the end of the day, you really have no choice. And that's what becomes difficult.
But that's true for transmission siting, but it's not necessarily true for wind towers or wind.
That's a separate issue. And
Okay.
that's why we are happy to engage with the negotiation process and help our members on the wind and solar piece, and encourage them, if that's right for their operation, to do so. That's where we get sideways only with the transmission line piece. Because
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'd like to extend on that remark with Ms. Hessong. I'm sorry that I don't know your name
No,
yet.
you're fine.
I apologize.
You're good.
But I think I heard in your testimony also a suggestion that perhaps landowners be paid a premium over and above the present value of the ground in view of the fact that it was an involuntary taking or sale.
Correct. Yeah. So that would be applying to the transmission siting. So again, we would have policy similar to KLA of we are supportive of wind and solar farms that members voluntarily sign up for and engage in those contracts. Where we have the issue is eminent domain used for transmission siting. So that's where we feel that, as Jackie mentioned, the threat of eminent domain for the transmission siting is always kind of looming in those conversations. So how making sure landowners have a voice in that, and yes, they should be compensated at a rate higher than the fair market value.
Something along the lines of, in the event of a private taking of private ground, that perhaps the private for-profit entity ought to pay a premium to the other private party who, against their will in some instances, was forced to give up their ground or the use of their ground.
Correct. And that's because they are changing the future use of that land. Yes. And
now, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, you're more important than I am.
Oh, I don't know about that. I would just say, you touched on it earlier, they are changing the future use of that land, and that's not accounted for in that point in time when they are receiving that payment, when that eminent domain is enacted. So how do we compensate for future use that is changed through the farming practices, potential developments? Farmers and ranchers never compensated for that action.
Let me throw this out there though quickly. A different model, and I don't know if it's a good idea or bad idea, but a different model might also look to the energy industry, because when my friend lost his valuable dryland wheat to a pump jack, he got paid an upfront payment for the lease. And then he continued to have an income stream for as long as those wells produce. Is there any consideration, and I know this may be an anathema to some people in this room, but is there any consideration to saying, if you exercise eminent domain, what you get is an easement, if you will, and you get an upfront payment, good compensation to build whatever your energy related structure is other than generation structures. And then you continue to pay some sort of a lease payment, perhaps adjusted, perhaps, I don't know how you measure it, because unfortunately, oftentimes with oil, the royalty payments go down. But is that a possibility that you all have thought about? Does it have problems? Has it been done elsewhere? Is it a bad idea, a good idea, or otherwise? And I'm happy to hear from anyone, time permitting, but I'm asking the Farm Bureau. They're experts.
Yeah, well, I don't know about experts, but that is the policy that we are was working through our process. So we would be welcome to have those conversations with stakeholders. I think everyone in this room doesn't like eminent domain. It's not a fun conversation to engage in. It's not a fun
Well,
conversation
so
to have
long
with
as eminent
landowners.
domain is on somebody else's ground, I love to have the flood control project that was
Right.
built in the 50s in Wichita, because my house now has not flooded in 80 years, and it was only accomplished through eminent domain. So don't say I'm against the concept of eminent domain.
I will say stakeholders, the conversations are not fun of relating to transmission siting. So are there other ways that we could structure those payments that satisfy landowners? I think that's a conversation worth having.
Mr. Postlewaite and Mr. Zakor, I greatly appreciate both what you had to say. I don't need to ask specific questions, but I really appreciate where you're coming from. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Do we have any other questions? Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our panelists as well. The concept of eminent domain has been in our federal constitution and our state constitution since the founding of the country and then later the state. So it's something that we as states and clearly as a country have to wrestle with, which is why the legislature through the years that we heard from the revisor, thank you for that, have created statutes in the Eminent Domain Act to put in place, I would hope, appropriate guardrails, because if we don't have protection of our private property from government, then kind of this whole experiment, the American experiment, kind of falls apart, because private property rights are very important. So since I've been in the legislature, this is a conversation that we've had, particularly around the energy arena, that how do we, walk that line between eminent domain when government needs to take land for a public use that may not be agreeable to a private landowner. When a private landowner wants to sell his or her land for a wind turbine, you are the private property owner. You ought to have private property rights to do that. Now, the use of your private property clearly impacts the use of somebody else's private property next door. So how do we balance that? I think we've seen some solutions in the legislature. I am glad to hear that KLA has resources in place to help its members negotiate these private contracts. There's no ability for a private entity to take private land. So that is always going to be a contract negotiation. Now, oftentimes it's not necessarily between equals, because you have the corporation coming in and you then have the private individual trying to engage in those conversations. So as we sit here as state policymakers, how can we kind of balance that out? You have the private right to contract as a corporation and as an individual landowner. And how do we structure it with this kind of new industry, with wind taking on more of the capacity for energy in Kansas, as well as solar? And we've looked at solutions in the legislature. So just looking to you all, we don't have representatives from other industries here. I think someone said oil and gas isn't represented on this panel, which would be an important player as well. So I'm open to suggestions about, if you restrict you can't use your land in this way that's going to impact, in a certain radius, other private property. Well, then you've restricted the other private property owners' rights, and they didn't have a say in that. So what I've heard from the wind industry is that when they're negotiating with private landowners, that oftentimes they do also negotiate with adjacent landowners to compensate them for the visible structures that are not on their land but on the adjoining land. So I don't know what the solution is. So I guess I could ask each of you for, if you have, in 10 words or less, what is your best solution to, as we have a growing industry in Kansas that wants to be able to operate and continue to grow, and how to do that in a responsible way that we're protecting private property rights, which was what the whole reason that eminent domain was put in place too, that the government cannot take your private property without just compensation to you. And just, we could talk about the definition of just, it has a legal definition, but if I could, Mr. Chair, kind of in 10 words or less from each of our panelists, what's your best solution as we try to navigate through this as a state?
You're welcome to answer. If you don't want to participate, that's fine. But starting with Claudia, let's go on around.
Yeah, so page 3 in my testimony, the bullet point 2, stakeholder engagement opportunities during the planning process prior to line approval, taking those considerations that our energy working group has brought forward. I think that could alleviate some of the angst and frustration that we see around those eminent domain proceedings. Landowners just want a voice in the process, and they want to see that Kansas has benefited through these projects. We don't want to be a net exporter of these goods, and if we are, how do Kansas ratepayers feel that relief and get the benefit from it? So I think that would be one way that we would look to alleviate that.
Thank you for that question, because it's a great one. It has a lot of answers to it, but it has to begin with a community conversation. It has to begin with awareness, a process where landowners are totally engaged in this, as well as the contingency of all the other landowners. People hate non-transparency. And that's why I came and testified for Senate Bill 166. It's very easy to be transparent when you're following the set of rules. And so the Blackberry line brought out a lot of maybe short-sightedness, and maybe the process wasn't very clear to an out-of-state player. And the other part of that is it's a partnership. If you need my land, then I'm your partner. Let's cut the farmer in on a bigger part of the winnings, whether it's part of the tariff or the open access tariff. You need his land, become partners. And I think that's some of the things that are just kind of not mentioned in conversation.
I won't touch eminent domain, but I will say in my past job and current job, I've had the most success when these kinds of subjects are discussed in an open, very transparent community kind of a forum. And so I guess that would be my advice, would be a lot of open community forum communication.
Yeah, not too much different. Community planning, community level planning, public engagement early and often. And hopefully you can try to steer away from eminent domain as kind of the last resort. If you get people to buy into it, if you express the positives of the project, I think they'll be happy to say, hey, I'll give you the opportunity to put a transmission line on my land if it serves a greater good, if I get my community benefits.
So is setbacks one word? I'm just kidding. No, I think I had that conversation. I understand. You talked about adjacent landowners and what you've heard from their concerns, and the idea of setbacks that then prohibits somebody next to them from also having a wind turbine or a transmission line or whatever that might be that we're applying setbacks to. I would say setbacks in how I outline them and how we follow them in our industry is from habitable structures. We would also add livestock facilities to that because we consider those kind of near equal importance from an operational standpoint. But so not everything is going to be within a certain distance from a habitable structure. And so you may be able to put a significant amount right next to each other. The other thing is that in our industry, when we don't want to deal with a setback issue where we have a neighbor who is certainly okay with being close to a CAFO, a confined facility, we can do what's called a waiver. And so they sign off basically on that saying, no, we're fine with the fact that the distance is not to what the setback requirement is. And they can sign off on that. Now, I think there is opportunities, obviously, for some adjacent landowners to also benefit from any wind turbine construction or albeit other construction, although we haven't really had this conversation around transmission lines yet. But some sort of payment, or I don't know what that looks like at this point. Obviously, anything surrounding that, we could engage in that conversation. We have engaged in other bills that support adjacent landowners' rights. And so we're open to ideas. These aren't, the only solutions. These are just what we've seen that have worked in our industry, and that we would put forward for this industry as maybe a solution that would make landowners feel more comfortable with where these lines are being sited, where other structures are being sited, and hopefully make the process run a little smoother.
Thank you for those answers, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the leeway to ask the question. And clearly, again, our private corporations don't have the ability to exercise eminent domain, so I didn't want to confuse that issue either. But thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going back to the information from the Kansas Farm Bureau and note that one of the things that you support is the establishment of standard weighting factors to be used. So it's probably good for you and for all the panelists here to be going back to their respective friends and members to review what those standard factors might be. And I'm asking particularly, would the Farm Bureau ask about that question of length not along an existing transmission line, especially when we heard from the Kansas Corporation Commission that some people said, oh yes, it's better to have it along, and other people said, let's share the pain. So it seems like the Farm Bureau could help us, and probably the Livestock Association in getting that feedback from your members. And also then I'd like to hear from the Sierra Club and the Nature Conservancy, what is the value of having those two together? But I think this is a conversation that's going to be had in the future if we consider adopting such standards. So then the only other question I had for the Farm Bureau is, in your testimony, you oppose the use of eminent domain for the acquisition of rights in land for wind, solar, hydrogen energy projects and facilities. Is it fine for coal plants and nuclear plants to use eminent domain?
I would have to go back and look through our policy where if we have a stance on that. I only looked at policy relating to wind transmission energy projects and also new policy that's being considered. So I would have to get back to you on if we have policy relating to those topics. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
I would just add it. I think one of the things that I've appreciated in all the comments from the Southwest Power Pool is that they say they are not concerned about the type of utility. And so that would be helpful too when we're making rules about eminent domain and transmission, because any new generation facility may mean that we're asking for additional transmission.
I would say that our policy that I referenced specifically references eminent domain for private entities. It doesn't specify which private entity that might be. It's not specific to transmission.
All right. Yeah. Mr. Carmichael again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll be done by 4:30. Don't worry. I thought I had heard some people talking about transmission and eminent domain, but and I'm formulating my thought here, trying to remember. And maybe the people in the room who know the answer aren't in the room anymore. But I think we've completed some transmission in Kansas without the developer utilizing eminent domain. Does anybody know? Is that the case, Mr. Hoynes? I never can get it right, Leo. I'm sorry. I try to call people by their correct names, and I'm getting old. But and it may be that there are some types of projects that simply don't qualify for eminent domain, but they still get built. Is that the case?
Yes, it is. If you look at the gen tie lines from a wind farm that take power from the wind farm to the transmission grid, a lot of those are 345 kV lines, just like the transmission lines you build. They do not have eminent domain. And I would say if you compared the routes, they're very different than the routes you would see for the ones that do have eminent domain.
You mean that it zigzags and it turns?
Much more.
They have to compare construction costs with land acquisition cost?
The route's much more circuitous.
Circuitous.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And one other thing, a different example, when we talk about impact on adjoining landowners, again, trying to borrow from the oil industry, I think we still have pooling agreements and so on that I can't walk up to the edge of my land and suck all the oil out from under yours. So it's not a novel concept. It's a matter of the devil's in the details. And then it ends up, my constituents end up paying the higher land acquisition cost, the impact on the neighbor cost, because I really don't think that the companies that build these transmission lines aren't going to pass those costs on. And it's going to end up eventually on my constituents' electric bill. So we have to balance everybody's, the right to farm successfully versus the need for my disabled neighbor to be able to have electricity in the wintertime when his family needs the heat.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could get clarification from the reviser or maybe a panelist, when we have, for instance, solar panels installed or a solar panel farm or a wind farm or even a one wind turbine on private property, and we're talking about transmission line then from the solar or from the wind turbines, could you answer the transmission line from the wind or solar? Does the transmission line, that would or would not have the authority of eminent domain to get connected up to SPP? It would not, right? Not only is it the siting of the solar panels and the siting of the wind farm, but when we're talking transmission lines siting for those types of energy, there's no eminent domain, correct?
So 66104 expressly prohibits eminent domain authority for the construction of wind turbines. And as Leo stated, the generation tie lines that are connecting the wind facilities to the grid don't have the authority of eminent domain. They're not getting public utility status and operating as a public utility. There's no provision in state law relating to solar like there is for wind that I'm aware of. A solar.
But a solar would have to be certified as a utility in order to exercise eminent domain. Do I have that right?
Yes, you would need to be a public utility to exercise that eminent domain authority. And the KCC might have some thoughts on that as well.
And we don't have any solar certified or?
I'll just clarify, wind, solar, any of those facilities that are independent, not part of public utilities rate base, they can all opt out under that 104E. Is that right? And so any tie lines associated with those facilities, again, if they opt out, they're not a public utility. They cannot use eminent domain.
They're opting out of
being of public utility status. So 66104 says if you're generating electricity, you're a public utility. But then we have an exemption that says if you're these types of facilities, you can opt out and say, I don't want to be a public utility. But when you opt out and say, I don't want to be a public utility, then you don't have the power of eminent domain.
So it's up to the wind and solar company then, whether to be a utility or not. That
For independent power producers, it's up to them. They can opt out. As I said before, wind there's a state law prohibition against the exercise of eminent domain authority in 66104 for wind facilities. Now, if Evergy chooses to build a solar plant, that might change the analysis a little bit, because that wouldn't be an independent power producer, and that'd be a utility building a solar facility. So that might change the analysis with regard to eminent domain for that type of solar facility.
okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Schallenberg.
I don't know if we've moved into the discussion phase, but I don't have a question for the panel. But when you're not a utility, you don't pay utility tax rate. Is that right? Why would somebody want to opt out? Do they avoid the utility tax rate, which is the highest in the state? Because these things that have opted out don't pay taxes at all. Right? Wind doesn't pay property tax.
I'd have to look to some folks
And wind transmission,
or talk to some tax revisors to get an answer on that for you.
Is there anyone in the audience that might have insight on that? Mr. Zakora. Oh, okay.
The attorneys,
Would you please
Can you state your name for everyone?
Sure, Leo Hanos, the chief engineer. The attorneys are deferring to my legal analysis here, so take that for what it's worth. No, under 104E, the way we understand it, if you have renewable energy, which is wind or solar, then and you decide to opt out of being a public utility, then eminent domain does not apply. The tax break, which is not in 104, I don't remember the statute it's in, it applies to any facility, whether it's a public utility facility or an exempt facility, is my understanding of it. And I have to look up the statute.
But wind farms don't pay property tax. They pay landowners and other people. They don't pay property tax.
That's my understanding for 10 years. It's a 10-year exemption, right?
And the Blackberry line won't pay property tax.
Because it's a transmission line. I think new transmission is also in there for that same exemption of taxes. And I'm going to have to go back to the revisor. You need to look that one up for me for sure.
But does the other utility companies, does Evergy pay property tax on their lines?
Kimberly,
does Evergy pay property tax on its utility lines? Anybody from Evergy want to answer that?
Right, no, that's fine. And I can confirm this, but I believe
Laura,
we do.
state your name, please.
Yeah, Laura Lutz with Evergy. And I'll confirm this, but I believe we do pay taxes, and I think we're the largest property taxpayer overall of utilities in the state.
I believe you do too.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Kimberly, would you like to make a statement there?
Kimberly Ginterswati on behalf of the Advanced Power Alliance. And so to the senator's question about why wouldn't a wind farm or solar facility want to be a public utility in the state? And a big part of that reason is we won't serve retail customers. And so, we are, building generation, or in some cases we're building generation interconnection lines. They're not transmission lines because they're not part of the open access system. They're only moving power from one asset to the grid, which is the reason why it does not have the right of eminent domain. But that's a big reason why we wouldn't have access to retail customers. And for wind, solar, hydrogen is still kind of in a nebulous space. There is a 10-year property tax exemption for those assets, which is similar to all forms, for building new transmission lines has a 10-year property tax exemption. New coal facility would have a 10-year property tax exemption. And there's discussion about natural gas, which if it's natural gas serving like a utilities system, then it would be a 10-year exemption potentially. If it was an IPP, it would be a 6-year exemption. But in the case of wind and solar, they do pay a payment in lieu of taxes or in a donation agreement for the first 10 years, which is unlike other forms of generation, except for Wolf Creek, which is fully on the property tax rolls at the utility rate.
Okay. Is someone from Polsinelli still in here? The reason I'm calling it, you guys put out a super white paper that maybe covered some of this, and would you have just some insight to it?
Well, so and there on the
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
please.
Alan Klaus Anderson. So I'm the chair of the energy practice group at Polsinelli. We're about 1,000 lawyers across the country, 24 offices, and do all sorts of types of energy from utility, oil and gas, and of course renewable energy. I also teach renewable energy law at the University of Kansas School of Law, so some of these can come with a professor hat or the lawyer hat. But as Kimberly mentioned, first on the tax part, that's right. Every source of energy has a property tax exemption in Kansas, and you can kind of go through the list. I have it because I've testified on this, but like baseload public utility generation is 10 years. Baseload independent power is 12 years. Integrated coal gasification is 12 years. And then other things. If you go through the property tax exempt, statute, it's really long because there's all sorts of things. So from refinery property, farm machinery and equipment is lifetime exemption. So when you get to counties that heavily rely on farm, they have actually a lifetime exemption on that. Oil and gas pipelines are lifetime exempt and some other things. So when we get to the property tax, so in the case of renewable facilities, they have a 10-year, which just puts them on par with the least amount of property tax exemption. And then in the case of wind and solar project we've worked on, there's 43 operating. I think we've worked on in one form or fashion most of those. And all of those that I'm aware of have had a donation agreement with the local county that does make them fairly unique on that. So from that perspective, that's kind of the tax question. So from the white paper, I might add also Andrew Schulte, if there's anything we want to talk about from that paper. But what we try to go through there, as it relates to the whole process on the energy marketplace, from the line siting process and all those things, kind of just spell out how that works. And I thought this whole session was a great discussion on those things. And I think for what we found, it seemed for me a lot of unity even on identifying issues that can be worked on. The processes, obviously, state of Kansas having such a significant role at Southwest Power Pool, I think is enormously beneficial to all of us. So to the extent there's things that are identified through this group that can be benefited and worked on, a great opportunity is to be at that table to kind of work on those things. Because, and I think this discussion through these 2 days has been very good on that point.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you had any questions for Melissa here. Go ahead, Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, sir. I did not catch your name.
Could you Alan Anderson.
Anderson. Well, that's pretty easy.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I think I can handle that, Alan. I think I received your white paper from a lobbyist. As I recollect, it may have been a lobbyist for NextEra, one of its associated companies.
Right.
Is this submitted to us on behalf of a client, or is this white paper submitted to us on your behalf? I just, having once been a lawyer, no longer a lawyer, retired in good standing. Disclosure of clients and capacity may be important. Not that you would be biased, but it would be helpful to know why you are here and why is Polsinelli, one of the largest law firms in the country, interested in this hearing.
Yeah, so from the big picture, we make, they obviously don't try to hide it all. We represent a significant portion of members in the industry from utilities, from renewable energy developers. We do represent NextEra. We do represent others as well. So from both on the generation side, the transmission side, the public utility side, oil and gas, so throughout the industry. So this paper, we do this from time to time and have done that over the years. We'll put it under, this is Polsinelli's kind of position on this, but we are, to make no mistake, we do represent members of the industry. But because of our, we have a great, in this case, regulatory group that is able to kind of put together, and what you'll see there is a white paper. We're not advocating for any positions on that, but trying to lay that out because it's a difficult topic. used to work with. He was former chair of the FERC at one point. He joined our firm. And at one point he made is we should never expect that. I mean, you have your normal day jobs, the different things you're going here. So if you can do things just to kind of walk through in this case, certain elements of these processes and procedures, we try to do that. But in that case, we're not advocating for a position on anything within that other than try to walk through it.
Thank you for those disclosures. I appreciate you being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you for the moment here. So, committee, is there any further discussion on what you've heard over the last few days? I know we've got another day. We'll be back here on November 6th. But any comments here? And we'll start with Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was just one comment that I heard made, and that was that the Southwest Power Pool is a federal arm. And I think there's some confusion about who they are and what they do, because they're really, in my understanding, and I hope someone will correct me, and we have people who could, is that this is a organization of utilities. But because of the specific organization structure they adopted, state regulators have a role in setting the policies. So the federal government didn't say, we're going to require this. The SPP has to operate under FERC. Right? So, so certainly the federal government has some control, but the Southwest Power Pool is a really pretty much utility owned and utility funded organization. Now that doesn't mean as electricity bill payers, we aren't paying that bill, but it's not, there's not taxes to support that. There are utility charges or contributions. So I just want, and I think it's been hard because SPP is the one that gets to say, yes, you have to build this, but that's for the benefit of all the utilities who are trying to establish reliability. That's not because the government said build this.
Anyone else? All right. Representative.
I mean, it's not just reliability; it's also cost efficient, right? I mean, what they're doing is sharing resources at low cost, and I think that's an important advantage to all of us who participate in the power pool potentially.
All right. Senator Schellenberger.
Thank you. For discussion purposes, a couple of questions that I have that we can probably get the answer to. And how much all in, can we find out how much all in we pay to the Southwest Power Pool, all the utilities associated? They have a tariff, and I just like to know how much that is, if it's $1 million or a gazillion dollars. The second thing that I am curious about is we talk about eminent domain being here since the beginning of the country. And I believe that it's the people out there believe that eminent domain is exercised by the government. But as we have evolved, we've now granted that authority to for-profit companies. And their goal is not, I mean, it's noble, but I'm not sure that that's where this all should have ended up. I know as when I was the mayor of Baxter Springs, which I was until I became a state senator, we had a couple of eminent domain issues that never passed. Because when you have to sit there and your constituent is looking at you and the landowners are looking at you, it's a lot harder to grant eminent domain than when some agency that's appointed by the governor, that they don't get elected and they go home at night. And I get all the calls about it. It's a lot different. Now, maybe it's better because we don't have to deal with it directly and I can blame somebody else. But I think this eminent domain I know it has to be done. And I know that you can't get roads built and bridges built and watersheds built without it. But for-profit companies ought to be reimbursing somebody more for it than the government. That's just my 2 cents.
All right. When that kind of concludes the discussion, when we do come back
on November 6th. I plan on looking at various energy plans. I wanted to overview some of the energy plans from other states, what they're doing, what's successful, what's not. I think we've got the state of Iowa coming in. I was hoping to get something from the state of Wyoming. I don't know if they ever responded, Lindsay. Okay, but we're working on getting them in there. Also wanted to take a look at the KCC with the energy office and federal funds, and if there's something we can do to help along there as this moves forward. Kansas infrastructure overview from KDOT's perspective. We're going to have gas and oil from Cuyahoga. Going to have a little talk on hydrogen and where we go from here, and just overall committee discussions on it. But I'm looking forward to it. That's on November 6th. And I think if there's no other questions or anything, I'm being stopped by a senator again. Yes.
Sorry, just a quick question. Anticipating looking forward, you said a state energy plan. Would that be something that would be in legislation that the legislature would propose, or is that?
That's what we're going to determine. I don't know. I don't have an answer. Some say yes, some say don't do it. I'd like to know why. And
Thank
that's
you.
what we're hoping to find out.
Look forward to the discussion. And thank you for putting this together for these last 2 days. It was very informative.
Everybody's participation.
Absolutely.
Great. So, all right. It's not quite 4:30, but with that, we are adjourned.